Before long, his vision cleared up. This was a gigantic underground cave, and everywhere in sight was a fiery red. The fog evaporated as the heat wave spread over. Steaming lava flowed within the cave like a scarlet gooey river. From time to time, a bubble would pop up from the surface, causing sparks to fly. If one were to focus their attention, they could see that there were translucent flames flowing on the surface of the lava, fluid with an extremely high temperature. Connate spirit fire. Licking his chapped lips, Su Zimo gulped. He expected connate spirit fire underground, but he did not expect so much of it. Furthermore, the sight before him was simply way too shocking. Burning red lava was everywhere with no end in sight, and there was little ground for anyone to actually step on. There were only a few protruding rocks which were also scarlet from the heat. This was a sea of lava and a world of flames. It was too hot. Even Su Zimo's body felt a bit of burden given the heat, and a layer of thin sweat appeared on his forehead. He crushed a protection talisman. A spirit light appeared around him, forming a faint light barrier that repelled the heat wave of the lava. Now that he had cooled down slightly, Su Zimo meandered around the borders of the lava and headed in, sticking close to the walls. There should be a demon beast hidden within. He had to get rid of that latent danger, or his weapon refinement would fail if he was interrupted by the demon beast during the process. In fact, his life might be in danger. It was hard to predict the strength of a demon beast that could survive in such circumstances. There was a high chance that it could even be stronger than him. Up ahead was a turn. After the turn was still a large ocean of lava. However, there was a sizable piece of land in the middle of the lava, resembling a lone island in an ocean. A demon beast that was the size of a small mountain sprawled on the land with its eyes closed. Its body was filled with scarlet fur that had no luster, and it had a big, furry tail. It was a fire fox. In the fox race, once they cultivate to become spirits, they can take on human form, and all of them were beauties. They could be considered as seductresses and were charming. In the strange tales that were spread in the mortal realm, they were described as fox spirits that mostly seduced scholars and had an extremely bad reputation. However, after entering the cultivation world, Su Zimo knew that the fox race was considered as a friendlier race among the demon races. Despite that, he did not dare to be careless. He glared at the demon fox for a moment. It did not budge, nor did it open its eyes. In fact, Su Zimo could not even sense any bit of life from the fox. It was already dead. The fur on its body did not fall off, and its flesh did not rot. It should have died less than 100 years ago. However, immediately after, Su Zimo had another doubt. By the looks of it, that fox was clearly not at the end of its lifespan. So how did it die? He could not see any bit of injury on the fox at all. What caused its death? Since the fox was already dead, its demonic powers should have dissipated and disappeared a long time ago. Yet, where did the trace of demonic chi that he sensed when the entrance was opened up came from? There's other demon beasts hiding here. The moment that thought struck him, he felt the sensation of being peeped at. Shifting his gaze, Su Zimo caught sight of a black basket beside the fox's corpse. The black basket looked like a pot that was flipped on the ground with mysterious patterns etched on it, revealing a couple of holes. The other holes shone with light. However, a pair of them were pitch black, seemingly blocked by two black balls. Su Zimo muttered softly. Right then, the black ball in the metal basket twitched with an unusual movement. Those were no black balls. They were a pair of large eyes. A living being was hiding under that iron basket and peering at Su Zimo through the holes on it. The next moment, the iron basket was raised slowly, and a little red thing popped its head out warily, revealing its true appearance. Its flaming red long fur had a warm luster, like a blanket that one could not resist touching. The little thing was red from head to toe except for its chest, which had white fur. The combination of red and white caused it to look even more beautiful and charming. Its ears stood and twitched gently while its large eyes blinked as it tilted its head slightly, looking at Su Zimo curiously. This little thing should be the descendant of the dead demon fox and looked to be an adorable cub. The eyes of the little fox shifted rapidly, filled with curiosity and doubt, similar to a child. Standing on its hind legs, It reached out with a pair of tiny paws and raised the big black pot. When he saw that, Su Zimo broke out into laughter. In part, he was laughing at himself for being overly cautious. The little fox that was still a cub posed no threat to him at all. At the same time, the posture of the little thing was simply way too cute. When it saw Su Zimo's smile, the little fox lowered its head embarrassedly. It was actually being shy in a manner similar to humans. However, immediately after, as if it recalled something, the little fox raised its head and cried out anxiously. With its tiny paws, it tried its best to gesture, wanting to say something. However, it forgot that it was still raising the iron basket. There was a loud thud on the ground. The little fox was covered by the basket once more. Initially, this should have been a cute scene. But this time round, Su Zimo did not laugh. That was because he could not laugh. There was danger. If it was anybody else, they would not have understood the little fox's cries and gestures. However, Su Zimo cultivated as an immortal and a demon and had lived together with Monkey, the spirit tiger, little crane and night spirit. Although he could not understand the language of demons, he could make a rough guess. Little Fox's meaning was clear. It was informing him that there was danger around. This time round, his spirit perception did not give him any warning. However, Su Zimo was certain that there was a terrifying existence hiding at this place. That existence could even hide from his spirit perception. Su Zimo's conviction did not come from Little Fox's warning alone. It was because there was something else he finally understood. There was only a possibility why the demon fox died here before its lifespan was up. Another powerful existence killed it. Apart from the little fox, there was another living being in this cave. Instantly, Su Zimo's hairs stood on end and chills ran down his spine. He knew that he was now in grave danger and could die at any moment. At the same time, a mild vibration came from above the cave. Anybody else wouldn't have noticed those vibrations. However, Su Zimo's senses were way too strong. He knew that intruders had arrived at the palace above. Furthermore, there were quite a number of them. This is bad. Peak Master Xianxia is in danger. Su Zimo was alarmed. In his moment of distraction, the lava flowing beside him splashed and a tall figure with a terrifying aura burst forth, lunging towards him. It happened at almost the same time. Xianxia and the other two in the palace above and Su Zimo in the cave all met with danger. Su Zimo would have never guessed that the unknown living being would burst forth from the lava. The temperature of the lava was extremely high such that he didn't dare to touch it even with his body, let alone stay inside it. That unknown living being was scarier than he had imagined. Su Zimo's reaction was swift and without any hesitance. He burst forth with his blood chi while circulating his inner core and golden core at the same time, invoking his full cultivation. Swoosh! Straight away, he turned into his demon form and slashed in reverse with blood quencher towards the incoming figure without even turning to look. Without dodging or retreating, the person reached out and punched with a thunderous might. Clang! When blood quencher collided against the person's fist, metallic sounds actually rang as sparks flew. An irresistibly terrifying force rippled through the blade of the saber. Su Zimo's palm split open and blood streamed out. Unable to maintain his grip on blood quencher, it flew from his hand. Nearly 3 feet of the saber was embedded in the wall behind him. The power released by that fist was so horrific. It was so strong. Su Zimo had a great shock. That slash earlier was considered as his full power. Although Su Zimo released his immortality and demonic strength at the same time, his opponent received it barehanded and sent his blood quencher flying instead. The difference was too great. Before Su Zimo could react, a second punch flew over from the living being, slamming like a massive pillar with an endless ferocity. Su Zimo did not even have the chance to summon the coiling dragon seal and could only raise both arms to defend. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had been through countless battles, but there were few moments where he was forced to defend passively. It was especially so for melee combat of brute force. But now, the opponent's attacks were so ferocious and powerful that Su Zimo could not retaliate at all. Bang! The other party's fist landed on Su Zimo's arms and a dull sound of defeat echoed. Instantly, his protection talisman shattered. With a dull grunt, Su Zimo shuddered and staggered in retreat. There was a loud thud on the ground. Slamming against the wall behind him, Su Zimo's expression was pale and his arms fell limply to the side, trembling slightly. He had already lost feeling in them. The other party was way too powerful. Given the attacks, it would take less than 3 punches for Su Zimo to die here. His opponent was overwhelming everything with brute force. Even if Su Zimo had a myriad of methods, he couldn't use any of them. On the parcel of land in the lava ocean, the little fox placed the iron basket above its head aside and stood up with a worried expression. Its little paws were propped up before its chest, looking like it was praying for Su Zimo. The unknown living being exclaimed softly. It seemed to be shocked that it didn't manage to kill Su Zimo with a single punch. Leaning against the wall, it was only at this moment that Su Zimo could make out the other party's appearance. That person had red hair and a muscular body. At 2 meters tall, its face and legs had thick, coarse cuticles and scarlet scales lined its face one after another tightly. That was a body that could be described as perfect and invulnerable against fire, water, and weapons. Having just exited the lava, the person's body was still dripping with steaming lava. It had a torrential dominance and looked at Su Zimo mockingly with its triangular eyes. Although the other party seemed like it was a human, Su Zimo was almost certain that it was a fiend demon. In the demon race, those at Foundation Establishment and Golden Core Realm could be called spirit demons. The moment they entered Nascent Soul Realm, they could be called fiend demons. Low-level fiend demons were equivalent to Nascent Soul Perfected Lords. Mid-level fiend demons were equivalent to Void Reversion Dao beings. High-level fiend demons were equivalent to Dharma characteristic Dao Lords. Above that, they could be considered as grand demons and were equivalent to conjoint body mighty figures. Su Zimo had both immortality and demonic cultivation and was even cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. In his cultivation path, he devoured half a dragon egg and great tonics such as the dragon blood elixir. He believed that on the same cultivation realm, there might be spirit demons with inherited ancient bloodlines who could be stronger than him. However, the difference between them wouldn't be this great. This was a complete suppression. The other party was a low-level fiend demon at the very least and might even be at mid-level. What should we do? Panting slightly, Su Zimo circulated his bloodline and regained sensation in his arms while contemplating. He had to get out of this place alive. The medicine field in the palace above was enough to tempt any cultivator. In the Great Chen ruins, it was common to see people killing others for treasures. That was the most straightforward and effective method. If Su Zimo were to be stuck here, Xianxia and the other two wouldn't be able to make it out of the Great Chen ruins alive. An immortal cultivator's golden core and a demon's inner core. You seem to have quite a few secrets. The scarlet-armored fiend demon smirked and looked at Su Zimo like a piece of succulent meat, remarking coolly, I'm truly hesitant to kill you since you already have such a strong body after just forming a core. But, after a slight pause, it changed the topic and its gaze turned cold. You've still got to die. Anyone who trespasses into my territory must die. After I kill you, I'll slaughter all the ants above that are coveting the vermilion fruit as well. At that time you'll have companions in hell. Fufu. Su Zimo sneered. Sensing the scarlet-armored fiend demon's killing intent, he had nothing to fear as he shouted, Old monster, you're truly brazen with your words. I'm sure that this was the demon fox's territory initially. That fact that you're an intruder as well aside. The fact that you're spouting such big words just makes you shameless. Those words were cathartic for the little fox, but it triggered the scarlet-armored fiend demon entirely. Groar! Roaring in anger, it bared its sharp teeth and seethed. Human ant, you have a death wish. Bang! 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 The scarlet-armored fiend demon took 3 steps forward and arrived before Su Zimo in the blink of an eye. It gave off a scorching aura and grabbed the top of Su Zimo's head with its massive palm. If that attack struck, Su Zimo's head would definitely turn into sludge. I've got to give it my all. Su Zimo's eyes shone fiercely as he roared with his golden core churning fanatically. Golden core phenomenon, primordial soaring serpent. Boom! A primordial phenomenon that shocked the world appeared behind Su Zimo. The ground caved in, creating a series of ravines as mountains collapsed and volcanoes spewed with smoke billowing everywhere. Endless lava flowed freely on the vast lands, incinerating everything in sight as countless living beings were turned into ashes. It was the scene of an apocalypse. The lava ocean of the phenomenon seemed to be fused with the lava ocean in the cave. A massive living being crawled out from the depths of the ground with a terrifying aura. It had the head of a snake and the body of an anaconda. Red in color, it was lined with scales that stacked against one another like flaming red steel plates. It was the arrival of the primordial soaring serpent. When it saw the primordial soaring serpent, the scarlet armored fiend demon froze for a moment and it broke into an uncontrollable shudder with a flash of fear in its eyes. That was an ancient fear that was embedded in the depths of its bloodline and soul. The scarlet armored fiend demon was a fire attribute demon beast since it was able to survive in the lava. However, the soaring serpent race was one of the most ancient fire divine spirits. The hierarchy of the demon race was strict. When it saw the soaring serpent, although it was only the power of the phenomenon, the scarlet armored fiend demon instinctively wanted to kneel on the ground and kowtow. To begin with, the soaring serpent phenomenon was created from Su Zimo's power of fire attribute being cultivated to its limits. The power of the soaring serpent phenomenon exploded even further given the fiery surroundings. Snake head, anaconda body, dragon scales and phoenix wings. The primordial soaring serpent flapped its flaming wings and opened its bloodied mouth. Taking a deep breath, the steaming lava on the ground gushed into the soaring serpent's mouth relentlessly. The flames on the body of the soaring serpent shone brighter with a resplendent radiance that could almost torch the void. Looking down from above, the primordial soaring serpent shifted its gaze onto the scarlet armored fiend demon coldly, as if it was looking at an ant. Even though it was just a golden core phenomenon, it carried the dignity and nobility of the soaring serpent race. Go! Su Zimo pointed forward. Swoosh! Both wings flapped and a fiery light surged into the air as the primordial soaring serpent lunged at the scarlet armored fiend demon with a terrifying aura. How dare you get arrogant with a single golden core phenomenon? The scarlet armored fiend demon shouted with a menacing expression. Suppressing the fear in its heart, it reached out with its massive palm and grabbed the primordial soaring serpent at its vital point. Pest! Suddenly, the primordial soaring serpent opened its mouth and shot out a column of lava at the scarlet armored fiend demon. Prepared for it, the scarlet armored fiend demon had already reached out its palm and blocked the front of the lava column. The fiery red lava spewed in all directions, rolling down from the scarlet armored fiend demon's head with billowing steam. However, the scarlet armored fiend demon was not injured at all. The difference in their cultivation realms was too great. Even with the increase in strength in Su Zimo's golden core phenomenon with the help of the cave's lava ocean, it could not pose a real threat to the scarlet armored fiend demon. Although it was expressionless on the surface, the scarlet armored fiend demon was nearly scared out of its wits. If the human ant before it managed to cultivate to its realm, the power of that single phenomenon would be enough to kill him. Thankfully, the scarlet armored fiend demon lamented. Su Zimo's expression was indifferent, as though he had already predicted this. Patting his storage bag gently, he pulled out a gigantic golden seal and injected spirit energy into it. The coiling dragon seal shone brightly. Roar! A dragon roar shook the world and reverberated within the cave. Su Zimo's eyes lit up brightly as he took a step forward instead of retreating. Boom! His inner core and golden core churned at the same time and his blood chi rose. Su Zimo's body expanded and his sleeves ripped apart, revealing an arm with popping green veins. Raising the coiling dragon seal in his left hand, Su Zimo smashed down heavily on the scarlet armored fiend demon's head. At the same time, he freed his right hand with the divine phoenix bone and used it as a knife. Clang! Clang! His fingernails shot out, sharp as daggers, shimmering coldly as they thrusted into the scarlet armored fiend demon's chest. Su Zimo did not hesitate at all for this counterattack and went all in with his trump cards, killing decisively. First, the primordial soaring serpent in his golden core primordial attracted the scarlet armored fiend demon's attention. Thereafter, he closed in for the kill. That was Su Zimo's only chance. His killing move was not the golden core phenomenon, but his coiling dragon seal and the divine phoenix bone in his right hand. Poof! The scarlet armored fiend demon exerted strength in his arm, causing the soaring serpent to explode and the power of the phenomenon to dissipate. At the same time, a gigantic golden seal crushed down on his head, covering the skies. Bang! When the coiling dragon seal slammed heavily on the head of the scarlet armored fiend demon, it smacked his head to the side and his outer shell was broken, causing fresh blood to flow. It was not dead. The release of Su Zimo's power of his golden core, inner core and blood chi alongside a connate spirit weapon only managed to break the outer layer of the scarlet armored fiend demon's head. Howl! The scarlet armored fiend demon yelled in pain. In his eyes, Su Zimo was nothing but an insignificant ant. He truly hadn't expected that the ant would be able to hurt him. Swoosh! The body of the scarlet armored fiend demon expanded massively, and that head of his which was initially in human form swiftly transformed, turning menacing with bared teeth in the blink of an eye. That injury had enraged the scarlet armored fiend demon entirely. That transformation was clear that it was about to turn into its true form. Demons were only at their strongest when they were in their true forms. Pang! 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 At the same time, Su Zimo's fingernails shattered when his right hand struck the scarlet armored fiend demon's body. It didn't manage to thrust in. Su Zimo's expression changed, realizing that the situation wasn't looking good. Ever since he possessed the divine phoenix bone, Su Zimo did not take the initiative to use it and merely defended with it passively. The terrifying strength the divine phoenix bone possessed could only be triggered under intense conditions. But now that Su Zimo wanted to make use of the divine phoenix bone to break through the scarlet armored fiend demon's defense, he ended in failure. Both his killing moves failed at the same time. Su Zimo's heart sank deeply to the bottom. Bang! He did not have any chance left as a tremendous force smacked against him, causing him to fly. Ugh! Su Zimo felt an incomparable pain surging through his body as he coughed out blood endlessly. After turning into his true form, the scarlet armored fiend demon was a gigantic crocodile with a scarlet armor. Standing in the air, he wagged his thick tail and his eyes shone fiercely with blood on its head. That tail of the scarlet armored gigantic crocodile nearly crushed Su Zimo's organs. Su Zimo glided through the air without any strength, as though he was falling apart. He was defeated. He was completely defenseless. I've been through countless tough battles up till this point of my cultivation and have dominated multiple strong foes of the same level. It's tough for me to come across a true opponent, but am I going to be buried by a crocodile today? Su Zimo was in such pain that his features were contorted and his mind was in chaos. Fuzzily, he fell towards the lava ocean beneath him. Before he actually fell in, the connate spirit fire that burned on the surface of the lava had already burned Su Zimo's green robes into ashes. Initially, the little fox had a worried expression and kept its gaze on Su Zimo, worrying for his safety. Unexpectedly, Su Zimo's green robes were suddenly burned away and he turned nude instantly, revealing everything that shouldn't be revealed. Ah! Shrieking, the little fox blushed and extended its pair of tiny paws, covering its eyes. However, immediately after, a gap opened up in its paws and its gem-like black eyes could vaguely be seen through it. It did not want to peep on Su Zimo. However, it was truly worried. Yet, it did not dare to watch on brazenly, so it could only resort to such a method. The scorching sensation from the lava triggered Su Zimo's nerves repeatedly. Gritting his teeth, he focused his attention and clarity returned to his eyes. He must not give up. Until the very last moment, he must not give up hope. Circulating his golden core, Su Zimo controlled his figure hurriedly and grabbed his storage bag lest it fell into the lava. At the same time, He swept his gaze and caught sight of a hint of mockery and ridicule in the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile's eyes. "It's over," the voice of the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile sounded. The next moment, Su Zimo's vision blurred. A massive shadow lunged over with a blood stench. A grisly red tongue that was burning with flames closed in with a blood stench. The surrounding teeth were sharp and the top and bottom row seemed to form a cage. It was too fast. There was no time to react at all. Within a split second, Su Zimo was already in the mouth of the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile. Not good. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat and he was alarmed. The scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile wanted to devour him alive. Given the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile's cultivation realm, the terrifying strength of its bite was definitely able to turn him into sludge. At that moment, it was already too late for Su Zimo to retreat. Instead of panicking in that moment of life and death, Su Zimo calmed down. The worse the situation was, the more he mustn't panic. Otherwise, a single distraction would cause him to lose his life. Narrowing his gaze, Su Zimo's mind reeled as he contemplated how to get out of the situation. Time seemed to have slowed down. The candlelight sword formation? It won't work. Even a level 3 candlelight sword formation might not be able to break the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile's defense, let alone his current level 2 candlelight sword formation. The ancient dragonification manual? It won't work. If his golden core phenomenon was dispelled by the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile, nothing would change even if he conjured a true dragon. What other trump cards could help him hold out? All of a sudden, Su Zimo's eyes flashed with a glint. Without hesitation, he slapped his storage bag and withdrew a bronze square tripod that was around a meter tall. That bronze square tripod let out an ancient aura. It was the one he had picked up in the forbidden grounds of the Great Qian ruins. The tripod was lined with cracks and extremely battered but was unusually sturdy. Su Zimo did not know if the bronze square tripod could withstand the bite of the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile. However, that might be his only shot at survival. In a flash, his tendons and bones crackled at the same time, contorting into a lump as he squeezed himself into the bronze square tripod. Although it sounded slow upon narration, everything happened instantaneously. The moment Su Zimo entered the tripod, the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile bit down fiercely. His vision turned dark. Clang! There was a crisp sound. The bronze square tripod shuddered, but it was perfectly fine. Su Zimo was elated. Although the bronze square tripod was already so battered, its sturdiness definitely made it a priceless treasure. In reality, it was also a freak coincidence. The bronze square tripod had been in the Great Qian ruins for 10,000 years. Although it was in the depths of the palace and was slightly secluded, there were other cultivators that noticed this tripod in the past. However, when they saw how battered it was, none of them bothered about it, thinking that it was just a damaged spirit weapon. Who would care about something as such when the Great Qian ruins was filled with damaged spirit weapons? If the bronze square tripod hadn't hurt Su Zimo's feet, he wouldn't have pulled it out from the mud intentionally either. Above the lava, although the bronze square tripod was tough, it did not cause much harm to the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile. To the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile, the feeling was akin to biting a piece of rock while consuming food. Without another word, the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile did not care at all as it shrugged its head before coiling its tongue and devouring the bronze square tripod along with Su Zimo into his stomach. There might be things that demon beasts could not bite through. However, the powerful contractions of their stomachs and frightening acid within would be enough to turn even metal and rocks into liquid. On the lone island in the lava ocean, the little fox looked at everything helplessly. The light in its eyes dimmed as it sighed gently. After devouring Su Zimo, the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile turned towards the little fox nonchalantly with a cold gaze. Frightened, the little fox hurriedly moved the iron basket at its side and hid underneath. It was as though it would feel safer doing so. As a low-level fiend demon, the scarlet-armored fiend demon was equivalent to a nascent soul cultivator. Although it could take down Su Zimo with ease, it was nothing much in the wilderness outside, particularly so among the 8 demon races. There were plenty of fiend demons among the 8 demon races, and he was merely one of the lowest-leveled ones. Among the 8 demon races, only grand and old demons would have the chance to get their hands on the charming fox race. Given the scarlet armored gigantic crocodile's status with his strength, he won't have a chance to lay his finger on them in his lifetime. However, by chance, he sensed the scorching aura and with it, discovered the secret of the palace and found his way underground. At that time, the little fox was just born not long ago. Initially, the demon fox was a mid-level fiend demon. However, after giving birth, it was at its weakest since it had lost a lot of blood chi. The scarlet-armored fiend demon seized the opportunity when its strength was greatly diminished. A massive battle broke out. The scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile was injured as well. However, the demon fox was even more severely injured. Both parties maintained the standoff for a couple of years and finally, the demon fox lost out and died. As for the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile, its essence spirit was severely injured and hadn't fully recovered till now. Although the little fox saw everything, it was helpless. When it was injured, the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile was furious and wanted to kill the little fox right away. However, a stray thought entered his mind when he saw the pitiful expression of the little fox. After this little fox grew up and formed an inner core and was able to take on human form, wouldn't it be at his disposal? Soon. I'll just have to wait a little more. The scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile could not contain its excitement as it witnessed the little fox growing with each passing day. Splash! After being devoured by the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile, the bronze square tripod flowed along with its gooey, smelly saliva and fell into a gigantic sealed space. Escaping death momentarily, Su Zimo heaved a sigh of relief and extended his head warily, scanning his surroundings with a bright gaze. This should be the stomach of the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile. The grisly red walls of the stomach contracted endlessly and let out a nasty stench. Lined with blood vessels that resembled little snakes slithering, the place looked horrifying. The stomach walls were lined with a layer of thick, green liquid that increased as time passed by, letting out a piercing stench. Was that the digestive fluids of the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile? Su Zimo furrowed his brows slightly. Withdrawing a supreme-grade flying sword from his storage bag, he used it to tap the thick green liquid gently. Shing! Smoke rose. Su Zimo's expression changed and he released his grip right away. In the blink of an eye, the supreme-grade flying sword was corroded and turned into pus water. Su Zimo was shocked. If he reacted slower earlier on, his palm would have been corroded away. What a strong corrosive power. Su Zimo estimated that the digestive fluids of the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile could turn him into liquid within 10 breaths. It did not matter how strong his regeneration powers were. Digestive fluids started flowing down along the walls of the stomach, and Su Zimo hid inside the bronze square tripod hurriedly. He did not dare to be in contact with the digestive fluids. Gradually, the thick, green digestive fluids started accumulating within the stomach. Although the bronze square tripod was surrounded by digestive fluids, it was not corroded. In fact, even the green rust on its surface did not vanish either. Standing within the bronze square tripod, Su Zimo had a grim expression. He was not out of danger yet. The bronze square tripod was only slightly taller than a meter and yet, the digestive fluids were accumulating. Once it drowns the tripod, he would have nowhere to hide. Furthermore, the space within the stomach was limited. With the digestive fluids increasing in volume continuously, there was no way he would be able to avoid them later on. Bang! Boom! Boom! The stomach grumbled like rumbling thunder. The muscles of the stomach had started contracting. Taken by surprise, Su Zimo nearly flew out of the bronze square tripod. Steadying himself hurriedly, his face turned paler. He had to think up a way to get out of this situation as soon as possible. If this carried on, he would definitely die. In the darkness, Su Zimo's expression was dark as he glared at the stomach walls lined with gooey digestive fluids. His gaze was resolved and he made his decision. Standing in the bronze square tripod and avoiding the dripping digestive fluids, Su Zimo approached the stomach walls of the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile. This was his only chance. Extending his right hand, Su Zimo paused for a moment before taking a deep breath of air. With a savage gaze, he used his palm like a knife and stabbed the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile's stomach walls. The flesh on his palm was the first to make contact with the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile's digestive fluids. Xing! The frightening corrosive power of the digestive fluids was shown once more as the flesh on Su Zimo's right hand was completely melted, revealing a scarlet bone palm within. The divine phoenix bone. That was Su Zimo's plan. Since he could not invoke the power of the divine phoenix bone with his own strength, he would have to make use of external factors. The digestive fluids wanted to continue up Su Zimo's wrist after melting the flesh on his palm. However, as though it was triggered, the divine phoenix bone let out a terrifying aura and a thin layer of flames burned on the bone palm. Cracks appeared in the surrounding void after being burned by those flames. Although the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile's digestive fluids were strong, they were burned away by the flames of the divine phoenix bone. It worked! Su Zimo's eyes lit up brightly as he thrust the blood-bone palm fiercely into the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile's flesh. The divine phoenix flames surged into the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile's body. Above the lava, hovering in midair, the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile was dreaming about its beautiful future when suddenly, a sharp pain surged from its stomach and it almost fainted. Roar! The scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile let out a tragic howl. Initially, the little fox was fearful hidden beneath the iron basket. When it heard the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile yell, it could not help but jump. Hurriedly, it peered through the gap on the top of the iron basket and looked outside. A bloodied hole could be seen from the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile's abdomen. Furthermore, the hole was expanding at a terrifying speed and would engulf his entire body before long. There was no blood dripping from the hole. All of it was burned into blood chi and dissipated in the air. The massive body of the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile twisted in midair as it howled endlessly. However, it could not stop the spread of the fire. Those were the flames of the divine phoenix and were absolutely destructive, spreading from within his body. The little fox was horrified. Instinctively, it reached out and grabbed the sides of the iron basket with its tiny paws. Once again, it lifted the basket and watched everything unfold with confusion. Where did the fire come from? Why did it suddenly burn? All of a sudden, a bronze square tripod flew through the layers of flames. From it, a nude man jumped out. His hair was charred and he was pitch black in a wretched state as though he was just struck by a thunderbolt. Clang! Shocked and dumbfounded, the little fox's tiny paws released their grip and the iron basket fell to its side. Isn't that the gentlemanly scholar from just now? He isn't dead? That's great. The little fox beamed brightly and was truly happy for Su Zimo from the bottom of its heart. However, immediately after, the little fox exclaimed and covered its eyes in a sheepish manner, lamenting to itself. But this scholar, really, why does he love to expose himself so much? In midair, the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile had not given up on trying to survive yet. He had cultivated an essence spirit as well. As long as his essence spirit survived, he would not be dead in an absolute sense. However, he was only a low-level fiend demon and his essence spirit was extremely fragile, similar to an infant without protecting. Given the treacherous environment with lava all around, it could die at any moment. However, the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile could not care that much anymore. The power of the flames was too terrifying and was almost reaching his head. At that time, he would be dead for sure without the chance to even send his essence spirit away. Swoosh! A streak of light shot out from the head of the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile. Focusing his gaze, Su Zimo saw that it was a translucent little crocodile. An essence spirit. It was truly a fiend demon. Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. He saw that the essence spirit of the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile was extremely fragile, unlike a combat essence spirit that did not fear daylight or ominous winds. In midair, the essence spirit of the gigantic crocodile shuddered against the heat wave of the lava, and its aura turned even weaker. Low-level fiend demons were equivalent to nascent soul-perfected Lord Cultivators. Although their essence spirits could exit their bodies, they were easily damaged and could not linger outside for too long. The essence spirit of the gigantic crocodile sped with its might towards the exit of the cave. Su Zimo opened his mouth widely and bellowed, "Kill!" A gigantic explosion similar to rumbling thunder broke out from beside the gigantic crocodile's essence spirit. Thunderclap kill. Shuddering violently, the essence spirit of the gigantic crocodile turned even dimmer and cracks started appearing on its surface. To begin with, his essence spirit was injured and had not recovered entirely. Now that it received such serious injuries consecutively, his essence spirit was on the brink of destruction. Right then, a dark light streaked through the air. A dark iron basket descended from the skies, trapping the essence spirit of the gigantic crocodile within. The little fox extended its tiny paws with a resolute gaze, seemingly gesturing something. Instantly, it exclaimed softly and spat out a stream of demonic chi that entered the iron basket. Swoosh! A ball of flames burned furiously. Instantly, the iron basket turned red from the heat and shone brightly with a spreading heat wave. 9 golden lights appeared and shone forth from the holes of the iron basket repeatedly. They emitted a terrifying might with an unusual movement. The light of the flames surged within the iron basket. Slamming left and right, the essence spirit of the gigantic crocodile shrieked tragically, but it could not escape. Took less than 3 breaths. The gigantic crocodile's essence spirit was incinerated into ashes, dying on the spot. Even up till its death, the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile did not know what happened. It would not have imagined that, in the end, it would be killed by a demon weapon released by a little fox that couldn't even take on human form yet. Narrowing his gaze slightly, Su Zimo glanced at that scarlet basket in midair which shone with 9 golden beams of light and was secretly stunned. He had not imagined that the unassuming basket would possess such a terrifying might. The little fox beckoned with its paws and the 9 golden beams of light in midair returned to the iron basket before disappearing. The red light on the basket faded gradually and once again, it reverted to its black iron pot shape and flew back to the little fox. The little fox should be elated with the death of the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile after getting its revenge. However, at that moment, it turned back to look at its mother's cold and lifeless body, slightly dazed and lost. Su Zimo sighed gently. Originally, he had another doubt in his heart. Since the scarlet-armored fiend demon was a low-level fiend demon and had already cultivated an essence spirit, it could make use of dermic powers and release demonic arts. However, right from the beginning, the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile engaged him in melee combat. Even at its last moment, the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile had not released a single bit of dermic powers. It was until this moment after Su Zimo escaped death that he came to a gradual realization. The scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile's essence spirit must have been severely injured by the demon fox and had yet to recover. That was the reason for everything. If the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile was able to use its dermic powers and release demonic arts, the outcome would have been worlds apart. Even with the bronze square tripod and the help of the divine phoenix bone, Su Zimo might not have had the chance to injure the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile severely. To a certain extent, this was probably the work of fate and due karma. The little fox made a pseudo-bow towards Su Zimo and cried softly, expressing its gratitude. She was extremely smart. Although the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile died in her hands, she would not have had the chance to take revenge if not for Su Zimo. Withdrawing a set of green robes, Su Zimo got dressed and descended on the ground once more. Although the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile was dead, Su Zimo was not in the best condition. After receiving 2 consecutive punches from the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile and a heavy whip from its tail, Su Zimo's body was aching from top to toe and felt like it was breaking apart. Gritting his teeth, Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and moved, staggering towards the exit of the cave without time to recuperate. Xianxia and the other 2 were still in the palace above. If the cultivators that arrived truly had ill intentions, Xianxia and the other 2 would be in mortal danger. Underground palace. Stellar Luna sect was the first to arrive, and more than 20 golden cores barged into the underground palace. Without concealing their tracks, they charged right in and saw the medicinal field in front before long. What a rich medicinal fragrance! There's so many spirit herbs that are over 10,000 years old in this massive medicinal field. Our trip wasn't wasted at all. Look, it's a 10,000-year vermilion fruit. The eyes of everyone from Stellar Luna sect lit up with a fervent gaze. It's about to ripen. We're just in time. A Stellar Luna sect cultivator remarked in a fawning manner. In my opinion, Senior Brother Qian is the only one in the Tianhuang North region qualified to get his hands on this 10,000-year vermilion fruit. Qian Sinyu's hands were behind his back and he had a relaxed attitude. Although he was greatly pleased upon hearing that, he merely smiled without saying anything. Hee. Suddenly, a cold sneer sounded from the darkness. A series of specter-like figures walked out. Although there were only 8 of them, each of them let out an aura of extreme danger that sent chills down one's spine. Shadowless sect. Senior Brother Qian. Their leader is the paragon of Shadowless sect, Mo Xiaofeng. Qian Xinyu replied calmly, as though he had already expected this. Smirking coldly, Mo Xiaofeng said with a scoff, Qian Xinyu is the only one in the Tianhuang North region qualified to get his hands on the 10,000-year vermilion fruit? What brazen words! Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? Oh! Qian Xinyu smiled faintly and rebutted, What do you have in mind, Brother Mo? Nothing much, Mo Xiaofeng replied coldly. I'm merely giving a kind reminder that you're not qualified to be regarded as the best of the younger generation in the Tianhuang North region. Insolent! How dare you compare yourself with our Senior Brother Qian? Humph! The golden core phenomenon that Senior Brother Qian cultivated is ranked 92 on the phenomenon ranking. What are you? Many Stellar Luna sect cultivators shouted. Snickering, Mo Xiaofeng replied, If it comes to a death bout, we don't know who will stand out just yet. The moment he said that, the atmosphere between Shadowless sect and Stellar Luna sect turned extremely tense, as though a massive battle could break out at any moment. Ha ha ha! Right then, a long laughter sounded, brazen and unbridled. How can I miss out on such a happening situation? When he heard that, Mo Xiaofeng's expression changed. Qian Xinyu, who was initially calm, frowned with a wary look in his eyes as well. More than 10 golden cores with flaming red robes entered the underground palace. Their leader was a tall and dignified man who strode over in huge steps. Emitting a scorching hot aura, he was none other than the paragon of Blaze Columbus Valley, Wang Yan. Qian Xinyu's golden core phenomenon, Solar Luna Stellar Lumen, and Wang Yan's Raging City Blaze were both in the phenomenon rankings. Furthermore, Raging City Blaze was ranked 89, slightly higher than Solar Luna Stellar Lumen. Very good, very good. Sweeping his fervent gaze across the crowd, Wang Yan nodded with a raring battle intent. Since everyone's here, I'll declare that the medicinal field and 10,000-year vermilion fruit are both mine. Anyone who disagrees will be suppressed by me. Humph! Mo Xiaofeng harumphed coldly. Aren't you afraid of dying from your greed? Brother Wang, there's an order to things. Qian Xinyu shook his head gently and remarked indifferently, Stellar Luna sect was the first to discover the medicinal field and vermilion fruit. Ha 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 ha! Wang Yan burst into laughter and pointed to 3 people beside the medicinal field. Qian Xinyu, stop pretending to be righteous. If you want to talk about order, the 3 of them are the first to discover this place. What has it got to do with you? Xianyi and the other 2 had been at the side of the medicinal field the entire time. However, after the golden cores of Stellar Luna sect, Shadowless sect and Blaze Columbus Valley entered the place, they were arguing about how they should split the medicinal field and were completely oblivious to the 3 of them. It was at this moment that everyone's attention gradually focused onto Xianyi and the other 2. Xianyi and the other 2 exchanged glances and lamented internally. The auras of the golden cores from those 3 sects were extremely strong. A single person from the other parties could easily go against the 3 of them. The paragons leading them looked even more formidable. Xianxia and the other two had explored outside before and naturally knew that they were in a dangerous situation. As such, they did not dare to act recklessly. When everyone's gazes turned towards them, Li Ziyue coughed gently and greeted the three sects with cupped fists, smiling gently with full politeness. "Greetings, fellow Taoists. I'm a cultivator of ethereal peak, Li Ziyue." The golden cores of the three sects were expressionless after Li Ziyue's greeting. A look of mockery even flashed through the eyes of some of the cultivators, as though they were looking at an idiot, a dead man walking. Ignored. He was completely ignored. Li Ziyue's smile froze on his face. Frowning slightly, Xianxia clenched his teeth and said with cupped fists, "Earlier on, this fellow Taoist mentioned about the order of things. Indeed, we were the ones who first discovered this medicinal field. However, the three of us only need the rain frost flower, purple cloud lingji, blood ginseng, and qian essence grass to save a senior in our sect. We won't take anything else. We'll be immensely grateful if you guys can grant us our wish." "Are you even in a position to speak?" Chen Xinyu interrupted Xianxia coldly. "Who are you guys? What rights do you have to talk to me about the order of things?" Shadowless Sect's Mo Xiaofeng had a frosty expression, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. "Word by word," he remarked. "None of you shall lay your hands on a single strand of spirit herb here." Wang Yan's eyes were filled with mockery as he threw his head back in laughter. "Interesting. You still want the spirit herbs even at death's door. Ha ha ha. The ignorant are truly fearless. To be fair, it would already be fortuitous for the three of them to escape such a situation unscathed. If not for that fact that he wanted to save the disheveled old man, Xianxia would not have taken the risk to mention that he wanted the 4 spirit herbs. What should he do? Xianxia was extremely flustered. Right now, even if the three of them wanted to leave empty-handed, the opposing cultivators did not seem like they would agree to it. Furthermore, although they did not know where Su Zimo was, he was most likely still in the underground palace. What would happen to him if the three of them left? Given his character, he would definitely not bow down against such a situation. However, Xianxia and the other two could tell that none of the dozens of cultivators present were easy to deal with. The 3 Paragon leaders were even more terrifying. Zimo had just formed his core and nobody knew what golden core phenomenon he had cultivated. How could he be a match for those golden cores? Guys, no matter who this medicinal field will belong to, there's no need for the 3 of our sects to get into a fight. Let's settle the other stuff first, Chen Xinyu remarked indifferently. Agreed. Shadowless Sect's Mo Xiaofeng looked at Xianxia and the other two and sneered. Wang Yan nodded in agreement as well. No problem. Xianxia and the other two felt their hearts sink. Chen Xinyu's expression indifferent and a dark gold gleam shone from his eyes as he asked icily, "The 3 of you, hand over the Connate spirit weapon. There are things that you guys shouldn't take." Connate spirit weapon? Xianxia and the other two froze momentarily with stunned expressions. Hee hee. Mo Xiaofeng sneered. "Go on. Continue feigning ignorance. Even at the brink of death, you guys refuse to be honest." When they heard that, Xianxi's heart skipped a beat, and a look of realization flashed through his eyes. The Connate spirit weapon that Chen Xinyu referred to must have been Su Zimo's coiling dragon seal. Previously, Su Zimo made use of the coiling dragon seal to test the toughness of the bronze square tripod. In the darkness of the night, the radiance illuminated was truly too blinding. When Wang Yan noticed the change in Xianxi's expression, he could not help but grin. "Why? You finally remembered." Gulping, Li Ziyue forced a smile. "Fellow Taoists, I'm sure there must be some misunderstanding. The 3 of us are truly not in possession of any Connate spirit weapons," Mo Xiaofeng said coldly with a furious killing intent. "That's not decided with your words alone. Hand over your storage bags or die." Xianxia and the other two looked terrible. The more they endured, the more they were taken advantage of. If they handed over their storage bags, it would be equivalent to handing over half of their lives. Notwithstanding the fact that they did not have any Connate spirit weapons, even if they did, they wouldn't let it up just like that. Gripping his fist to repress the rage in his heart, Xianxia said with a dark voice, "Fellow Taoist, were all golden cores. Don't go overboard with your bullying. Ha ha. Oh my, he's angry? Hee hee. Interesting, interesting. Xianyi's reaction attracted a series of laughter. The cultivators of the three sects laughed mockingly with relaxed expressions. Noticing that the situation did not seem right, Li Ziwa remarked hurriedly, "Fellow Taoists, the three of us can swear that we're not in possession of any connate spirit weapons. If we are, we'll be punished by the heavens. 3 dead men aren't qualified to make terms with us." Mo Xiaofeng sneered again and remarked with a sinisterly cold expression, "Since you refuse to hand them over, I'll take them personally." Swash! Xianyi and the other two felt their visions blur, and Mo Xiaofeng had already vanished from where he was. So fast! Their hearts skipped a beat. They were not in the best condition, and it was less than 4 hours since they were previously injured. The wound on Lu Hui's abdomen had not even healed completely. Xianyi stood in front of Lu Hui to defend her and waved his sleeves, summoning 12 supreme-grade flying swords at the same time. He conjured 2 hexagonal sword formations without holding back at all. Gritting his teeth, Li Ziyu circulated his golden core wildly and hollered, "Ethereal sword rain." The both of them used their full strength the moment they attacked. Pitter-patter, pitter-patter. A downpour rained down from the skies, sharp as swords and blades, emanating an endless edge. When he saw that, Qian Xinyu curled his lips and remarked casually, "Interesting. To think that you've managed to cultivate a golden core phenomenon as well. It's just that your phenomenon is way too weak." Mo Xiaofeng reappeared by Xian Yi and the other two's side with a sinister gaze. If Li Ziyue had released his golden core phenomenon slightly slower, Mo Xiaofeng would have definitely ambushed them silently. The 3 of them might have already been corpses by now. At this moment, they were protected by the ethereal sword rain. If Mo Xiaofeng wanted to attack them, he would have to go through the golden core phenomenon. How dare you embarrass yourself with such an inferior golden core phenomenon? Circulating his golden core, Mo Xiaofeng's eyes illuminated 2 dark streaks of light as he hollered, "Golden core phenomenon. Shadowless twin darts." 2 dark gold darts appeared behind Mo Xiaofeng, resembling 2 short spears with a sharp aura. How dare the light of a firefly try to compete against the shine of the moon for glory? Break it! Mo Xiaofeng pointed forward. Shoo! Shoo! The long darts disappeared and 2 dark streaks of light appeared in midair, shooting forth with a terrifying shockwave that smashed against the screen of rain. Bang! Bang! There were 2 resounding bangs. Li Ziyue grunted dully. A series of cracks began to appear on the wavering rain screen. Countless raindrops seemed to have stopped in midair. The 2 streaks of dark light were about to penetrate the rain screen and break through the air. Clang! Clang! 2 hexagonal sword formations blocked the dark streaks of lights. Clang! Clang! There were 2 crisp sounds. Suddenly, the dark lights began swiveling and released a tremendous cyclical force that struck the hexagonal sword formations. Pang! 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 The 12 supreme-grade flying swords were sent flying. The sword formation fell apart in a split second. Li Ziyue's golden core phenomenon and Xian Yi's hexagonal sword formations crumbled at almost the same time. The 2 of them shuddered and blood drained from their faces. Shoo! Shoo! The 2 dark streaks of light appeared before them in the blink of an eye. Hurriedly, Lu Hui withdrew 2 protection talismans from her storage bag and crushed them, sending forth a bedazzling light barrier that blocked the 2 of them. Snap! The light barrier shattered the moment the dark lights made contact with them. The 3 of them were sent flying by that tremendous force, landing dozens of meters away. The wound on Lu Hui's abdomen split open once more, staining her robes red. Xianyi and Li Ziyue spat out a mouthful of blood each. Their auras were weak and the spirit energy in their bodies was in chaos as they felt throbbing pains coming from their meridians. Although the shadowless twin darts was not listed on the phenomenon ranking, it possessed a terrifying killing power nevertheless. Mo Xiaofeng leaped into the air and 2 streaks of dark lights circled him continuously. His power of phenomenon churned in a domineering manner. Looking at the 3 of them fallen on the ground, Mo Xiaofeng had a cold expression. Why? You guys are still unwilling to take out the Khanate spirit weapon even at the brink of death. Li Ziyue grit his teeth. We don't have any Khanate spirit weapon at all. You're still being stubborn? Mo Xiaofeng scoffed. Since that's the case, you won't have any more chances. The Khanate spirit weapon is with me. Come over here if you want to get it. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from the depths of the palace with a chilling, killing intent. Instinctively, everyone turned towards the voice. A figure gradually came into view. He was scholarly and had black hair, wearing green robes with elegant features. For some unknown reason, that seemingly frail scholar was emitting a shuddering aura of danger. As the scholar strode over, everyone felt as though a bloodthirsty, ferocious beast was approaching as the air was filled with the stench of blood. The cultivators present frowned. Wang Yan and Xianxia, the two paragons, were slightly surprised and their gazes shimmered. They hadn't expected that there would be another cultivator in the depths of this underground palace. Furthermore, nobody realized when he appeared, not even them. Before long, the green-robed cultivator had already arrived before them. Ha! Here I was wondering how powerful this person is. So, he's only an early-stage golden core. Another person who wants to die. The golden cores present heaved a sigh of relief after checking out the intruder's cultivation realm using their spirit-peering arts. No matter how strong he was, an early-stage golden core wouldn't be able to cause much trouble. Zimo, you're back. When he saw Su Zimo appear, Xianxia sighed internally, knowing that today's matters would definitely not end peacefully. Arriving beside the three of them, Su Zimo squatted down and checked their conditions. His expression only relaxed after seeing that they were in no danger of death. With a grim expression, Lu Hui whispered, Zimo, these guys are not easy to deal with. How about throwing out the Khanate spirit weapon for them to fight among themselves first while we seize the chaos to escape? It's fine if we are bullied, what's important is that we get out alive. That's right, Li Ziyue added softly. There's too many of them and there are 3 cultivators with terrifying strength. You won't be a match for them alone. Don't be reckless. Heis. Xianxia sighed softly. If things don't look good, get out alone, Zimo. Don't be impulsive. It's all right, I'll settle this. Su Zimo had a calm expression and gestured for the 3 of them to feel assured. Wang Yan and Xianxia glared at Su Zimo for a little while before relaxing. Although that scholar gave off an extremely dangerous aura, he was in a bad condition and his expression was somewhat pale. In fact, there was a hint of blood in his breath. That person was severely injured and seemed to have just gone through an intense battle. What a false alarm. He's of no threat. Xianxia grinned and those words flashed through his mind. Lad, hand over the Khanate spirit weapon and I can let you die with a whole corpse. Mo Xiaofeng glared down from above in a domineering manner. Rising slowly, Su Zimo did not look at Mo Xiaofeng, merely scanning his surroundings. His gaze swept by Xianxia and Wang Yan as he asked instead, Who else wants to get their hands on my Khanate spirit weapon? Everyone was stunned. Was that scholar a fool? Wasn't he aware of the situation he was in? Ignored by Su Zimo, Mo Xiaofeng was thoroughly embarrassed as he snarled with killing intent spewing from his eyes. Lad, I'm talking to you. Su Zimo did not look over at Mo Xiaofeng still, as though he did not know that the latter existed. Isn't anyone going to reply? Raising his brow, Su Zimo smiled and said with deep intent, I'll be direct then. If you guys leave now, you'll get a chance to live. Don't regret if the fight truly breaks out. Ah? Ha ha. The crowd first went silent. Right after, it burst with laughter. Some people clutched their stomachs while others bent over, as though they had heard the greatest joke in the world. Everyone looked at Su Zimo like they were looking at an idiot. Su Zimo smiled as well. In midair, Mo Xiaofeng's expression was menacing as he gripped his fists tightly. The 2 dark gold long darts around him were shuttling so quickly that they were even buzzing. Su Zimo's continued obliviousness towards him was driving him nuts. You are courting death. The veins on Mo Xiaofeng's neck popped out and blood surged through him as he snarled word by word. Finally, raising his head slightly, Su Zimo looked at Mo Xiaofeng and replied indifferently, "You're the one with a death wish. Kill." No longer able to tolerate, Mo Xiaofeng hollered and the power of his phenomenon burst forth immediately. Two long darts turned into streaks of light that arrived instantly. Expressionless, Su Zimo was not flustered and swiped his storage bag gently. A gigantic golden seal appeared in his palms with a domineering aura, as though it could suppress all things. When they saw that gigantic golden seal, Wang Yan and Xianxia's gazes turned incomparably fervent. Any single bit of hesitance they had disappeared as well. Everything else aside, that connate spirit weapon made everything worthwhile. Su Zimo's power of his golden core was circulating wildly inside him. The coiling dragon seal in his palm expanded swiftly with an immense brightness akin to a blazing sun. Flying away from him, it blocked in front of Su Zimo. Clang! Clang! The two streaks of dark light could not dodge in time and struck the coiling dragon seal. However, they were repelled instantly. The coiling dragon seal did not budge at all. Mo Xiaofeng shuddered and a look of fear flashed through his eyes. That collision nearly shattered his golden core phenomenon. "You want to see a connate spirit weapon?" Su Zimo's gaze lit up as he smiled sinisterly. "I'll let you see all you want." Boom! Descending from the skies, the coiling dragon seal turned into a gigantic golden mountain with a tremendous force. Roar! The dragon roar reverberated through the world and coiled around the mountain peak, causing it to descend at a faster speed with a fiercer power and more intense aura. Under the shroud of the coiling dragon seal, many golden cores felt their hearts skip a beat and retreated right away. Snap! Slamming against Mo Xiaofeng's shadowless twin darts, the coiling dragon seal shattered the former's golden core phenomenon instantly. Eft! Mo Xiaofeng shuddered and spat out a huge mouthful of blood with a battered expression. A dark shadow engulfed Mo Xiaofeng and he could not escape at all. Utterly scared out of his wits, he crushed a protection talisman hurriedly while yelling, "Fellow Taoist, please show mer." Buffed! Before he could finish, a sludge of blood appeared beneath the golden mountain peak. The paragon of shadowless sect was killed by the coiling dragon seal without a corpse left. Silence ensued in the underground palace instantly. Cultivators of Stellar Luna sect, Shadowless sect and Blaze Columbus Valley looked at everything with widened eyes in disbelief. Prior to this, no one would have imagined that a single attack from a seemingly frail scholar would kill the paragon of Shadowless sect instantly. Against the suppression of the connate spirit weapon, the shadowless twin darts that destroyed the ethereal sword rain, hexagonal sword formations and protection talismans was akin to a piece of paper, unable to withstand a single blow. Decisive to kill. 3 words flashed across everyone's mind. It was too ruthless. In such circumstances, unless they were paragons of the immortal, Buddhist, and fiend supersects, any other golden core wouldn't dare to be reckless. With the death of Mo Xiaofeng, there was now no way of reconciliation for both parties. Although everyone was shocked, their gazes remained cold. To them, Xianxia and the other two were severely injured and their combat strength could be ignored, whereas Su Zimo was alone. No matter how strong he was, he could not defend against the combined attacks of so many golden cores. Furthermore, Su Zimo was only at early-stage golden core. The remaining 7 cultivators of Shadowless sect left slowly, delving into the darkness without a trace, as though they had disappeared. Xianxia and Wang Yan glared at the gigantic golden seal with fervent gazes. The fact that an early-stage golden core could produce such terrifying killing power proves that the gigantic seal was extraordinary. If either of them got their hands on it, their combat strength would double at the very least. With the seal, they could definitely dominate everyone when they enter the intermediate ancient battlefield 20 years later and gain fame. "All right," Wang Yan roared into laughter. "Good moves, fellow Taoist. I'm rather impressed. Hand the connate spirit weapon to me first, and I can make the decision to let you join Blaze Columbus Valley, so that you can follow me from now on." Su Zimo smiled with a flash of mockery in his eyes. Wang Yan was not frustrated despite seeing, and shouted with a smile on his face, The wise recognize their circumstances. The situation right now is clear. You're in an irreconcilable situation with Shadowless Sect. At the same time, the cultivators of Stellar Luna Sect want to kill you for your treasure. After a slight pause, Wang Yen declared haughtily, "Right now, I'm the only one that can save you." Wang Yen was making his intentions clear. As long as Su Zimo were to submit to him and hand over the Khanate spirit weapon, he could ensure Su Zimo's survival and would even fight against Shadowless Sect and Stellar Luna Sect. There were more than 20 golden cores on the side of Stellar Luna Sect and 7 left on Shadowless Sect. Although Blaze Columbus Valley only had more than 10 golden cores, Wang Yen was confident that his golden core phenomenon was superior to Xianxia's. "You don't have to worry. Senior Brother Wang is a man of his words and will definitely not renege." "What are you thinking about? You're still hesitating, although Senior Brother Wang recruited you personally and spared your life." A few Blaze Columbus Valley cultivators behind Wang Yen were displeased when they saw that Su Zimo was keeping his silence. In their opinion, if Su Zimo was tactful, he should hand over his Khanate spirit weapon right away and kowtow. "I think you guys are misunderstanding something." A brief moment later, Su Zimo spoke slowly. "Right now, it's not about who can save me. It's about who can save you guys." When Wang Yen heard that, the smile on his face disappeared gradually and his expression darkened. "Fu-fu-fu." Chen Xinyu laughed at the right time and shook his head gently, rubbing his palms together. Interesting. Brother Wang. He doesn't need you to save him, nor does he think highly of Blaze Columbus Valley." Everyone from Blaze Columbus Valley was enraged to begin with. Chen Xinyu's words were akin to adding oil to fire. Damn it! He really doesn't know what's good for him. "Senior Brother Wang, you don't have to do it personally. I'll retrieve his head for you." Blaze Columbus Valley was riled up. Wang Yen did not disagree, merely nodding his head. The golden core that requested to attack turned towards Su Zimo, muttering, "I'll let you die in peace today. I am Tianheng from Blaze Columbus Valley. That way, you'll at least know the name of the person who sent you to hell. It's him. He's also a genius of Blaze Columbus Valley and is definitely ranked top 5 among their golden cores in terms of strength." The crowd from Stellar Luna Sect broke into hushed discussions. Tianheng did not circulate spirit energy, nor did he summon any spirit weapons, merely walking over barehanded. Su Zimo's expression did not change at all as he glanced at Tianheng and understood. All of a sudden, when he was around 10 feet away from Su Zimo, Tianheng increased his speed. There was a boom. Extending his feet, Tianheng stomped on the ground and his blood chi burst forth, like a sharp arrow. He arrived before Su Zimo instantly, and his killing intent was so sharp that it almost materialized. Su Zimo did not move at all, as though he could not react in time. Although Tianheng was at late-stage golden core, he did not underestimate his opponent. He knew that Su Zimo was in possession of a Khanate spirit weapon and was tough to deal with, enough to pose a threat to him. That was the reason why he feigned weakness and only struck when he was close enough. "Prepare to die." With a menacing expression, Tianheng slung his fists onto Su Zimo's head. Sneering coldly, Su Zimo did not dodge nor avoid and instead punched in return against the incoming attack. Snap! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. The bones in Tianheng's palms were shattered and his wrist snapped, revealing white bones. Instantly, cold sweat rolled down. Tianheng's face was already distorted. As for Su Zimo, he did not stop at all, and his punch continued with its momentum after crushing Tianheng's hand. His palm opened up like it wanted to engulf the entire world. A patch of darkness shrouded over Tianheng's head. Su Zimo's palm landed on the top of Tianheng's head and pushed down forcefully. Crack, crack, crack. Tianheng's massive head was pushed right into his chest and the tendons and bones on his neck snapped. He died on the spot, turning into a mist of blood. Tianheng would have never imagined that his foundation and pretense was exposed with a single glance from Su Zimo. More than that, he would not have expected that Su Zimo was almost invincible within 10 feet. To Su Zimo, his actions, calculations, and attacks were akin to a joke. In less than a single round of exchange, Blaze Columbus Valley's Tianheng's corpse was laid on the ground. Almost at the same time, a cold glint appeared behind Su Zimo at his blind spot. Immediately after, a vague shadow appeared on the ground. The cultivators of Shadowless Sect made their move. It was an extremely precise timing, but the only miscalculation was that Tianheng died too quickly. The cicada senses autumn coming before the wind even starts to blow. With the warning from his spirit perception, Su Zimo slapped in reverse without even turning back. His arms swept through the void, thick as the trunk of a primordial divine elephant. A crisp sound exploded in the air and met the incoming long sword. Clang! An ear-piercing sound rang and the sword quivered violently. Right in front of countless gazes, the superior-grade sword that carried the power of a golden core was shattered into shards by Su Zimo's seemingly limp arm, scattering on the ground. Poof! Pointing forward, Su Zimo tapped the glabella of the Shadowless Sect cultivator. A bloodied hole formed. Grisly fresh blood began to flow. Su Zimo's body was way too strong. He could snap a spirit weapon with his palm, and that finger penetrated the bones of that cultivator with ease. In the blink of an eye, 2 more golden cores were dead. As for the massacre, it had only just begun. "How dare you!" Wang Yan hollered, wanting to stop things, but it was too late. Tianheng died too quickly without even lasting a single round. When he witnessed Tianheng's death, Wang Yan was enraged. His eyes seemed like they were burning with fire. "Kill him!" Chen Xinyu waved his hand indifferently. Many golden cores behind the 2 paragons swarmed forward with furious killing intents, attacking in succession. The cultivators that accompanied Wang Yan and Chen Xinyu to the Great Chen ruins were not weaklings in their sects, and there were extremely few early-stage golden cores. Most of them were at mid or late stage. Instantly, sword chi streaked through the air and resplendent light filled the skies. Many flying swords and spirit weapons howled like the wind. Countless spirit arts released terrifying energy shockwaves, causing the spirit chi in the void to fluctuate in chaos. The attacks were everywhere. Su Zimo was situated in the center of the battlefield all alone, similar to a sampan in a raging ocean that could sink at any moment. However, his expression was still calm and composed, as though he could not sense that he was in danger. His black hair swayed gently and 2 beams of divine lights shone from his eyes as he took a deep breath before opening his mouth. "Kill!" His voice was like thunder, shaking the 9 heavens. After cultivating his inner core, Su Zimo's skin, flesh, tendons, bones, marrow and organs underwent yet another transformation. The power of his thunderclap kill rose as well. That single howl was akin to an ancient demon's howl. Arriving suddenly, the underground palace trembled as dust fell endlessly. The Shadowless Sect cultivators that were initially hiding in the darkness with the help of blind spots and the environment shuddered, revealing themselves. The cultivator closest to Su Zimo had a pained expression and his features were contorted. Bending over, he clutched both ears and blood seeped through the gaps in his fingers. Su Zimo's howl ruptured that person's eardrums right away. All the flying swords, spirit weapons, and even spirit arts that were directed towards Su Zimo paused for a split second. That single second might not have amounted to much for anyone else. However, in this battlefield, it was the difference between life and death for some cultivators. In a flash, Su Zimo lunged towards the Shadowless Sect cultivator closest to him. Seizing the opportunity while that person was stunned by thunderclap kill and had yet to react, he leaped up and tapped the front of his feet on that person's head gently. Snap! That person's head split into pieces and he died on the spot. Using that person's head as a support, Su Zimo changed directions rapidly and arrived before another Shadowless Sect cultivator. That cultivator was shocked and could not react in time at all. He had just raised his arms when Su Zimo's punch had already landed on his chest. Poof! That person's chest caved in and protruded out from his back. His body was penetrated by a single punch from Su Zimo and he fell forward stiffly. Blood gushed out from the gaping hole and his gaze dimmed. It was clear that he could not survive. Rise! At the same time, Su Zimo's eyes lit up and he waved his sleeves. Not far away, The coiling dragon seal rose from the ground and illuminated with a blinding golden light. With a resounding bang, it looked like a gigantic mountain with a gigantic dragon coiling around it, hovering in midair. Swoosh! Su Zimo controlled the coiling dragon seal and directed it to smash towards some stellar Luna sect cultivators on the opposite end. Poof! 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 The 3 golden cores would not withstand the smash of the coiling dragon seal at all, and were crushed. The superior-grade spirit weapons in their hands broke into shards as well. Many cultivators were shocked. Although that frail scholar was only at early-stage golden core, his physique was terrifyingly strong, as was his melee combat skills. Decisive with clean actions, every single move from him was lethal without any hesitance. It would almost be impossible for one to escape death the moment he closed in. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 golden cores died in the hands of Su Zimo. Humph! Qian Sinyu's expression turned terrible when he saw the consecutive deaths of his sect mates. In his opinion, it was extremely easy to deal with an early-stage golden core like Su Zimo, even if the latter had a connate spirit weapon in his possession. After all, even if Su Zimo had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to defend against more than 10 golden cores attacking him at the same time. However, as time passed by, be it Qian Sinyu or Wang Yan, both of them felt things getting troublesome. This Su Zimo was much more frightening than they had imagined. He was extremely strong in melee combat and had unusual movement techniques. Shuttling through the crowd with a pair of spirit wings, no one could injure him at all. A while later, it was the 3 sects that was suffering immense losses, with golden cores falling one after another instead. If this continued, all their fellow sect mates would be massacred by Su Zimo before the 2 of them had their chance to attack. In reality, the reason why both Qian Sinyu and Wang Yan did not strike immediately was because they were wary of one another. Both of them expected an immense battle to break out between Stellar Luna Sect and Blaze Columbus Valley after Su Zimo's death. They were not only fighting for the medicinal field here, but the connate spirit weapon as well. Both of them were guarding against the other. But now, the way the situation unfolded had gone beyond their expectations. Narrowing his gaze, Qian Sinyu suddenly said, "Brother Wang, there's no need for us to continue wearing each other down as such." "Oh? What do you mean?" Wang Yan asked instead. "Let's join hands and kill this person first. As for the connate spirit weapon and medicinal field, we'll make a decision for it later." Qian Sinyu replied with a deep voice. "All right." The moment he replied, the 2 of them attacked together with a tacit understanding. Meteor fall. Qian Sinyu shifted his fingers and pointed forward, shouting softly while channeling his spirit perception. Spirit chi gathered towards Qian Sinyu's fingertip continuously. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a gigantic meteor hovered before Qian Sinyu and crashed down towards Su Zimo's head. The meteor descended at a terrifying speed and was even blazing with flames on its surface, letting out a frightening might that threatened to pierce the vast lands. Su Zimo was expressionless and slapped his storage bag. Instantly, 18 supreme-grade flying swords appeared before him. With his control, 18 flying swords streaked horizontally, leaving streams of sword chi and a piercing frost. Clang! Clang! The 18 flying swords buzzed and quivered, swiftly forming a sword formation that resembled a blazing sun. It spun continuously and surged towards the incoming meteor. Boom! The meteor collided against the sword formation with a loud bang. The collision of the 2 opposing powers caused a massive energy light wave to spread out in all directions. The aftershock of that power was extremely terrifying, surging towards the medicinal field in the distance. The 10,000-year vermilion fruit that was in the center swayed, letting out an invisible energy that caused the aftershock to dissipate. Clang! 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 The sword formation engulfed the meteor and slashed it repeatedly, leaving countless scars behind. After a brief pause, the meteor exploded. No longer able to sustain, the candlelight sword formation fell apart as well. Qian Sinyu's expression was grim when he saw that. That spirit art could be considered as Stellar Luna Sect's killing move. Its true power did not lie in the moment the meteor landed, but the terrifying power that was released during its final explosion. Any cultivator that did not notice that would definitely be severely injured by the explosion of the meteor. Unfortunately, that spirit art was blocked by the candlelight sword formation and the meteor fragments could not get close at all, let alone injure Su Zimo. Wang Yan's fingertips danced the moment Qian Xinyu attacked, conjuring a spirit art that heated up the surroundings instantly. Flame spear! He shouted, and a long spear condensed in the void before him, blazing with raring flames. The spear was red from the heat and burned with a crystalline luster. Go! Surging forward, the flaming spear emitted a heat wave that caused the air to sizzle. Su Zimo channeled his bloodline while controlling his candlelight sword formation to defend against Qian Xinyu's meteor fall. The power of thunder that was hidden in Su Zimo's bloodline sizzled in his palms, forming an electric spear that was blinding. Boom! The two different powers of thunder and fire collided and let out a resounding bang. Although Su Zimo was 2 cultivation realms below Wang Yan, he achieved the legendary Extreme Foundation Establishment realm. Even at early-stage Golden Core, he was not inferior to late-stage Golden Cores in terms of strength. Furthermore, that Thunder Spear was created from the Void Thunder Manual. The Void Thunder Manual was a mental secret skill that was compiled from the Thunder Emperor's lifelong learning. Although there was only a single remnant page, the power it contained was unimaginable. The flaming and thunder spear clashed. Lightning flashed everywhere and sparks flew. In that collision, Wang Yan did not gain any advantages and was instead being pushed back. While defending against the attacks of the 2 paragons, Wang Yan and Qian Xinyu, Su Zimo channeled his coiling dragon seal and smashed it towards the crowd. Tragic shrieks sounded as a blood mist spread through the palace. When he was at Extreme Foundation Establishment realm, Su Zimo could already kill early and mid-stage golden cores with his coiling dragon seal. Now that he had formed his core and was able to release the full power of the coiling dragon seal, coupled with the terrifying power of the golden core realm itself, no ordinary golden core could withstand the might of the coiling dragon seal. Even if there were any golden cores that could conjure golden core phenomenons, they could only survive by a bare margin. Against the repeated collision and suppression of the coiling dragon seal, the golden core phenomenons of the golden cores could not hold out at all and broke apart. Not only did Wang Yan and Qian Xinyu fail to control Su Zimo after attacking, cultivators of the 3 sects were falling apart instead. Brother Wang, let's not hold back anymore at a moment like this. Qian Xinyu's gaze was grim as he said with grit teeth. Wang Yan's expression was solemn and his gaze flashed fiercely. In reality, although the both of them attacked, they had yet to use their full strength and were still wary against the other. For golden cores, golden core phenomenons were their greatest killing moves. However, they could not release their golden core phenomenons repeatedly within a short period of time. Between Wang Yan and Qian Xinyu, if either of them were to release their golden core phenomenons first, the power of their phenomenons would weaken after Su Zimo was dead, and that was equivalent to them losing an ace up their sleeves. At that time, they would definitely be disadvantaged in the fight for the Khanate spirit weapon and medicinal field. Therefore, although the 2 of them joined the fray on the surface, they were still mindful of one another and hiding tricks up their sleeves. But now that the cultivators of their sects were dead and gravely injured, they would most likely be the only 2 remaining if this continued. Both of them could not hold out for much longer. All right. Wang Yan's eyes flashed with a look of resolve as he said deeply, "Let's join hands and release our golden core phenomenons to kill this lad first." Completely agreed. Qian Xinyu nodded. The 2 of them exchanged glances and circulated the power of their golden cores tacitly, releasing their golden core phenomenons. It was rare for 2 paragons of different sects to have such a chemistry at this moment. Although neither of them said it, both of them knew in their hearts that they were already feeling pressure against the frightening combat strength displayed by Su Zimo. Golden Core Phenomenon. Solar Luna Stellar Lumen. Qian Xinyu's eyes flashed like the dazzling stars of the night. A sky seemed to appear above him with a gigantic moon and stars dotted everywhere, spilling endless starlight. Although it looked mysterious, it possessed a shocking killing intent and let out a shuddering energy shockwave. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. The Solar Luna Stellar Lumen was ranked 92 on the previous phenomenon ranking. It was created by harmonizing with the moon and countless stars while forming a core. By comprehending the sun, moon, and communicating with the stellar powers, the phenomenon was formed. While it was not created by an ancient mighty figure, its might was still extraordinary. Up till this point of his cultivation, this was the first time that Su Zimo was witnessing a truly strong golden core phenomenon. Although it was ranked near the end of the phenomenon ranking, the might of the solar lunistellar lumen was already enough for him to feel threatened. Golden core, raging city blaze. An ancient city appeared behind Wang Yan, majestic and grand, shocking as though it had arrived after reversing through time. Immediately after, raging flames blazed through the ancient city. The city walls were burned red and countless living beings struggled, wailed and cried in the flames. The entire city had transformed into a burning hell. Raging City Blaze was ranked 89 on the previous phenomenon ranking and was created by an ancient mighty figure. In his youth, the man encountered a catastrophe where a city was caught in a major battle between cultivators and burned with true fire, causing millions of living beings to be turned into ashes. That ancient mighty figure managed to scrape through death, and as fate would have it, he was saved by a cultivator who was passing by the ruins. The flames engulfed him and left him in wrenching pain worse than death. Later on, that man cultivated with great determination, and when he finally formed his core, he recalled that scene from his younger days. Instantly, a raging flame surged through his heart, and a phenomenon was formed alongside his successful core formation. Even Chen Sinyu's solar lunistellar lumen dimmed in comparison when Raging City Blaze arrived. Raging City Blaze did not only contain the might of the flames, but also an eternal vengeance and hatred from this ancient mighty figure of the past. When he saw the two golden core phenomenons, Li Ziyue's expression turned pale. Golden core phenomenons varied in strength. Within the territory of Great Zhou, his ethereal sword rain was also considered as a famous golden core phenomenon. However, it was completely worthless against those two golden core phenomenons. Even if he could release it right now, it would most likely break apart instantly. The arrival of the two golden core phenomenons caused the entire underground palace to quake. Standing in midair, Chen Xinyu strode between the solar lunistellar lumen towards Su Zimo with a cold expression, saying slowly, "It's time to end things." Scoffing coldly, Su Zimo waved his sleeves and swept up the coiling dragon seal, smashing it fiercely towards Chen Xinyu. Bang! 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 The coiling dragon seal was struck by endless starlight in midair, unable to close in. Wang Yan strode forward. The ancient city behind him that raged with flames smashed towards the gigantic seal with a swiveling divine dragon in midair. Boom! The golden core phenomenon of the raging city blaze merely shuddered for a brief moment against the incoming coiling dragon seal, and its strength did not diminish at all. Su Zimo summoned the coiling dragon seal back expressionlessly. When he saw that, Wang Yan reared his head in laughter. Lad, although a connate spirit weapon is good, it's still an external object at the end of the day. Golden core phenomenons are the true core methods for golden cores. Prepare to die. The remaining more than 10 cultivators soared into the air one after another, summoning their spirit weapons and arts before charging in once more. The arrival of the two great golden core phenomenons, solar lunistellar lumen and raging city blaze, coupled with the full strength attack of more than 10 golden cores, released a shuddering energy shockwave. Xianyi's expression changed starkly as he shouted, "Zimo, run! Don't care about us." "That's right. Hurry and leave or it'll be too late," Li Ziyue yelled as well. In Xianyi's opinion, Su Zimo had just formed his core. Even if he managed to cultivate a golden core phenomenon, he would definitely not be able to defend against the charge of two great phenomenons. However, Xianyi believed that with Su Zimo's strength, there was a high chance that he could get out alive if he used his full strength to escape. Golden core phenomenon? Su Zimo smiled coldly with a proud demeanor. When he was fighting with the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile beneath the underground palace earlier on, he released the primordial soaring serpent phenomenon and was unable to release it again yet. However, he had another golden core phenomenon. Su Zimo was unmoved against the suppression of two great phenomenons and his green robes swayed while his eyes lit up with a bedazzling glint. Boom! The skies that were initially filled with a gigantic moon and countless stars transformed in the blink of an eye, filled with dark clouds and the rumbling of thunder. Qian Sinyu's expression changed. Wang Yan frowned as well with a grim expression, murmuring in confusion, "A golden core phenomenon?" Before it was fully released, that golden core phenomenon had already affected Qian Sinyu's solar lunistellar lumen. What sort of a golden core phenomenon would possess such terrifying might? Bang! Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the skies collapsed and destructive torrents surged down. Countless meteors descended and the ground quaked while living beings cried endlessly. It was the scene of an apocalypse. Instantly, the starlight dimmed. Qian Sinyu's solar lunistellar lumen was showing signs of dispersing. With a pale expression, Qian Sinyu circulated his golden core's power furiously to sustain the golden core phenomenon and control the situation. The torrents that were spilling from the skies spewed towards the ancient city raging with flames. Shing! A piercing sound rang and smoke billowed. More than half of the raging flames were extinguished. Fire and water intertwined and the ancient city was about to be destroyed, drowned by the torrents. That's impossible. Wang Yan's eyes widened with a raging flare as he growled deeply. What sort of a golden core phenomenon is that? I've never even heard of it before. There's no way it can take down my raging city blaze. In reality, the reason why he could not identify the origin of Su Zimo's golden core phenomenon was because the true form and might of the phenomenon had yet to present itself. Although it was only the tip of the iceberg, the two golden core phenomenons listed on the phenomenon ranking, solar lunistellar lumen and raging city blaze, were already unable to hold out. Countless spirit weapons turned into streaks of light that tore through the air with a chilling killing intent. Before they could get close to Su Zimo, the speed of the spirit weapons slowed down and they showed themselves, trembling endlessly while buzzing. The spirit weapons were suppressed by the power of the mighty phenomenon and could not close in. Bang! 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 Meteors fell in swift succession. The spirit weapons were crushed into dust. Surging torrents drowned figures one after another. No one could escape the terrifying strength of the apocalypse, no matter how they struggled. It was a shocking scene. Xianyi and the other two were rooted to the ground, dumbfounded. They expected that Su Zimo would probably cultivate a mighty golden core phenomenon, but none of them thought that it would be this terrifying. At that moment, nobody realized that the true terror was still awaiting. On the battlefield, almost at the same time, Wang Yan and Qian Sinyu swiped their storage bags and grabbed a bunch of elixirs, stuffing it into their mouths. Both of them were experienced and could tell that Su Zimo was in a bad condition with weak blood qi and depleting spirit energy. As long as they persevered, they would definitely be able to kill Su Zimo. Humph! Sneering coldly, Su Zimo's golden core moved slowly. Between the world, an incomparably huge ancient demon came into view, emanating a terrifying aura. Its limbs were akin to heavenly piercing pillars, and it stood amidst the raging currents, suppressing the raging tides. Its resolute shell held up the shattered heavens and defended the 8 desolates against the raining meteors. That is... Blood drained from the faces of Wang Yan and Qian Sinyu as fear filled their eyes. Could that be... It's a primordial divine turtle. Both of them gasped and exclaimed. That golden core phenomenon was not listed on the previous phenomenon ranking. However, that did not mean that the primordial divine turtle was not powerful enough. The phenomenon ranking had clear records that when it was established, the golden core phenomenons of the divine turtle and soaring serpent were listed among the top 10 of the ranking. But they were lost by now. To think that an ancient and mighty golden core phenomenon as such would be reborn once more. Furthermore, it was already demonstrating an incomparable might the moment it was released. The green-robed scholar stood on the divine turtle's shell with his hands behind his back. Despite the raging currents beneath and raining meteors above, his expression remained calm as ever, as though he was a divine being that was looking down on all life. His black hair danced and his robes fluttered. A bright glint shone from his pupils and his aura was so formidable that it could suppress everything in the world. How could someone as such be defeated? Merely by standing quietly, Wang Yan and Chen Xinyu already felt a sense of defeat against that man. There was no way they could surpass his unstoppable aura. The divine turtle roared into the heavens, and its eyes shone with a domineering divine light. Crack, crack, crack. Both Wang Yan and Chen Xinyu's golden core phenomenons dispersed at almost the same time. Their figures fell and they spat out a mouthful of blood each. There were some golden cores from the three sects that managed to avoid the raging currents and raining meteors. However, at that moment, it seemed as though they were restrained by some mysterious power. With a bang, all of them turned into blood mists, dying with no corpse remaining. Up till this point of the battle, the remaining more than 10 golden cores of the three sects fell as well, leaving only Wang Yan and Chen Xinyu. Turning around, Wang Yan crushed a protection talisman that turned into a layer of light barrier. Snap! Snap! Against the impact of the divine turtle phenomenon, the light barrier broke apart and sounds of cracking echoed. Using that momentary respite, Wang Yan conjured a hand seal and bit his tongue gently, spraying a stream of essence blood into the air. Instantly, Wang Yan's aura turned extremely weak after that mouthful of essence blood was spat out. Swoosh! His essence blood blazed with flames. With a leap, Wang Yan jumped into the flames, and he turned into a scarlet streak of light that shot towards the exit of the underground palace at an astonishing speed. That was Blaze Columbus Valley's flame escape technique. It consumed a mouthful of the cultivator's essence blood and hurt their cores. This was something that they would never use unless they had no other choice. And right now, Wang Yan could not care about anything anymore. On the other end, Chen Xinyu withdrew a protection talisman and crushed it as well. Immediately after, he withdrew an elixir that was the size of a longan from his storage bag and clenched his teeth, biting into it. The elixir melted instantly and Chen Xinyu's initially dried-up spirit energy surged once more. His injuries were temporarily suppressed and he was invigorated. That elixir was extremely precious and was considered as one of the rarest grade 3 elixirs, Berserk Elixir. After consumption, cultivators are extremely invigorated and can temporarily ignore their injuries while receiving a massive boost in their combat strength. After consuming the Berserk Elixir, the first thing on Chen Xinyu's mind was not to continue fighting against Suzimo, but to turn around and escape. He did not care for the Khanate spirit weapon or medicinal field anymore. What's most important was for him to survive. In the Tianhuang North region, the strength of Stellar Lunasect and Blaze Columbus Valley was above Ethereal Peak. As the paragons of those two sects, Wang Yan and Chen Xinyu had survival methods and were difficult to kill in the first place. Furthermore, Suzimo was severely injured by the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile in the underground cave and was now battling with heavy injuries. Chen Xinyu and Wang Yan escaped frantically, and Suzimo's golden core phenomenon was already unable to hold out, fading gradually while his golden core throbbed in pain. That was a sign that his spirit energy was being pushed to its limits. Suzimo was filled with killing intent and a fierce gaze. He must not let the two of them escape. If they got out, the location of the medicinal field would definitely be leaked out. The 10,000-year vermilion fruit would only ripen in another month, and that would add too many variables as to who would get their hands on it eventually. The killing intent in Suzimo's heart rose. Devouring a spirit regeneration elixir, he leaped into the air and pursued Chen Xinyu and Wang Yan, who were scurrying to escape. Although he was severely injured and his spirit energy was depleted, with the burst of his bloodline and the help of his ethereal wings, Suzimo's speed was still frighteningly fast. Chen Xinyu and Wang Yan did not leave Suzimo's line of sight the entire time. Using flame escape, Wang Yan was the first to rush out of the underground palace. He was followed by Chen Xinyu and Suzimo was right behind. By now, Suzimo was already close to catching up to Chen Xinyu. Sensing an evil gust of wind behind him, Chen Xinyu turned back and was scared out of his wits. The both of them were less than 10 feet apart. With a pale expression, Chen Xinyu commented with a dark gaze, "Fellow Taoist, I've already given up on trying to fight for the medicinal field. There's no need for you to hunt me down ruthlessly, right? How about letting me live?" "Hunt you down ruthlessly?" Su Zimo sneered and asked instead, "Have you considered letting me live earlier on?" "You!" Chen Xinyu was speechless. Snarling, Su Zimo continued, "It's too late to beg for mercy now." Chen Xinyu was injured by the divine turtle phenomenon after all, and his condition was getting worse as he sprinted. A trickle of blood was dripping from the corners of his mouth. "Don't force me." Chen Xinyu's eyes flashed with lunacy as he shouted while panting, "It won't be good for you either if we really fall out. How dare you threaten me still?" Su Zimo's killing intent was sharp as he remarked frostily, "I'll kill you first." In his life, Su Zimo hated to be threatened. Chen Xinyu's words sealed the nail on his coffin. When he sensed Su Zimo's killing intent, Chen Xinyu knew that he was doomed and yelled from the depths of his throat, "There's a 10,000-year-old medicinal field here and a 10,000-year vermilion fruit that's about to ripen." Chen Xinyu used almost all of his strength with that shout. All the cultivators in the vicinity of the Great Chen ruins moved with his voice. In reality, even without Chen Xinyu's shout, there were already some cultivators that noticed the activity in the depths of the palace and were rushing over. Some of their movements were already heard by Su Zimo. There were also cultivators appearing in his line of sight. He could not let things drag on anymore. With a cold gaze, Su Zimo slapped his storage bag and withdrew a moon-white gigantic bow. Pausing in his tracks, he loaded the bow and aimed at Chen Xinyu's back. Whoosh! 5 spirit patterns shone on the moon-white gigantic bow brightly. If anyone focused their attention, they would vaguely see that there was a 6th spirit pattern on the bow. However, that 6th spirit pattern had not formed and materialized completely. It was the quasi-connate spirit weapon, Moon Concealment Bow. Channeling his bloodline, Su Zimo drew the bow with a shocking divine power as though he was hugging a full moon. Shoo! A sharp arrow tore through the air at an extremely fast speed, arriving instantly like a flash of lightning. Chen Xinyu felt the killing intent behind him as well. Without even turning back, he crushed a protection talisman right away and dodged to the side with all his might. Eft! A flash of blood appeared. Even so, Chen Xinyu was still a step slower and his right chest was penetrated by Su Zimo's arrow, causing blood to spurt out. There was no way of withstanding the might of the Moon Concealment Bow unless he was using a top-tier protection talisman. That arrow did not pierce Chen Xinyu's heart. However, his lung was pierced and the tremendous force ripped his lung apart, almost rupturing his other organs as well. Chen Xinyu let out a weird sound as though his throat was a windpipe that was leaking air. "Even if you kill me, you won't be able to survive." Fresh blood was being coughed out of Chen Xinyu's mouth as his eyes turned bloodshot. Although he could struggle to stand in midair, he could not survive for much longer. Shoo! 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 There was a loud sound of arrows piercing through the air. A series of dark lights shot into Chen Xinyu's body. The chase had already led the two of them away from the forbidden grounds of the palace, and they were now outside. Not far away, a pair of archers patrolling the palace fired more than 10 malevolent arrows, almost riddling Chen Xinyu's entire body with holes. Bang! Chen Xinyu's body exploded and he turned into a blood mist that spread out in midair. The golden core paragon of stellar lunisect was buried in the great Chen ruins. Wang Yan had already fled far away using flame escape and was almost out of Su Zimo's line of sight. There were ways for Su Zimo to kill Wang Yan as well. If he were to release blood escape, he would definitely be able to catch up to Wang Yan. Otherwise, if Su Zimo were to circulate his inner core and burst forth with his blood qi, he could receive a boost in speed and hunt down Wang Yan with his demon form. In that case, Wang Yan would almost definitely be dead as well. But now, there were already more and more cultivators rushing over to where he was. Those two methods were both inappropriate. Furthermore, if Su Zimo were to continue chasing, it would mean leaving Xian Yi and the other two alone in the underground palace. Given their severe injuries, they could meet with danger at any moment. More than 10 archers in the palace turned their sights towards Su Zimo and started drawing their bows in unison, prepared to attack once more. After a moment of contemplation, Su Zimo decided to retreat to the forbidden grounds of the palace and turned around, speeding in the direction of the underground palace. Before he arrived at the entrance, he already caught sight of multiple cultivators swarming towards the underground palace. The remark that Xianxia shouted prior to his death had still attracted quite a bit of trouble. "All of you, get lost!" Before he arrived, Su Zimo sprinted over and shouted like a god of war, his black hair swaying while his gaze burned. Xianyi and the other two were severely injured in the underground palace. Su Zimo would definitely not allow the three of them to be met with danger. "Humph, the treasures of the world belong to the strong. Who are you to stop us?" Someone swept his gaze at Su Zimo and sneered after seeing that the latter was only at early-stage Golden Core realm. Without saying anything more, Su Zimo raised the moon concealment bow in his hands and fired an arrow. Shoo! Poof! A dark light streaked by and that person's throat was pierced, dying on the spot without making a sound. Perfect spirit weapon? No, there seems to be a sixth spirit pattern that's almost forming. That's a quasi-connate spirit weapon. Insolent. When someone saw the moon concealment bow in Su Zimo's hands, greed filled his eyes as he hollered, "Unknown demon! How dare you act so insolently here?" Su Zimo scoffed coldly and loaded an arrow. Shoo! Poof! A flash of blood appeared. Yet another golden core fell from midair. 2 consecutive arrows murdered 2 golden cores one after another. Su Zimo's torrential ferocity was absolute and stunned almost all the cultivators present instantly. Who is this man? How is he so domineering? I don't know, but I think I saw him shoot the paragon of stellar lunisect, Xianxia, to death earlier on. What? Many cultivators were shocked. Xianxia had cultivated solar lunastellar lumen, the 92nd rank of the previous phenomenon ranking, and was a famous paragon of the Tianhuang North region. To think that he would be slain in the Great Chen ruins. He's only at early-stage Golden Core realm with a bow. Even if the bow is a quasi-connate spirit weapon, can he defend against so many of us? Someone hollered with a cold expression. The meaning of that Golden Core was clear. He wanted to turn Su Zimo into everyone's target. Heh! Smirking, Su Zimo turned towards that person and said coldly, "Of course, I can't defend against everyone with a single bow, but it's more than enough to kill you." Raising his moon concealment bow, Su Zimo drew the bowstring. Splash! His bloodlines surged with a torrential might, akin to raging tsunamis. Many cultivators were shocked. "Tsunami blood!" some cultivators exclaimed. Squeak, squeak! The bowstring quivered and was gradually drawn, letting out a squeaking sound. The moon concealment bow was not heavy by itself, but one would not be able to draw its bowstring unless they possessed shocking divine might. That was also the reason why the killing power of the moon concealment bow was so terrifying. A single arrow that was shot out did not only possess the might of the quasi-connate moon concealment bow itself, but also the burst of the bloodline that was used to draw the bowstring. An arrow tore through the air with a tremendous might at lightning speed. The moon shone brightly up in the night skies. As though it was sucked in by some mysterious power, moonlight streamed into Su Zimo's embrace continuously, letting out a shuddering energy shockwave. Su Zimo looked like he was hugging a full moon. The cultivator that spoke and was now targeted by the moon concealment bow felt his hairs stand on end and gasped. In fact, he saw a hallucination from the depths of his heart. There was no way for him to avoid that arrow at all. Instantly, cold sweat poured down from his forehead. The sweat trickled into that man's eyes, but he did not dare to blink at all. He was afraid that he would never open his eyes again after blinking. His line of sight was turning blurry after being covered by sweat. Su Zimo's figure seemed like it had already vanished, leaving only a full moon in midair with a chilling killing intent. Buzz! Su Zimo released his fingertip and the bowstring quivered violently. A divine light burst forth and delved into the voids. The pupils of that golden core constricted fiercely. Just as he withdrew a defensive spirit weapon from his storage bag, his chest was pierced by an arrow with blood gushing out. That person fell from midair and died on the spot. Fast. It was too fast. Although he was mentally prepared, he could not dodge it at all. This man is so ruthless and evil in his ways. He's definitely someone of the fiend sections. Cultivators, let's work together and kill an evildoer like him. Another cultivator yelled. There was no distinction of right or wrong and immortals or fiends in the Great Qian ruins. The reason why the cultivators harbored killing intents towards Su Zimo was because of the medicinal field, the 10,000-year vermilion fruit and the moon concealment bow in his hands. You just want to kill me for my treasures. Why do you have to look for some self-righteous excuse? Su Zimo was clear about the situation and did not waste time exchanging nonsense with the cultivators. With a sneer, he drew his bowstring once more. Another divine light flashed. Bang! The golden core that yelled exploded in midair, turning into a mist of blood after being penetrated by that arrow. He did not have time to react and was dead without a corpse. Shoo! The fifth arrow. A golden core that was charging over held an intricate mountain peak in his palm, and he summoned it instantly. Go! The mountain peak expanded rapidly and shone with a bright light, blocking in front of that person with a majestic aura. Boom! A deafening noise echoed. That mountain peak was pierced by the moon concealment bow's arrow and exploded on the spot. The golden core that was hiding behind it was struck by countless debris, and his tendons and bones were broken, coughing huge mouthfuls of blood. His gaze dimmed and he fell from midair. That superior-grade defensive spirit weapon was destroyed by a single arrow from the moon concealment bow. Shoo! The sixth arrow. It tore through the air and emitted an endless killing intent. Golden core phenomenon, sand pagoda. A golden core hollered with a sharp gaze. The power of phenomenon surged and an endless sandstorm raged before that person, transforming into a towering pagoda in the blink of an eye. Poof! The arrow was extremely sharp and pierced the sand pagoda with an unparalleled power. A bowl-sized hole appeared on the pagoda with cracks spreading out like a turtle's shell. Even so, the arrow used up all its power and fell weakly, buried in the sandstorm. The golden core was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. Finally, he took a deep breath of relief and could not help but rear his head in laughter. As long as his towering sand pagoda could defend against Su Zimo's moon concealment bow, it meant that Su Zimo would not be able to break his golden core phenomenon. After all, the sand pagoda possessed regeneration capabilities. As long as his spirit energy was not depleted, the endless sandstorm would surge in and repair the damage on the sand pagoda, closing that massive arrow hole on its body. Buzz! There was another sound of a gentle bowstring flick. That person's laugh came to an end. The seventh arrow was shot. It pierced through the bowl-sized arrow hole that had yet to close fully, turning into a dark streak of light and entering that person's mouth. The person's head was penetrated and he fell stiffly, causing the entire sand pagoda to collapse. 7 consecutive arrows. 6 golden cores died one after another as blood stained the skies. Among them, there was even a cultivator with a golden core phenomenon that was killed with 2 arrows. A group of cultivators that were initially charging over were stunned. Although they were swarming forward together and could kill that scholarly green-robed cultivator, who could defend against his arrows in that period of time. None of them wanted to be the next dead person against the moon concealment bow. Poof! The 8th arrow flew. A stream of blood spurted and the golden core right at the front was dead. The massacre was continuing. Su Zimo did not hesitate at all and was decisive to kill. With a resolute gaze and a cold expression, he repeated the same actions continuously, arching the bow, loading an arrow and aiming to kill. In reality, he was in an extremely bad condition. He did not have time to rest at all after being severely injured by the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile in the underground cave and fought the cultivators of the 3 sects immediately after. After that intense battle, Su Zimo's spirit energy was already dried up. Even if his spirit energy was full right now, he had just released the divine turtle and soaring serpent phenomenons earlier on and could not release another golden core phenomenon in a short interval. Therefore, Su Zimo had to maintain an aggressive stance to suppress and kill everything so that he could shock everyone. The shimmer of the moon concealment bow shone repeatedly, and the bow quivered, letting off a haunting sound. With every single sound, there was bound to be a dead golden core. Su Zimo stood in midair with his black hair dancing and a sharp gaze. emitting a cold, killing intent. He was like a murderous fiend celestial that gave off a shuddering aura. In the blink of an eye, there were already more than 20 corpses on the ground. Gradually, cultivators at the back started dispersing. An atmosphere of fear infected the crowd rapidly. More and more cultivators at the back retreated. Nobody was willing to rush in front and be murdered by that merciless green-robed fiend celestial. Many cultivators retreated one after another at the back and had already created a distance with Su Zimo in the blink of an eye. Everyone watched from afar, not daring to advance. Even so, none of them left. The entrance of the underground palace that was buried for 10,000 years was exposed and everyone wanted to explore it. Sneering internally, Su Zimo put away the moon concealment bow and entered the underground palace once more in a flash. Sprinting the entire time, he arrived at the medicinal field before long. "Zimo, are you all right?" Xianxia and the other two hurried over when they saw Su Zimo return. All of them were severely injured and did not have the chance to do anything for the previous battle. Now that they had rested for a while and consumed a few elixirs, Xianxia and the others recovered some stamina and their injuries were stable for the moment too. Seeing that they were in acceptable conditions, Su Zimo said darkly, "We can't stay here for too long. Let's take away the spirit herbs in this medicinal field and leave the Great Qian ruins as soon as possible." Wang Yan had already escaped. There were many more cultivators surrounding outside and even more were gathering towards them. This underground palace could not remain hidden. There was another month to go before the 10,000-year vermilion fruit ripened. A storm was bound to break out in the north region within this month, and many more golden cores would be attracted towards the Great Qian ruins, making the situation even more complicated. Any single misstep could cause them to die here. Even Su Zimo could not dare to guarantee that he could escape unscathed, let alone Xianxia and the other two. Xianxia and the other two agreed. The four of them split up and took away the spirit herbs in the medicinal field, keeping as much as possible in their storage bags. During this period of time, Su Zimo consumed a stalk of blood ginseng and a scarlet flame fruit directly, leaving Xianxia and the other two dumbfounded. There were many spirit herbs that could not be consumed directly. That was because their medicinal powers and energies were too intense and often required other spirit herbs to moderate their effects. It was the first time that the three of them were witnessing someone consume the blood ginseng and scarlet flame fruit directly. "Zimo, is your body going to be fine consuming them as such?" Xianxia could not help but ask. "Ugh." Burping, Su Zimo released a heat wave with a blood stench from his mouth. "It's fine. They taste rather all right." He sucked his lips with a relaxed expression. Ordinary golden cores would truly not be able to withstand the blood ginseng and scarlet flame fruit. However, Su Zimo cultivated both as an immortal and demon and had formed a core for both Daos. His blood qi and physique was terrifyingly strong and could absorb the energy of both spirit herbs completely. Right now, he was severely injured and his spirit energy was depleted while his blood qi was weak. The most direct method for him would be to consume the spirit herbs directly. After devouring the blood ginseng and scarlet flame fruit, Su Zimo's bloodlines circulated violently and absorbed the energies of the two different spirit herbs continuously, coupled with his body's strong regeneration capabilities. His condition was getting increasingly better. When he saw that it was working, Su Zimo continued consuming spirit herbs as he collected them. It did not matter how they tasted, how tough they were, or whether they had shells. He munched on them and ate everything. Li Ziyue broke out in sweat looking at Su Zimo. He had a hallucination. Su Zimo did not seem like he was human. Instead, he was like an ancient demon that was extremely hungry, grabbing food greedily. Although he sensed the strange gazes of Xianxia and the other two, Su Zimo did not stop. They were surrounded by strong foes outside. This was the only way for him to recover in the fastest possible time. Before long, Su Zimo and the other three collected most of the spirit herbs in the medicinal field other than those that were nearby the vermilion fruit. Prior to this, Su Zimo had instructed Xianxia and the other two to not get close to the vermilion fruit no matter what. At that moment, Li Ziyue was a little reluctant to let those spirit herbs go to waste and could not help but inch forward, wanting to collect them. However, he was held back by Su Zimo. "Don't go." Su Zimo had a grim expression and frowned slightly, saying with a soft voice, "The vermilion fruit has already started absorbing." Instead of a great tonic, an unripened vermilion fruit possessed immense poison. Before it was ripe, the vermilion fruit would absorb all the life essence of nearby living beings, whether they were humans or demons. A surging heat wave started spreading. The first to be implicated were the many spirit herbs in the vicinity of the vermilion fruit. Under the shroud of that aura, the spirit herbs withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 10 breaths, many spirit herbs turned into ashes. When he saw that, Li Ziyue gulped and felt a sense of trepidation. If Su Zimo had not held him back earlier on, he would be engulfed by that heat wave when he charged forward and would most likely be doomed. "Let's leave this place first." After consuming many spirit herbs, Su Zimo was clearly in a much better condition, looking refreshed with rosy cheeks. After leaving the underground palace, Su Zimo ignored all the other cultivators and headed in the direction to exit the ruins along with Xianxia and the other two. Xianxia and the other two were still carrying injuries that had yet to heal, and it was not convenient for them to battle. Su Zimo did not barge through the palace. Instead, he made use of his powerful vision, hearing and spirit perception to avoid the patrol of the otherworldly soldiers, leading the other three to leave the palace stealthily. Outside the palace, countless malevolent ghosts swarmed over when they sensed the stench of blood from Xianxia and the other two. A sinister wind gusted and specters surrounded them. However, before long, the malevolent ghosts were scared out of their wits and dispersed when they caught sight of the green-robed cultivator at the front, never appearing again. Su Zimo only stopped when he led Xianxia and the other two outside the Great Chen ruins. At that moment, daybreak was slowly arriving on the horizons. A resplendent ray of light spilled onto the ruins, making it seem desolate and mysterious. Su Zimo turned back and surveyed the ruins for a short moment before nodding. "No one's following us anymore. Peak Master Xianxia, the three of you can leave from here. Head straight back to the sect and don't stop." Along the way, Su Zimo made use of his moon concealment bow and killed many cultivators that were following them. Gradually, the cultivators realized that they could not hide their tracks from Su Zimo's senses and wisely chose to give up. "Zimo, you're not coming back with us?" Xianxia frowned tightly with a worried expression. He had lived for hundreds of years and could naturally sense that a bloodstorm would break out at the Great Chen ruins a month later when the 10,000-year vermilion fruit ripens. Once news of the 10,000-year vermilion fruit was spread, all the golden core paragons of the North region would definitely gather here. In fact, there might even be people from the Immortal and Fiend sects coming forth. At that time, there would definitely not be any one-on-one bouts. Although Su Zimo was strong in combat, he had only just formed his core. How could he deal with so many peerless foes from powerful factions? "Zimo, we've benefited immensely from this trip. It's time for us to stop," Lu Hui said meaningfully. "In the cultivation world, most cultivators die because of their greeds. You have an extreme foundation establishment and have cultivated such a powerful golden core phenomenon. There's a long way ahead for you. There's no need for you to risk your life over a vermilion fruit." Those words came from the bottom of her heart and was also the most logical and safe decision. Xianxia added, "There are many factions that are stronger than us in the North region. Furthermore, we are too far from the sect. Even if you meet with danger, the sect won't be able to come to your rescue. Zimo, you must be careful." Su Zimo smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, Peak Masters. If the situation doesn't seem right, I'll give up on the vermilion fruit." Xianxia was only relieved when he heard Su Zimo's remark. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo said again, "However, I've got to return because I've still got something on. Peak Masters, please return to the sect first. Don't wait for me." Su Zimo had to get his hands on the 10,000-year vermilion fruit. However, what was even more important to him was the connate spirit fire that was hidden in the depths of the underground palace. Utmost treasures of the universe as such were often sentient, rare and way too difficult to create. Since he came across it, there was no way Su Zimo would miss it. He was not only going to reforge a new set of 27 supreme-grade flying swords, he even wanted to make use of the Khanate spirit fire in the cave to try and repair the mystic gold silk armor and 5 black gold arrows in his storage bag. If he managed to succeed, he would be in possession of a Khanate defensive spirit weapon. Even just at early-stage golden core, Su Zimo was confident that he would not be defeated. As for the Khanate-grade black gold arrows, coupled with his moon concealment bow, the killing power released by them would be even more terrifying. If someone of a similar combat strength as himself was using the moon concealment bow and fired the black gold arrows, Su Zimo would not dare guarantee that he could escape unscathed. Zimo, you... Xianxia frowned slightly but did not continue. He knew that Su Zimo had a decisive character. It was hard for outsiders to change a decision made by him. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia instructed, "Be careful. Don't push beyond your limits." "All right," Su Zimo nodded. Xianxia and the other two had many spirit herbs tucked in their storage bags and they were injured. Fearful that circumstances might change the longer they delayed, they did not dare to linger on. Summoning a spirit vessel, the 3 of them leaped on it and waved farewell to Su Zimo before turning into a streak of light that gradually vanished by the horizons. Taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo turned and headed towards the palace. He was not worried that someone else might have gotten their hands on or destroyed the vermilion fruit during this period of time. Now that the vermilion fruit was about to ripen, this was the most dangerous period of time. Any living being that approached the vermilion fruit would have their life essences drained. Along the way, Su Zimo noticed that there were many cultivators speeding away from the ruins. To be precise, they seemed like they were scared out of their wits and were scurrying off. "This is bad. It's bad," a cultivator panted in a pathetic manner. "Everyone, run. The vermilion fruit's eating people." Some cultivators had disheveled hair and were only left with one arm. The flesh on their other arm had disintegrated, leaving a hanging white bone as they fled for their lives. Su Zimo sneered internally. There were still ignorant and greedy cultivators that tried to pluck the vermilion fruit, resulting in their life essences drained and their fleshes taken in as a nutrient for the vermilion fruit. Before long, Su Zimo re-entered the underground palace. After walking for a while, he paused in his tracks and looked at the medicinal field. After Su Zimo and the other 3 collected the spirit herbs, it became bare and barren, leaving a single stalk of vermilion fruit that was extremely striking. And now, fresh white bones were scattered in the vicinity of the vermilion fruit. Every single set of skeleton on the ground had a hand that was reaching forward, as though it was trying to pluck the vermilion fruit. A rough calculation showed that there were around 100 corpses around the vermilion fruit. The vermilion fruit seemed to have gotten even more vibrant. Sparkling, translucent and bright red, it emitted an intoxicating fragrance that attracted nearby living beings. All living beings possessed spirit. Humans had the innate capability to kill other living beings. Demon beasts had the innate capability of hunting, and certain spirit herbs had the innate capability to lure and kill other living beings too. The life essence draining radius of the vermilion fruit was expanding rapidly. Initially, it was only around the vicinity of the medicinal field, but now it was extending outwards wildly. The vermilion fruit swayed and a scarlet mist spread, shrouding in all directions. 10, 20, 100 feet. There were only a few people left in the underground palace. The few cultivators had wary expressions and were hidden far away, shifting their gazes between the 10,000-year vermilion fruit and Su Zimo, only retreating after ensuring that no one could pluck the vermilion fruit in advance. Before long, Su Zimo was the only one left in the underground palace. Of course, that was only for the time being. He was certain that the Great Chen ruins would definitely not be peaceful in the coming month. The closer it was to the ripening of the vermilion fruit, the more cultivators would be gathered in the underground palace and the atmosphere would turn even tenser and chaotic. The draining radius of the vermilion fruit expanded continuously and its mist surged, sealing any exit paths. If Su Zimo wanted to re-enter the underground cave, he would have to pass through the mist. Although he was confident in the strength of his body and regeneration capabilities, he did not dare to take the risk to fight against this universal spirit fruit. Looking at the advancing mist, Su Zimo pondered for a moment and suddenly extended his left fingertip. Slowly, he touched the edge of the mist carefully. Pest! The moment his fingertip made contact with the mist, Su Zimo's expression changed starkly. The flesh on his finger was disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye, devoured by the scarlet mist. What a domineering vermilion fruit! The veins of the fingers were connected to one's heart. A wrenching sharp pain almost caused Su Zimo to yell. Shuddering, he retracted his palm and looked at his left hand with a sense of trepidation. That momentary contact already caused the flesh on his finger to vanish, revealing stark white bones beneath. Su Zimo's gaze shimmered and extended his right hand, touching the fog in an experimenting manner. It was perfectly fine. He could clearly sense a mysterious energy trying to drain the life essence of his right hand, but retreated in shock as though it was met with something fearful. Although the vermilion fruit was strong and its mist was domineering, it could not do anything to the divine phoenix bone. Unfortunately, only Su Zimo's right hand had the divine phoenix bone. He could not make it through the scarlet mist still. Su Zimo frowned. If he was stuck at the corner, unable to enter the cave, he would have to wait an entire month for the vermilion fruit to ripen and the fog to dissipate before he could refine his flying swords and repair the Khanate spirit weapons. However, there would be many additional factors by then. No, I've got to think of a way. Su Zimo paced around the underground palace and contemplated deeply. After a moment of silence, he paused in his tracks and slapped his storage bag, withdrawing a battered bronze square tripod that was filled with cracks. Since this bronze square tripod was able to withstand the corrosion of the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile, it should have no issues dealing with the mist. Su Zimo placed the bronze square tripod into the mist. True enough, the scarlet mist shrouded around the bronze square tripod but was unable to penetrate it. Success! Smiling gently, Su Zimo leaped into the bronze square tripod and became one with it, traveling through the scarlet mist until he arrived beside the spirit spring. After exiting the bronze square tripod, Su Zimo turned to look at the mist that was turning thicker and thought to himself, actually, it's not a bad thing that the mist is around. At the very least, it would ensure that no one would cross it for a month and discover the secret of the cave. Surveying his surroundings for a while and twitching his ears to ensure that no one was hidden here, Su Zimo pressed the switch on the wall of the pool. The stone slab beneath his feet slid to both sides silently, revealing a pitch-black passageway. Leaping down, Su Zimo's figure disappeared. The underground palace went silent once more. Underground cave. The red lava was flowing slowly, giving off a scorching heat wave. On a parcel of land in the middle of the lava ocean, the little fox stood on both hind legs and placed its tiny paws before its chest. Gazing at the corpse of the demon fox in front of it, a lost, hazy look could be seen in its big, bright eyes. She had been living in fear for the past dozens of years. The fire-blocking basket that looked like a black pot beside her was the final treasure left for her by her mother. The little fox hid in the fire-blocking basket every day, as if that little space was the only place that could make her feel safer. However, in reality, the little fox also knew that it was extremely easy for that gigantic crocodile to kill her. She had never thought about escaping from the claws of that crocodile one day, or even taking revenge for her mother. Everything was all thanks to that demure scholar. The first time she caught sight of the scholar, the little fox had a hunch that he wasn't a bad person. That was the reason why she reminded him to watch out previously. When the demure scholar was devoured by the crocodile, the little fox was despaired, thinking that he was dead for sure and that she would be trapped here for all eternity. However, she was completely shocked by what happened later on. An extremely terrifying flame lit up within the gigantic crocodile and burned its body to complete ashes. As for that demure scholar, he escaped unscathed. Left with no other choice, the crocodile escaped with its essence spirit that was nearly destroyed with a single howl from the scholar. The little fox hurriedly covered the fire-blocking basket and burned the gigantic crocodile's essence spirit to ashes. But now that she had gotten her revenge, the little fox felt hollow within. Just like that, she stood there in a daze for a long time. Suddenly, The furry ears of the little fox twitched and caught wind of some footsteps. There were people coming over. Extremely alert, the little fox locked the fire-blocking basket and hid within immediately, peering through the hole of the basket with its shiny, black eyes. Before long, a green figure appeared from the corner. It was the demure scholar who had left in a rush earlier on. Lifting the fire-blocking basket, the little fox tilted its head and blinked its eyes, looking at the demure scholar. At the same time, the demure scholar caught sight of the little fox the moment he turned the corner. Just like that, the man and beast exchanged looks without moving. It was more like a test of trust. After dozens of years of captivity, the little fox turned distrusting and wary towards strangers. Even though the demure scholar helped her kill her enemy, she was also worried that this was the arrival of an even scarier and crueler being after the death of the crocodile. The little fox had witnessed the capabilities of the demure scholar. She was definitely not a match for him. If he were to charge at her with evil intents, she truly did not know what she should do. Right as the little fox was lost in her imagination, the demure scholar smiled and nodded towards her. Instantly, the little fox was relieved and much less guarded upon seeing the demure scholar's smile. Looking at the terrified little fella not far away, Su Zimo's eyes flashed with a look of pity and he sighed internally. After being held in captivity here for dozens of years without freedom or daylight and having to live with its enemy every day, the little fella must have suffered a tremendous trauma after such an experience. To begin with, Su Zimo cultivated for both immortality and demon and had lived together with monkey, night spirit and other spirit beasts. He could vaguely sense the fear, uncertainty and worry in the little fox's mind. This was a little fella with a pitiful background. Su Zimo did not try to console or approach her. At that moment, any abnormal action from him could cause the little fox worry and hostility. Meandering around the border of the cave, Su Zimo headed deeper inside. Prior to this, he suffered a sneak attack from the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile and returned to the underground palace for an intense battle thereafter. He did not have the chance to explore this cave at all. If he wanted to refine weapons here, he must not be disturbed. The vermilion fruit outside was still emitting the scarlet mist and nobody would discover this place. What remained was for him to explore the cave and ensure that there was nothing dangerous within. The cave was extremely deep with twists and turns leading to unknown places. As he advanced, Su Zimo sent forth his spirit perception and did not sense any danger. On the contrary, the little fox carried its fire-blocking basket that covered more than half of its body and tiptoed, following far behind Su Zimo like an iron pot that was moving on its own. Su Zimo had a playful thought and suddenly stopped in his tracks, turning back to look at the little fella with a burning gaze. The little fox was rattled and its eyes flashed with panic. Instinctively, it let go of its little paws. Clang! The fire-blocking basket fell to the ground without moving and the little fox hid within with a terrified expression. Su Zimo broke out into a chuckle and continued forward. Inside the fire-blocking basket, the little fox gripped its tiny paws in indignance and waved it towards Su Zimo's back view, harumphing softly. In the blink of an eye, when it saw that Su Zimo was going far away, the little fox lifted the fire-blocking basket hurriedly and chased after him in tiptoes. Su Zimo had been curious the entire time as to how the lava ocean was formed within the cave. He had been trying to look for the origin of the lava the entire time but noticed that the temperature in his surroundings was climbing to a point where he could not endure for much longer. Not far away, the lava flowed slowly, emitting a scorching heat wave. Suddenly, Su Zimo's eyes lit up as he exclaimed softly. There was a thin layer of flames burning on the surface of the lava. However, those flames had a faint yellow color to them. Su Zimo closed in slightly before retreating hurriedly. The temperature of that yellow flame was even higher than the connate spirit fire. How could this be? Narrowing his gaze, he peered ahead of the lava stream. He had a hunch that the origin of the lava was right ahead. Growl! Suddenly, Su Zimo heard a hurried sound coming from behind him. Turning back, he saw the little fox placing the fire-blocking basket at the side and panting heavily against the heat. Its fiery red fur was already drenched with sweat, looking like it had just climbed out of water. The little fox who had been living in a world of lava could not withstand the temperature here anymore. It shook its head repeatedly, gesturing for Su Zimo to not venture deeper. Hesitating for a moment, Su Zimo spoke. Your cultivation realm is too low. Don't follow me. I'll go in and take a look. If I can't withstand it, I'll definitely retreat. It was only when he spoke that Su Zimo realized his voice had gone hoarse. Taking a deep breath of air, he felt his throat prickling with heat. Wiping the sweat on his forehead, he crushed a few protection talismans before continuing forward. After taking another turn, he stopped in his tracks instinctively and shuddered. Before him was a massive volcano. The lava was spewed from that volcano. At the mouth of the volcano, the lava was golden. Each time the golden magma was spurted, a few drops would flow down along the volcano and melt the rocks along the way. When it flowed down, it turned into the magnificent lava ocean that was seen in the cave. Su Zimo was already drenched in sweat by the time he arrived before the volcano. The temperature of this place had already surpassed the limits of ordinary cultivators. Even his body that had undergone both immortality and demonic cultivation was feeling a burning pain. Slapping his storage bag, Su Zimo withdrew a superior-grade spirit weapon. The moment he withdrew the superior-grade spirit weapon, the spirit patterns on it dimmed slightly. After 10 breaths, cracks appeared on the superior-grade spirit weapon. It was already showing signs of melting. That's amazing! Su Zimo's pupils constricted slightly and he was secretly shocked. If ordinary golden cores were cast here, they would burn to death without even touching the sparks of the flames. If the temperature in the air was already so high, it was even more terrifying in the lava gushing at the side. Su Zimo was certain that a connate spirit weapon would melt into molten liquid if it was thrown inside without even creating a bubble. The closer it was to the mouth of the volcano, the higher the temperature. Su Zimo truly could not stand it, and his inner core and golden core was churning slowly, causing his blood chi to rise and ancient demons to appear around him one after another. Feeling slightly better, he rose into the air and gazed at the mouth of the volcano not far away. A golden lava was floating in the mouth of the volcano, letting off a shuddering aura and a scorching heat. In fact, Su Zimo suspected that even a nascent soul would be melted by the golden lava, leaving no corpse and a destroyed essence spirit. This is way too scary. With a shocked expression, Su Zimo lamented internally. This golden lava is good stuff, and it's even more terrifying than a connate spirit fire. If I can store away some of this stuff, it'll definitely be of great use in the future. Thereafter, Su Zimo smiled. His lips cracked, trickling with a trace of blood that evaporated instantly. That single thought was naturally just a casual one. The golden lava could even melt a connate spirit weapon. What could store it? Just as Su Zimo was about to turn and leave, a thought struck him. There was truly an item in his storage bag that he could make an attempt with. The bronze square tripod. Although it was only a battered weapon, it could withstand the corrosion of the scarlet armored fiend demon's digestive fluids, and was extremely tough. Could it be able to withstand the melting power of the golden lava? Su Zimo hesitated for a long time before deciding to give it a shot. He would first place a leg of the bronze square tripod into the golden lava and see if it would melt. Even if it was melted and lost a leg, that would not affect a bronze square tripod that was already abandoned to begin with. At that thought, Su Zimo withdrew the bronze square tripod and flew towards the mouth of the volcano. When he arrived at the vicinity of the mouth of the volcano, the heat of the flame became even more terrifying and Su Zimo felt his head spin as though he could faint at any moment. The longer he stayed at this place, the more danger he would be in. Gazing at the moving golden lava beneath him, Su Zimo did not dare to hesitate as he directed the bronze square tripod slowly into the mouth of the volcano. A leg of the bronze square tripod was about to make contact with the golden lava. Suddenly, the surface of the lava bubbled, as though something was trying to come forth from beneath it. Shocked, Su Zimo hurriedly controlled the bronze square tripod to rise into the air. Even so, some golden lava splashed onto the walls of the tripod before sliding down. Su Zimo focused his gaze. It was perfectly fine. There was no mark on the spot where the bronze square tripod was splashed by the golden lava. Success! Su Zimo was elated. The bubbling golden lava calmed down once more, as though that was only an ordinary reaction. Su Zimo controlled the descent of the bronze square tripod. Only turning to leave after it was filled with the golden lava. While the golden lava was terrifying and berserk, as if it could incinerate and destroy everything, it was calm when stored inside the bronze square tripod, as though it was isolated from the world. Su Zimo did not sense any heat when he carried the bronze square tripod. The body of the tripod was cold as always. The heat of the golden lava was trapped within completely. Leaving the mouth of the volcano, Su Zimo placed the bronze square tripod carefully into a separate storage bag and hung it on the side of his waist. Not long after he left, the golden lava in the mouth of the volcano began rumbling and spewing once more. There was something that floated on the surface of the lava. Faintly visible, it seemed like it was a coffin. The coffin was transparent and was made of some unknown material such that there were no signs of burns even as it was immersed in the golden lava. Floating on the surface of the lava, it could be vaguely seen that a woman laid within the coffin. Her palms were closed together and rested before her chest, revealing two smooth, jade-like arms that resembled the texture of an elephant's tusks. The woman had an exquisite figure and exuded a lazy, charming aura as she laid there, seemingly asleep. As the coffin swirled slowly along with the lava, a peerless face appeared and was frighteningly seductive. The peerless woman's eyes were initially closed. All of a sudden, her long lashes twitched slightly and her beautiful eyes showed signs of opening. A shuddering aura began to emanate. The peerless woman could awaken at any moment. There was a slight pause. Going silent again, the peerless woman seemed like she returned to sleep once more. The transparent coffin sank gradually, entering the golden lava and disappearing within. Silence returned to the mouth of the volcano, as though nothing had happened. Su Zimo knew nothing about the changes in the deepest part of the cave within the mouth of the volcano. Initially, he did not feel comfortable with the temperature inside the cave. But now that he was returning from the volcano along his original path, he felt cool and could not help but lament internally. The mouth of that volcano is truly purgatory hell. This place is paradise compared to that. The little fox waited at its original position and heaved a slight breath of relief upon seeing Su Zimo return safely. After all, he was her benefactor. Even though she was guarded against him, the little fox did not wish for him to meet with misfortunes. Furthermore, she had witnessed the scene of Su Zimo in his demon form. In her heart, he was also someone of the demon race. Su Zimo only paused in his tracks upon returning to the vicinity of the cave's entrance. Assuming a lotus position, he began to heal up and recuperate his stamina. He did not have the chance to rest at all the entire night. From the fight against the otherworldly soldiers up till daybreak, he had not rested for the entire night and even nearly lost his life in between fighting against a fiend demon. Be it in physically or mentally, Su Zimo was at his limits. Prior to this, he consumed many spirit herbs directly in the underground palace. Not much of the tremendous amount of energy contained within those spirit herbs were absorbed by Su Zimo, and they were accumulated within his body. Now that he was healing his injuries, all of those energies surged forth and entered every single fiber of his. Su Zimo's injuries and stamina were rapidly recovering. In the blink of an eye, an entire day had passed. With a bright gaze and rosy cheeks, Su Zimo rose with vigor and roared into the skies. Ah! The roar was loud, clear and robust, and no injuries or signs of fatigue could be seen on his body anymore. Feeling the condition of his body, Su Zimo could not help but break out into a faint smile. Those spirit herbs carried fire attribute spirit energy, and coupled with the environment of this place, he discovered that his cultivation had advanced by quite a bit. Of course, Su Zimo was still quite a distance away from mid-stage golden core, although his cultivation had advanced. He had just only formed his core. Disregarding the journey taken to reach the Great Qian ruins from Pingyang town, only 2 days had passed. If he hadn't experienced the intense battles in the Great Qian ruins and was merely cultivating in seclusion, he would need years to reach his current point of cultivation. The best way to grow was to grind between the borders of life and death, battling through blood. Furthermore, he was in such a favorable environment and had the help of spirit herbs that were more than 10,000 years old. This was also the reason why many cultivators would choose to explore outside after they reached a bottleneck in their cultivations. While explorations were filled with danger, there were also accompanying opportunities. Calming himself, Su Zimo was ready to attempt to fix his connate spirit weapons. Not far away, the little fox sat on the fire-blocking basket quietly, gazing over with black, bright, gem-like eyes. It had been watching Su Zimo for the entire day. Although it did not get close, Su Zimo could sense that the little fox was much less guarded towards him. If it was previously, given the distrusting nature of that little fella, it would definitely be lifting its fire-blocking basket with bot paws, ready to hide inside at any moment rather than be as relaxed as it was now. Smiling, Su Zimo said, "Little fella, I'm preparing to refine spirit weapons. You must not disturb me during this period of time." When she heard Su Zimo refer to her as little fella, a look of indignance flashed through the little fox's eyes. However, immediately after, the little fox was touched internally upon thinking deeper. That statement revealed a form of trust. The demure scholar was extremely terrifying in combat and could easily restrain her in captivity. That way, she would not be able to interrupt his weapon refinement process at all. But now, the other party chose to give her his trust instead. Could that person have ulterior motives? The little fox blinked and was still a little worried. After being locked here for dozens of years by the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile, the little fox was fragile mentally and was easily suspicious. Other than her deceased mother, she was constantly guarded against others. She was truly way too terrified. Just as she was imagining things, the demure scholar on the other end had already withdrawn a black gold arrow from his storage bag and began with refinement. Before entering the elementary ancient battlefield, Su Zimo obtained a connate spirit weapon forging technique from the Great Zhou Palace as a reward for the sect competition. Within it was a method that allowed one to repair a damaged connate spirit weapon. The so-called damage did not refer to the spirit weapon itself, but the breaking of the sixth spirit pattern. There were no impurities within a damaged connate spirit weapon. In other words, by using a connate spirit fire to forge a connate spirit weapon, one could ignore the first 4 steps of weapon refinement completely and head straight to spirit gathering once the spirit weapon was heated to a scarlet-red state. After gathering 5 spirit patterns, the connate spirit fire will then be used to rejoin the broken 6th spirit pattern. A single failure in the process would result in the connate spirit weapon being destroyed. Throughout history, even the top weapon refinement masters could not guarantee that they could gather 6 spirit patterns in a single attempt. In other words, this weapon forging technique was an impossible task in the eyes of other weapon refinement masters. However, in the hands of Su Zimo, there was a chance of repairing the connate spirit weapon. With the use of his spirit perception, he could ensure a 100% success rate of spirit gathering. Back in the Elixir Pool Sect ruins in the elementary ancient battlefield, Su Zimo discovered 5 damaged black gold arrows. There was only one of the mystic gold silk armor, and it was an extremely precious defensive connate spirit weapon. Su Zimo planned on testing things out with the black gold arrows first. He controlled a black gold arrow and placed it above the connate spirit fire, receiving the continuous heat. As time passed by, the arrow was heated to a red state and shone transparently from inside out like a fiery ruby. Su Zimo began spirit gathering. 1 spirit pattern, 2 spirit patterns, 3 spirit patterns. 3 spirit patterns were formed in a single attempt without any pauses. Given his talent in weapon refinement, there was a high chance that he could condense the first 3 spirit patterns even without his spirit perception. Su Zimo did not rest at all and started condensing the 4th spirit pattern. His spirit perception sounded. Give up. Another attempt. Not good. Give up. Just like that, the 4th spirit pattern was only condensed after the 17th attempt of back and forth. Taking a breath of relief, Su Zimo began condensing the 5th spirit pattern. His luck and condition were both decent and his 5th spirit pattern was condensed on the 3rd attempt. That black gold arrow was a connate spirit weapon to begin with and contained no impurities even though it was damaged. That was the reason why Su Zimo was able to condense the fifth spirit weapon with such ease. If he had to choose his own materials, smelt, forge, and temper personally, he would definitely not have been able to refine such a flawless arrow. Therefore, the reason why he was able to create the perfect grade blood quencher the other time was due to the confluence of multiple factors and a little bit of luck. Right now, the black gold arrow was already a perfect spirit weapon. However, Su Zimo was not pleased yet. The final step was the most critical. While perfect spirit weapons were rare and possessed extraordinary strength, there was a massive difference between them and connate spirit weapons. It was a leap in quality. Connate spirit fires were innately sentient. Su Zimo attempted to condense a spirit pattern on the foundation of the broken sixth spirit pattern on the black gold arrow, repairing it slowly. The process was arduous and repetitive. In fact, he did not even know if he could succeed. However, Su Zimo had never thought about giving up, and he continued trying relentlessly with a resolute gaze. An entire day passed. Far away, the little fox was tired of watching and dozed off with heavy eyelids, sleeping a few times. Each time she reopened her eyes, Su Zimo was sitting there in the same position and repeated the same motions over and over again. Not only did Su Zimo not take a break throughout the entire day, he maintained the same focus, and it was a great test of his stamina and determination. Of course, all of his efforts were worth it. Su Zimo could clearly see that the sixth spirit pattern on the black gold arrow, its originally broken connate spirit pattern, was showing signs of reparation and was turning brighter. The spirit energy fluctuation on the black gold arrow was also getting more obvious. 2 hours later, the drowsy little fox was awakened suddenly by a brilliant glow and instinctively opened its eyes to look over. In front of Su Zimo, the initially dim black gold arrow was shining with 6 resplendent glows at the moment, emitting a terrifyingly sharp intent that could pierce anything. The little fox knew that Su Zimo succeeded. For some unknown reason, she felt elated as well and smiled, making her eyes seem like crescent moons. Su Zimo put away the black gold arrow and was delighted when he looked at the spirit patterns. Success! With the black gold arrow, coupled with the moon concealment bow, his killing power would rise to another level. If he could repair the black gold arrow, he could naturally repair the mystic gold silk armor. This meant that apart from the coiling dragon seal, Su Zimo was now in possession of other connate spirit weapons, the mystic gold silk armor and black gold arrows. At the same time, he also had the quasi-connate moon concealment bow. Even legacy disciples of Tianhuang mainland's super sects, ancient aristocratic families or top factions might not be as wealthy as him. When the news of the 10,000-year vermilion fruit spread, countless gazes were attracted. Various other news, real and fake, accompanied it. There was talk of an underground palace hidden beneath the great Qian ruins. There was talk of a medicinal field with countless treasures in the underground palace. There was talk of a cultivator obtaining an extremely powerful connate spirit weapon in the ruins. The entire north region was shaken. The interest towards the great Qian ruins from the cultivation world of the north region had gradually died down in the past 10,000 years. But now, with the massive spread of news one after another, it proved that there were possibly undiscovered secrets in the great Qian ruins. Furthermore, the allure of the 10,000-year vermilion fruit was way too great for golden cores. Nobody could resist such a temptation. Cultivators from the 4 dynasties of the north region started moving. The successors of multiple major sects and factions came out of seclusion, claiming boldly that they wanted to fight for the vermilion fruit. Even some of the reclusive cultivation gentry clans declared that they were sending their respective golden core paragons towards the great Qian ruins. Right away, the world was moving. In less than half a month, a storm gathered in the vicinity of the great Qian ruins with countless heroes. Instantly, the atmosphere turned tense and murderous. There was only one vermilion fruit. Who in the north region could obtain it? 15 days later, 2 cultivators arrived in the vicinity of the great Qian ruins, a man and a woman. The man had a face full of beard and rough facial appearances, striding widely while wearing heavy armor. The woman had extraordinary features and carried a long sword on her waist. Her black hair fell like a waterfall and her robes were white as snow, extremely graceful. They were Mu Dongqing and Bai Yuhan, leaders of the capital of Great Zhou's Azure Falcon and White Hawk squads respectively. Both of them had already cultivated to perfected Golden Core realm and were here on the orders of the Emperor. The Emperor of Great Zhou saw through the situation clearly and knew that the Great Qian ruins would definitely be filled with paragons competing. The Great Zhou dynasty did not stand a chance at all. That was the reason why the Great Zhou did not send any army of cultivators, but instead, only Mu Dongqing and Bai Yuhan. They were not here for the vermilion fruit, merely to check out the secrets of the Great Qian ruins and see if they could come across any opportunities. There were many sects and factions bearing the same thoughts. There were also a number of itinerant cultivators that headed over, wanting to take advantage of the chaos. All of those itinerant cultivators were not strong and would not have dared to venture into the Great Qian ruins alone. Now that there were many paragons of various major sects and gentry families opening the path, the malevolent ghosts and otherworldly soldiers were not a threat at all. Those itinerant cultivators could also seize the chance to explore the Great Qian ruins. Mu Dongqing and Bai Yuhan looked at the desolate, mysterious ruins ahead with hesitant expressions. Normally speaking, the two of them should enter and explore it first. But now, the situation at the Great Qian ruins was overly chaotic and they had already witnessed much fighting along the way here. The closer they got to the Great Qian ruins, the more tense the situation became. All of a sudden, Mu Dongqing's expression changed and he pulled Bai Yuhan down to squat as the both of them hid in the wild grass around them that was taller than a man's height. "Someone's here," Mu Dongqing whispered. Not long after he spoke, a series of figures appeared in the distant horizon. A single glance showed that there were more than 1,000 of them and they were all floating on thin air. All of them were golden cores. Each of the golden cores wore heavy armor and bore cold expressions. They were in an orderly formation and were clearly disciplined. Bai Yuhan frowned slightly and whispered, "That seems to be the army of the Great Yu dynasty." "Yes." Mu Dongqing nodded. Someone leaked the news that the other three dynasties made their move as well. To think that the Great Yu dynasty would send this many people. Their leader seems to be the golden core genius of the Great Yu dynasty, Gu Luonan. "It's him." Mu Dongqing had a stern expression. By the looks of it, the Great Yu dynasty seems to want to fight badly for the vermilion fruit. Arriving before the Great Qian ruins, Gu Luonan paused for a moment and waved his arm, leading the golden cores behind him to charge into the ruins. Thud, thud, thud. All of a sudden, a shuddering sound could be heard from the distant horizons, rumbling like thunder as though a massive army was arriving. Before long, dozens of ancient war chariots appeared, pulled by divine steeds prancing in the air. The chariots charged over with an endless killing intent. War flags flew everywhere, fluttering loudly. There were around 3 people on each chariot, all wearing battle armor and emitting a steely aura with sharp gazes. The arrival of the dozens of ancient chariots was majestic and instantly attracted countless gazes. The cultivators nearby the ruins could vaguely feel their hearts thumping. 2 gigantic words were written on the war flags. Taba. "They're from the Taba clan." Mu Dongqing's heart skipped a beat. Apart from the 4 dynasties, there were 4 gentry clans in the north region, the Murong, Yuan, Dugu, and Taba clans. These 4 gentry clans existed at the establishment of the Great Qian Empire and had a long lineage. When the capital was destroyed overnight 10,000 years ago, leading to the split of the Great Qian Empire, the 4 gentry clans left the control of the Great Qian Empire one after another as well. The 4 gentry clans were cultivation clans with immense strength and deep foundations that even surpassed Great Zhou and the other 3 dynasties. To think that even golden cores of the Taba would be here. I heard that paragons of the 4 gentry clans have arrived, wanting to claim the vermilion fruit and reign over the north region. Their leader seems to be the peerless genius of the Taba clan, Taba Feng. With a nasty temper and a cruel character, he loves to fight. There were other cultivators hiding nearby Mu Dongqing and Bai Yuhan, discussing in hushed whispers. Among the dozens of chariots, only one of them led by the front, pulled by 5 extremely long divine steeds. The sounds of their neighs were shuddering. A single person stood on the chariot with a mighty figure and a haughty aura. letting off a feeling of savageness. When Gu Luonan of the Great Yu Dynasty caught sight of that person, his expression changed and he took a breath of air before revealing a faint smile, cupping his fists. "It's you, Brother Taba. I've long heard of your great name." This was a common pleasantry between cultivators, but it attracted stifled laughter from the Taba clansmen. Taba Feng swept his gaze over and hollered, "Where did this ant come from? How dare you call me on equal terms?" His words showed no respect for Gu Luonan at all. Gu Luonan was also a top-tier expert of the Golden Core realm and had never endured such ridicule before. Instantly, his expression darkened. Upon seeing that, Taba Feng sneered, "Good, good. How dare you give me such an attitude? Don't leave then. All of you shall stay here. Kill." Slapping his storage bag, Taba Feng retrieved an extremely domineering halberd. Waving his arm with a holler, he whipped the ropes and his chariot charged over. The Taba clansmen behind him followed his orders and dozens of chariots moved at the same time. The war drums echoed deafeningly. The aura was so immense that it seemed like it could crush everything. "Prepare for battle." Gu Luonan's expression changed. He had not expected that a single statement from him would cause a huge battle to break out. Boom! The dozens of chariots charged into the Great Yu army murderously, tearing apart the Golden Core army that had more than 1,000 people. That single charge caused nearly 100 Golden Cores to be trampled into meat sludge by the chariots. At the front, Taba Feng was even more terrifying, standing at the front of the chariot waving his halberd with frightening strength. None of the Golden Cores could survive a single round against him. Everywhere the chariots passed, a trail of blood would appear. One after another, figures fell from the skies helplessly. It was too tragic. In the ruins, the lives of Golden Cores were akin to grass. In less than 15 minutes, that orderly Golden Core army of the Great Yu Dynasty was trampled by the dozens of chariots from the Taba clan, and more than half were injured or dead. Corpses were strewn everywhere and tragic cries howled. The Great Yu army had broken apart completely and the remaining cultivators fled far away without turning back. The Golden Core genius of the Great Yu Dynasty, Gu Luonan, was defeated by Taba Feng within 3 blows. Slicing Gu Luonan's head off with his halberd, Taba Feng held the head in his hand. With a torrential aura, he stomped on Gu Luonan's corpse and smacked his lips, sneering, "What dog's hit genius is this? There are no lack of geniuses in this generation." Mu Dongxing and Bai Yuhan were horrified when they witnessed the scene and shivered uncontrollably. The two of them witnessed Gu Luonan releasing his Golden Core phenomenon to try and flee. However, it was destroyed with a single slash of Taba Feng's halberd, and his head was severed. Without even using his Golden Core phenomenon, Taba Feng killed Gu Luonan while destroying the Great Yu army. He tossed the bloodied head of Gu Luonan casually on the ground and scoffed coldly. "You're not even fit to ride on my chariot with your strength." Narrowing his gaze, Mu Dongxing could vaguely see dozens of heads scattered on Taba Feng's chariots. Most of them were dried and only a few were stained with fresh blood. "I heard that Taba Feng loves to murder geniuses. Each time he murders a genius, he would sever the latter's head and place it on his chariot. I've heard that he claimed brazenly he was going to slaughter all paragons of Tianhuang mainland and fill his chariot." A hushed whisper sounded from the grass nearby. Mu Dongxing and Bai Yuhan exchanged glances. Both of them could see the shock in the other's eyes. There were dozens of chariots from the Taba clan arriving for this expedition. At the most, they had less than 100 people. However, they were able to destroy an army with more than 1,000 Golden Cores. The strength of the Taba clan was clear. Thud, thud, thud. Not far away, another group of ancient chariots charged over with war flags raised, etched with the word Yuan. Another of the gentry clans, the Yuan clan, had arrived. Humph! The leader of the Yuan clan was scrawnier like a bamboo pole and sneered, "Taba, those are merely ants with mediocre strength. What's there to flaunt about?" "Yuan Wuxia." Taba Feng turned the chariot and whipped his rope with a raring battle intent in his eyes, hollering, "You've come at the right time. Killing those ants wasn't enjoyable at all. I've still kept a spot on my chariot for your head." Without a second word, Tabafeng led his chariot and charged towards Yuan Wuxia. Do you think I'll be afraid of you? Yuan Wuxia was clearly unafraid and retrieved a golden three-pronged spear from his storage bag. It looked extremely heavy and unbefitting with his scrawny size. Kill! The two of them soared into the air at the same time and bellowed. The halberd and golden three-pronged spear collided fiercely, releasing a shuddering shockwave in midair. A burst of light shot forth, blazing like the sun with a blinding radiance. There were more cultivators gathering in the vicinity, and alarmed yells could be heard from the crowd. Mu Dongxing was a body-tempered cultivator with immense strength. He wielded a gigantic hammer and was unstoppable. However, compared to the two paragons before him, Mu Dongxing felt that he was way too weak. This is a true paragon. Mu Dongxing could not help but shake his head and lament. Either of them could kill me in less than 3 moves. Deafening sounds could be heard as the paragons of the two gentry clans, Tabafeng and Yuan Wuxia, fought in midair, and it was hard to determine the victor. The voids would quake with every single clash. As the attacks continued, Tabafeng got increasingly serious and the ferocity in his eyes shimmered, circulating his golden core furiously. A terrifying aura spread out from around him. It was a golden core phenomenon. Yuan Wuxia's pupils constricted rapidly, and he withdrew right away, hollering, "Tabafeng, you're insane. How dare you try and use a golden core phenomenon?" Golden core phenomenons were the strongest means available to golden cores, and they wouldn't be able to reuse it within a short period of time upon release. In other words, if someone activated their golden core phenomenon during an intense battle, it meant that they were determined to go for the kill. While Yuan Wuxia was displeased with Tabafeng, he retained his sanity. The vermilion fruit had not ripened yet. If the both of them were to reveal all their trump cards and release their golden core phenomenons here, it would only result in an internecine outcome and allow outsiders to gain the advantage. Tabafeng's golden core phenomenon had not formed fully, and in reality, he was hesitant internally as well. But when he sensed the gazes from the surroundings, Tabafeng was pumped and declared coldly, "Fuck that! I'll kill you today. The both of you, cut it out." Suddenly, a cold and charming voice sounded. Bang! Boom! Boom! A series of ancient chariots arrived with a formidable aura, causing the clouds to disperse and the firmaments to quake. These ancient chariots were only available for the gentry aristocratic families. It was the arrival of yet another major cultivation clan. The war flag on the chariots displayed a striking word, Murong. A woman stood on the chariot at the front, wearing blue palace robes with a tall, slim, and voluptuous figure. Although she did not have makeup on, she possessed flawless fairy-like features with an arrogance that was unique to the gentry clans. The person who spoke earlier on was this woman. When he saw the woman, Yuan Wuxia yelled hurriedly, "Murong Wushuang, you've come at the right time. Help me control this madman." Humph. None of you shall control my actions today. Although that was what Tabafeng said, it was clear that his tone had softened. Our 4 gentry clans are related through history. We can spar, but there's no need to get into a life-and-death bout, Murong Wushuang commented indifferently. Besides, the vermilion fruit isn't ripe yet. What's the point of you guys fighting? To let outsiders laugh at us? Sweeping his gaze towards the cultivators watching from the surroundings, Tabafeng hollered with a cold killing intent in his eyes. Who would dare to laugh at me? All of you, scram further. The many cultivators were shocked and retreated hurriedly. Mu Dongxing and Bai Yuhan seized the chaotic moment to escape outside as well. The ruins were way too scary. This battle was merely a scene that was replicating similar battles in other parts of the Great Qian ruins. Before they even caught sight of the vermilion fruit, people were fighting till rivers of blood were formed. Once the vermilion fruit truly appeared, what sort of a bloodstorm would that be? The group retreated, leaving a single person walking forward silently in a striking manner. Instantly, everyone's gazes focused on that person. That person wore black robes and had black hair. Expressionless and stiff, there were no emotions in his eyes as he walked towards the depths of the Great Qian ruins holding a long sword in his pale left hand. Who is that? How dare he ignore the threat of Tabafeng? I think his brains must be dead. It's easy to tell that he's an idiot with a paralyzed face. He truly doesn't know what's good for him. How dare he challenge the 3 gentry clans alone? Many cultivators nearby discussed in hushed voices with mocking expressions. The person did not move quickly. To be precise, compared to the speed of cultivators, he was extremely slow. The black-robed sword cultivator walked slowly towards the depths of the ruins like a mortal, ignoring the many chariots of the 3 gentry clans in the air and the strong cultivators. One step after another, the cultivators of the 3 gentry clans seemed to have frozen in midair, and complete silence ensued as none of them moved. After the arrival of the black-robed swordsman, even the unbearable Tabafeng with his torrential ferocity earlier on quietened down. A hint of wariness could be seen from the depths of his eyes. The scene that everyone expected did not happen. On the contrary, the black-robed swordsman continued walking beneath the 3 gentry clans in an unhurried manner, step by step, just like that, under countless gazes. That was not a distance that was considered far for cultivators. Be it with movement techniques or riding on their swords, it would merely take slightly more than 100 breaths. However, that black-robed swordsman walked for a whole 15 minutes. The stranger thing was that nobody stopped him or even spoke throughout the entire time. It was as though everyone's throats were choked. Murong Wushuang frowned slightly, and there was an odd look in the way she watched the black-robed swordsman. It seemed like pity, admiration, and even worry. It was conflicted and complicated. The black-robed swordsman seemed indifferent towards everyone's fiery gazes. His gaze was a little lost, seemingly unable to find a focal point. Walking forward step by step unhurriedly, he maintained his speed and slowly disappeared from everyone's line of sight. Who was that man? The cultivators watching were no fools and gradually returned to their senses. There's still one more gentry clan. There's a high chance that he is the paragon of the Dugu clan. Now that you mention it, I seem to recall that there's a frightening golden core sword cultivator of the Dugu clan known as Dugu Jian. He lives for the blade. I've also heard about him before. It's said that he keeps to himself and has no kin or friends. For the past dozens of years, he is only accompanied by his black sword and has truly reached the realm of requiring nothing but his sword. When she heard the discussions nearby, Bai Yuhan whispered, "Dongqing, seems like the Dugu clan has given up on the fight for the vermilion fruit. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent him here alone." "Not necessarily," Mu Dongqing shook his head. "Apart from people like us that have given up on fighting for the vermilion fruit and are just here to take advantage of the chaos, there's another possibility why some of them are here alone or in pairs." "Why?" Bai Yuhan asked. "That man is so scary that he doesn't even need the help of others." In midair, Tabafeng had already retracted his golden core phenomenon when the black-robed swordsman appeared. After the black-robed swordsman was gone, he heaved a sigh of relief and laughed. "Here I was thinking why there was no one from the Dugu clan with our 3 clans here. So, they sent that man with the paralyzed face." The black-robed swordsman was expressionless the entire time, and Tabafeng was naturally only mocking him with the paralyzed face term. Not far away, a cultivator could not help but chuckle. Paralyzed face. How befitting. Murong Wushuang's expression darkened and she turned slightly. Without a single word, she waved her sleeves and a streak of light appeared instantly, shooting into that cultivator's glabella before vanishing. There was a thud. That person's head exploded and he fell to the ground, dead, with his blood and brain juices splattering everywhere. The crowd fell into an uproar. The cultivators nearby were frightfully pale and retreated instinctively, looking up into the skies with a sense of trepidation at that murderous, peerless woman on the ancient chariot. With a cold face, Murong Wushuang said slowly, "Do you think the likes of you can make fun of anyone from the 4 gentry clans?" No one replied. Tabafeng, Yuan Wujia, and Murong Wushuang stood on midair with a bedazzling aura, resembling gods that were looking down at puny mortals with judgmental gazes. Who would dare reply under such pressure? Turning around, Murong Wushuang glared at Tabafeng and remarked coldly, "Tabafeng, don't say that I didn't warn you, but you had better watch your mouth." Trouble stems from the mouth. Ha! Taba Feng regained his arrogance after the departure of the black-robed swordsman and roared into laughter. It's none of your business. I can say whatever I like. All right. With a frosty stare, Morong Wushuang said, Since you're so daring, go chase after Dugu and repeat your words. Taba Feng's expression darkened and he harumphed without retorting. Heaving a deep breath, Morong Wushuang composed herself and said indifferently, Don't blame me for not reminding you guys, but there's news that the legacy disciples of the 10 upper sects of the North region are coming. When they heard that, Taba Feng and Yuan Wujia knitted their brows. It's not going to be so simple to pluck the vermilion fruit and claim dominance over the Golden Core realm in the North region. Even successors of the ancient aristocratic families of the North region might appear. With that said, Morong Wushuang waved her hand and led the dozens of chariots behind her to speed into the Great Qian ruins. Taba Feng and Yuan Wujia calmed down as well and left respectively, giving up on their fight with a tacit understanding. In the blink of an eye, peace returned to the skies at the boundaries of the ruins. Heh! With so many talents aiming for the same goal, even the paragons of the 4 gentry clans may not be able to get the vermilion fruit. That's right. Haven't you heard that the legacy disciples of the 10 upper sects are rushing over too? There's definitely going to be a great war between the paragons at that time. Seems like that vermilion fruit is not only a universal treasure. There's an even deeper meaning to it. Whoever gains the vermilion fruit is the #1 perfected being of the North region. The intermediate ancient battlefield will open up in another 20 years. A victor must be decided with this gathering of the paragons of major factions and sects of the North region. Mu Dongqing and Bai Yuhan exchanged grim glances as they heard the discussions. The situation at the Great Qian ruins was even more chaotic and frightening than they had imagined. What are the 10 upper sects? Bai Yuhan asked. Mu Dongqing reminisced and replied, I heard the nascent souls in the palace mention about it unintentionally in the past. It said that there are 108 upper clans that are ranked beneath the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects. Most of them are congregated within the Middle Continent and some of them are scattered in the North, South, East and West regions. There are 10 of them in the North region. What sort of sects can be regarded as upper sects? I'm not sure. Mu Dongqing shook his head. It's said that the strength of an upper sect requires the support of a conjoint body mighty figure. Conjoint body mighty figure. The mention of those words caused Bai Yuhan's heart to skip a beat. There were 9 major realms of cultivation: Qi condensation, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, void reversion, dharma characteristic, conjoint body, Mahayana, and the legendary tribulation transcendence. The reason why the Great Zhou dynasty could be established and withstand close to 10,000 years was because there was a dharma characteristic Tao Lord backing the capital. How terrifying would it be if upper sects had the backing of a conjoint body mighty figure? How many dharma characteristic Tao Lords would they have under them? What sort of strength would their paragons possess as well? One would truly only understand that there's always someone better than them upon leaving the Great Zhou dynasty and experience the true terror of the cultivation world. At the Middle Continent, the origin of cultivation, where the culture of cultivation was the most glorious with the most super sects and factions gathered, how majestic would things be over there? All of a sudden, a shuddering aura surged from the edge of the horizon. The weather had changed. Ow! A long horn sound rang through the world. Many cultivators looked over and their expressions changed. At the edge of the skies, gigantic spirit vessel warships a few thousand feet long with mysterious patterns etched on them hovered and shone brightly. Tearing through the air, the spirit vessels had a domineering aura and a rampant might. One after another, figures with powerfully shuddering auras stood at their bows. The successors of upper sects have arrived at the ruins. That's the spirit vessel of one of the 10 upper sects, Heaven Motion Sect. Their leader should be the paragon of Heaven Motion Sect, Long Wenyu. The spirit vessels passed over the cultivators one after another, forming gigantic shadows that covered the skies. Not long after Heaven Motion Sect passed, many more spirit vessels tore through the clouds. The vessels were pitch black and eerie, resembling hell boats floating in the seas of hell. One of the 10 upper sects, Dark Ghost Sect. Be careful not to be targeted by anyone from Dark Ghost Sect, or you'll definitely live an existence worse than death. There are countless malevolent ghosts and otherworldly soldiers in the Great Chen ruins. That's a complete terrain advantage for Dark Ghost Sect. The spirit vessels of Dark Ghost Sect steered into the Great Chen ruins. Not long after, more battleships arrived. The first ancestors of the gentry clans were cultivation warriors that conquered deserts. Therefore, their clansmen would travel with ancient chariots. The upper clans were different from the North region gentry clans. Most of them traveled using spirit vessels. That's the warship of one of the 10 upper sects, Blaze Columbus Valley. Raring flames blazed on the newly arrived warships and the clouds in the air were burned scarlet, displaying a dismal beauty. I heard that the paragon of Blaze Columbus Valley, Wang Yan, came here previously and was nearly killed. Who could be so strong? I'm not sure. It's probably the legacy disciple of another upper sect. I heard that the paragon of Stellar Luna Sect died. There's no way Stellar Luna Sect is going to let this go. There's already 3 of the 10 upper sects here now, and I garner the other 7 should be arriving soon. Seems like the rumors are for real. Needless to think, a great battle would definitely break out in the Great Chen ruins once the vermilion fruit was ripe 15 days later. At that time, paragons would be drenched in blood, and no one knew who would survive the massive storm. This could be considered as a test. Only paragons that survive bloodbaths could truly be considered as peerless paragons and leave an unshakable name in the intermediate ancient battlefield 20 years later. With a stern expression, Mu Dongqing contemplated for a long time before saying slowly, "The situation is getting way too complicated in the Great Chen ruins." "Why do you say that?" Bai Yuhan could tell that he had more to his mind. Mu Dongqing frowned. "Have you noticed that despite the grand commotion at the Great Chen ruins, a single nascent soul has yet to appear?" Bai Yuhan nodded. She had noticed this long ago too. The vermilion fruit doesn't have much effect for nascent souls and they're probably not attracted by it, Bai Yuhan deduced. While that is true, it's impossible that none of them appeared at all. That doesn't make sense. What do you have in mind? Mu Dongqing mulled deeply. I'm guessing that some of the nascent souls have already arrived. What do you mean by that? Bai Yuhan's eyes widened. Mu Dongqing replied, there are too many factions involved in this fight for the vermilion fruit. If nascent souls interfered, they would definitely destroy the balance. As you've mentioned, it's truly not worth it for nascent souls to fight for a single vermilion fruit. Therefore, I garner that there's most probably a silent agreement between the nascent souls of the various major factions to not interfere, so that the younger generation can take a truly decisive battle to see who could reign supreme among the Golden Core realm. It's very likely that all the nascent souls are hidden and watching to see the outcome of this battle. Bai Yuhan frowned and fell into deep thought upon hearing his guess. Underground cave. A resplendent light shone above the scarlet lava, and a faint yellow inner armor hovered in midair beautifully. On the shore, a demure green-robed cultivator wiped away the sweat on his forehead and heaved a sigh of relief, finally letting off a faint smile. The green-robed cultivator was none other than Su Zimo. After entering the underground cave, he merely spent 5 days repairing the 5 black gold arrows. However, it took him 10 days to repair the mystic gold silk armor. For the past 15 days, Su Zimo did not rest for a single moment and was tense. He was already at his limits physically and mentally by doing spirit gathering continuously. However, it was all worth it. The 5 black gold arrows and the mystic gold silk armor were all connate spirit weapons. Su Zimo's combat strength had just climbed yet another level. Su Zimo stretched and removed his green robes, preparing to don the mystic gold silk armor. However, his actions caused the furry, red ball beside his feet to wake up. The little fox yawned and pushed against Su Zimo's thigh with its head and groggy eyes, expressing its displeasure. Su Zimo smiled. Over the past 15 days, the little fox had let down its guard towards him entirely. Initially, this little thing hid and watched him from afar. When it was tired, it slept and continued watching after it woke up. After a few days, when the little fox saw that Su Zimo ignored her, she advanced and closed in. When she realized that she was still not in danger after another day, she closed the distance again. A few days later, the little fox laid down beside Su Zimo's feet directly. She used his thighs as her pillow and felt extremely comfortable. She had never had a sleep as good as this for dozens of years. After waking up, the little fox rubbed her eyes, and the first thing she saw was Su Zimo changing his clothes. Instantly, she blushed and grumbled internally. Everything about this man is good except the fact that he loves to be nude. Su Zimo was indifferent and wore the mystic gold silk armor. It felt cooling on his skin and extremely comfortable. The mystic gold silk armor was thin as the wings of cicadas, but it was unyielding and could adjust to the figure of any cultivator. It was truly a rare utmost treasure. After successfully repairing the Khanate spirit weapon, Su Zimo was in great spirits and wore his green robes once more. Looking at the little fox beside him, he could not help but reach out and touch her furry body. Initially, the little fox wanted to dodge by instinct. However, she blinked and stayed where she was, allowing Su Zimo to rub her body gently. "Little fox?" Grinning, Su Zimo said with a playful look in his eyes. "Do you know that when you sleep, you snore really loudly? Damned scholar! How can you say something like that aloud?" The little fox froze up with an embarrassed expression and turned to Su Zimo's palm before biting down viciously. "Yelp!" the little fox exclaimed. Su Zimo's palm was fine, but her teeth nearly cracked as she gasped coldly. When he saw that, Su Zimo could not help but burst out into laughter. Pursing her lips and blinking, the little fox's alluring eyes misted up and bean-sized teardrops rolled around, looking pitiful as if she had suffered great grievances. Su Zimo put away his smile hurriedly and fondled her forehead, saying with a fake sternness, "But to be honest, your snoring is unlike ordinary snoring. Yes, it's nicer." The little fox bawled and broke out into tears. The little fox bawled and lifted the fire-blocking basket with her tiny paws, running away in a huff. Smiling, Su Zimo sat down and laid backwards, using his arms as a pillow for his head. Closing his eyes, a faint demonic glint flickered as he fell into thought. After crying for a little while, the little fox hid in a corner and drew circles on the ground, grinding her brain juices to insult Su Zimo. "Stupid scholar. Why, you really suck. Stupid scholar, you're a bad person. You're even badder than that stupid dead crocodile." The little fox spent her entire life in this underground cave and had never seen the outside world or come into contact with anyone. Although she was wary by nature, she was also innocent and naive like a virgin. The most vicious words she could come up with were to compare Su Zimo as being worse than the crocodile. Even though she had lived for dozens of years, it was a negligible amount of time compared to the long lifespans of demons, and her mind was similar to a human child. Before long, she was bored. Turning around, the little fox looked at Su Zimo instinctively. His eyes were closed and he was motionless except for his ears that were twitching. "What is he doing?" The little fox was curious and tiptoed over, completely forgetting that he made fun of her earlier on. Because her cultivation realm was not high enough, she could not hear the sounds coming from the palace above the cave. However, Su Zimo possessed universal hearing. Even thousands of feet underground, he could vaguely hear the sounds above in the palace. The palace had not been peaceful for the past half a month. Furthermore, the commotion was clearly getting bigger. All the golden core paragons of the North region might have gathered here with the birth of the vermilion fruit. Although Su Zimo managed to defend against strong foes of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects single-handedly when the human emperor's palace descended in the ancient battlefield, the current situation was not looking good for him. At that time, he was a 7-meridian foundation establishment cultivator for his Immortality cultivation and had attained greater mastery on his orifice clearing section for his demonic cultivation. He was almost at the peak and was a single step away from forming a core. At that time, he was comparable to the paragons of the Immortal, Buddhist, and Fiend sect paragons in terms of cultivation realm. But now, he was at early-stage golden core and had yet to attain lesser mastery of his inner core. The weakest of the paragons that gathered were at late-stage golden core, and there might even be perfected golden cores. There was a difference of up to 3 minor realms. Of course, those three minor realms did not mean much to Su Zimo, who had both immortality and demonic cultivation. He was still confident that he could suppress everyone in a one-on-one battle. However, there's a high chance he might make enemies with all the paragons of the North region by fighting for the vermilion fruit. At that time, it would be hard to stand victorious against the combined attacks of countless paragons. He managed to cultivate twin phenomenons, and both of them were lost primordial phenomenons. However, at the end of the day, he only had two. At that time, there would be hundreds or thousands of golden core phenomenons by paragons, and that was a destructive power that was unimaginable. He might not be able to handle everything with his spirit energy as an early-stage golden core. Furthermore, there were golden core phenomenons stronger than the soaring serpent and divine turtle as well. Glass Palace of the 9 immortal sects and Malevolent Earth sect of the 7 fiend sects were located in the North region. If the paragons of those two super sects were to head over, it would definitely be a threat for Su Zimo. Of course, there was something else he was wary about. Would any nascent souls appear for the appearance of this vermilion fruit? How would things end if nascent souls interfered? Su Zimo's wild thoughts made his eyelids heavy. He was truly way too tired, and right now, the only thing he wanted was to have a good night's rest. His comprehension on weapon refinement had advanced again as he repaired the Khanate spirit weapons. There's another 15 days left. That's enough for me to refine a set of 27 supreme-grade flying swords. With that thought, Su Zimo drifted into sleep. The little fox had just arrived beside Su Zimo when she saw that he had fallen asleep. Furthermore, there was a strange sound coming from his nose. It sounded like tigers, leopards, and thunder. Humph! Pouting, she thought to herself. How dare this stupid scholar laugh at me when he snores so loudly? Even though those were her thoughts, she did not disturb Su Zimo. She could tell that he was tuckered out. The sound from Su Zimo's nose was naturally due to the marrow cleansing section. The breathing and expiration method of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness was already infused in Su Zimo's marrow and would activate instinctively even if he was asleep. Body tempering, tendons transformation, bone strengthening, marrow cleansing, organs refinement, orifice clearing, core formation. The 7 sutras reverberated within his body, forming a cycle. His rich demonic chi rose and started spreading. Eh? The little fox watched everything with widened eyes in disbelief. Is this scholar a human or demon? She could not figure it out at all. To her shock, she realized that her exposure to the demonic chi that was released from Su Zimo's cultivation moved her cultivation that had been stagnant for a long time. Hee. Delighted, the little fox inched forward again and stuck closely to Su Zimo's arm before starting to cultivate. There was a big pavilion 5 kilometers away from Great Chen ruins. Unlike the desolate ruins, this place was lush with greenery, and willow trees stood in rows, filled with life. There were 4 stone tables in the pavilion. Beside each table sat 3 to 4 cultivators in weird attires. Some of them wore robes, some of them wore armor, and others wore tight exercise attire. More than 10 people sat by sipping tea idly with relaxed expressions, discussing with soft voices. Outside the pavilion, there were more than 100 cultivators waiting. Standing outside, all of their expressions were much worse as they looked at the people inside the pavilion with deep fear and wariness. If Mu Dongxing were to see this, he would definitely be shocked. Be it the 10-odd people inside the pavilion or the 100-odd outside, all of them were nascent souls. As he had expected, the nascent souls made their moves for the vermilion fruit. In the pavilion, 3 people sat around one of the stone tables with badges on their waists that stated Morong, Yuan, and Taba. They were from the 4 gentry clans. There were emblems on the waists of the nascent souls sitting around the other 3 stone tables. Stellar Luna Sect, Blaze Columbus Valley, Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect, Heaven Motion Sect, 7 Kills Sect, Blood Mist Sect, Mystic Firmament Divine Cult, Dragon Tiger Sect, and Shadowless Sect. Those were 9 of the 10 upper sects other than Dark Ghost Sect. The nascent souls in the pavilion were either from the 10 upper sects or the 4 gentry clans. As for the nascent souls that stood obediently outside the pavilion, they were from ordinary sects and factions as well as some unknown itinerant cultivators. Among them, the nascent souls of the Great Shang and Great Xia dynasties stood outside as well, not daring to have any opinions. Earlier on, when the Golden Core army of the Great Yu dynasty was murdered by the Taba clan, the nascent soul of Great Yu was enraged and wanted to head for the Great Qian ruins. However, a nascent soul of the Taba clan attacked and killed him in 3 moves. Up till now, the blood of the Great Yu nascent soul's corpse had yet to dry. Laying in front of the pavilion, his body was still warm from his indignant death. That was not the only corpse around the pavilion. In the north region, the combined force of the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans was almost absolute. Seems like Dugu of the 4 gentry clans is not going to send forth any perfected lords. The perfected lord of Stellar Luna sect sipped his tea and said idly, Dugu Jian has an introverted nature and was born from a servant. He doesn't even carry the bloodline of the Dugu clan in him. It's only normal that there's no perfected lord coming for him. The perfected lord of the Morong clan said, born from a servant, and yet he managed to climb his way through a gentry clan such as the Dugas to reach where he is now, defeating every other perfected being of the same realm. That's not an easy feat. The perfected lord of the Yuan clan lamented. Humph! Heavenly piercing sword sect's perfected lord scoffed with an unfriendly expression. That lad is cold and heartless. He killed a few of my sect's geniuses. If that lad manages to get lucky and survive this vermilion fruit fight, hee. The heavenly piercing sword sect perfected lord revealed killing intent through his words. The entire north region was shaken with the appearance of the vermilion fruit. The 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans had a silent agreement and sent forth news that nascent souls were not allowed to get involved in the fight for the vermilion fruit, so that the younger generation could fight for it and determine victory themselves. The reason why the nascent souls of the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans were here was to prevent accidents and stop other nascent souls from entering the Great Qian ruins. The fight for the vermilion fruit this time round had an extraordinary meaning to it. Whoever got their hands on the vermilion fruit would become the number 1 perfected being of the north region. The 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans joined forces to prevent any nascent souls from interfering and breaking that balance. Therefore, even if Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect wanted to kill Dugu Jian, they would have to wait till the fight for the vermilion fruit was over. The hundreds of nascent souls standing outside the pavilion were stopped by the nascent souls of the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry sects. Anyone that resisted ended up as a corpse on the ground. For the vermilion fruit fight this time round, the perfected beings of the younger generation would have to depend on themselves. It was a massive storm and paragons would be drenched in blood to see who would last till the very end. Suddenly, the sound of robes slicing the air could be heard. The person that arrived wore blue robes and was extremely fast. Another nascent soul had arrived. While nascent souls may not be tempted by the vermilion fruit, the appearance of the underground palace might lead to treasures within. Built in the middle, the pavilion with hundreds of nascent souls gathered around was way too striking. Glancing over, the blue-robed perfected lord's expression changed and he swerved to the side, wanting to take a detour around the pavilion. Buzz! The sound of swords swooshing filled the heavens. A white streak of sword light flashed from the pavilion like a white divine chain, almost slicing the void into half as it blocked the blue-robed perfected lord's path forward. Where are you going, fellow Taoist? The voice of the heavenly piercing sword sect's perfected lord was sinister and shuddering. Come over here. No nascent souls are allowed into the Great Qian ruins. Stellar Luna sect's perfected lord remarked coldly. The blue-robed perfected lord was rather calm as well and cupped his fists towards everyone with a smile. I truly did not know of that rule. I'll leave right now and not disturb you guys. You want to leave after coming here? Suddenly, a phantom shrouded by a black mist appeared behind the blue-robed perfected lord and devoured him instantly. Ah! A tragic shriek rang through the air. After 10 breaths, a white skeleton wearing blue robes fell from midair. The black mist cleared and a scrawny old man revealed his true appearance. With a ghastly aura and a cold gaze, he descended into the pavilion clutching a walking stick. The perfected lord of Dark Ghost sect had arrived. As of now, the perfected lords of the 10 upper sects were represented and there were also perfected lords from 3 of the 4 gentry clans. The crowd was no longer surprised at the death of the blue-robed perfected lord. Things quickly returned to normal outside the pavilion and discussions ensued. I heard that an extreme foundation establishment cultivator was born in the North region? Yes, but there wasn't any news of him thereafter. He must have been murdered. This is truly a chaotic generation with way too many paragons and monster incarnates. Even the human emperor's palace appeared. It's pretty similar to the golden times of the ancient era where multiple emperors rose. Great calamities are bound to accompany great eras. Although we are all perfected lords, the road of cultivation is one that is long. Who knows if we can tide through all the calamities? In the firmaments thousands of kilometers above the pavilion, a sparkling spirit vessel that looked like a precious gem flew over at a rapid speed. At the bow, a man in a lotus position faced the wind with his black hair swaying gently, revealing an incomparably handsome face. His skin even sparkled slightly and was astonishing. Sitting at the bow, there was an inexplicable dignity to him. While he was only at Golden Core realm, there was a confidence in his eyes that could suppress everything. An old man stood behind the handsome man. Young master, there's no need for you to be this serious. Even if all the paragons of the North region stick together, none of them is a match for you. While the old man was at nascent soul realm, his hands were placed by his side as he said respectfully, "Yes." The handsome man smiled gently. "My opponents will be in the intermediate ancient battlefield 20 years from now. However, the gathering of the North region's paragons due to the birth of the vermilion fruit makes me want to come forth and explore to see how strong the paragons of this generation are. You're the #1 perfected being of the North region, young master. How could any of those paragons be a match for you?" The old man declared with pride. "There's naturally nothing to worry about in a solo fight," the handsome man replied idly. "I just want to see if those so-called paragons can stop me from getting my hands on the vermilion fruit if they work together. Foo-foo. That gets my hands itchy." There were 2 other people sitting in the cabin of the spirit vessel. One of them wore luxurious robes and had a mask on, covering every single bit of exposed skin on his body and merely revealing a pair of vengeful eyes. In front of that person sat a middle-aged man with pale yellow skin that looked like gold. "Chunyu, how about staying by my side? Don't go and fight for that vermilion fruit," the middle-aged man said slowly. "Don't worry, Grandpa. Senior brother Shi is the #1 perfected being of the North region. I won't be in any danger following him." The voice of the masked man was hoarse and he sounded terrible, as though he had been through a burn. "Yes," the middle-aged man nodded. "It's also good for you to go explore and train with him. Take care of your safety. Keep this jade pendant with you. It's enough to defend against the full-powered attack of a golden core." The masked man received it and hung it on his waist. After a moment of silence, the masked man raised his head and snarled, "Grandpa, you've got to take revenge for me. I won't be in this shameful state if not for Su Zimo. Rest assured, he won't be able to hide for much longer. Glass Palace is the overlord of the North region. As long as Su Zimo remains in the North region, I'll be able to seek him out even if I have to overturn the earth. I'll make him pay 100 times more for everything he's done to you." With that said, the middle-aged man's eyes shone coldly, and he released a shuddering, terrifying aura. Even the old nascent soul that stood at the bow was frightened and jerked briefly. That was the power of a void reversion. That was an entire major realm above him. The middle-aged man continued, "I won't appear after sending you guys to the Great Qian ruins. There's a great Zhou dynasty nearby here. At that time, I'll head over and ask if they've got any news of that lad." The birth of the vermilion fruit shook the entire North region and paragons were gathered. As the deadline approached, the legacy disciples of the 10 upper sects had all arrived in the Great Qian ruins. Those of the 4 gentry clans had waited for a long time as well. In the outer perimeter, geniuses of other factions and sects were biding their time alongside itinerant cultivators, creating a force not to be reckoned with. This day, suddenly, a heat wave shot forth from the palace. In the blink of an eye, the skies were filled with a scarlet glow, as if a blazing sun was slowly descending into the depths of the palace as it stained half the firmaments. Ha 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 ha! Taba Feng's eyes lit up and he laughed with raring battle intent. The vermilion fruit's about to ripen. Everyone, follow me and kill our way into the underground palace to get our hands on it. Let's go! Yuan Wuxia waved his hand. Thud! 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 Hoo hoo hoo! The ancient chariots of the gentry clans tore through the voids with a rumbling sound as their war flags fluttered in a terrifying manner. The spirit vessels of 10 upper sects streaked through the air, and their horns sounded with a shuddering aura. Tabafeng, Yuan Wuxia and Murong Wushuang stood on their chariots and looked down at the world. On the spirit vessels, legacy disciples of the 10 upper sects stood with their hands behind their backs fearlessly, revealing fervent and excited gazes in the depths of their eyes. After the 3 gentry clans and 10 upper sects, the remaining paragons from all over the place surged forward like a tsunami wave. On the ground, a black-robed swordsman walked forward step by step expressionlessly with lost eyes that could not seem to focus. The strange thing was that there was no one around him at all. Although the crowd was dense, a path opened up instinctively when it encountered the black-robed swordsman. After it wrapped him, the crowd converged once more. Within the palace, a sinister wind gusted and specters surrounded them. Millions of otherworldly soldiers were gathered at this place, forming an indestructible dark cloud that blanketed the skies above the palace. Although the otherworldly soldiers in the palace were not alive, they maintained their habits from their previous life. Now that the palace was met with external foes, all the otherworldly soldiers were gathered here to guard it. Kill! 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 The millions of otherworldly soldiers chanted angrily in a dense, black crowd. It was deafening and formed a torrential aura that surged over. Boom! The 2 opposing forces collided and the world shook, causing the partially destroyed walls left behind in the palace to collapse. One side was the paragons of the North region. The other side was the guards of the once #1 empire of the North region that had spanned through history. Meat and blood spewed as the collision happened, and a few golden cores died on the spot, while countless otherworldly soldiers dispersed, turning into malevolent chi that dissipated into the void. The otherworldly soldiers that amounted in the millions were scary. However, almost all the paragons of the North region were gathered here. This was a shuddering force that could destroy everything. The paragons of the 4 gentry clans and the legacy disciples of the 10 upper sects killed their way through with various means, pushing into the depths of the palace in an unyielding manner and destroying endless otherworldly soldiers. Mu Dongxing and Bai Yuhan followed the crowd and exchanged glances. Both could read the shock in the other's eyes. The paragons were way too scary. If the 2 of them had barged into the palace and encountered these otherworldly soldiers, they would definitely be dead. Yet, before them, even as the most frightening heavy-armored mounted riders of the palace rushed over, they could not stop the ancient chariots of the gentry clans and the spirit vessels of the 10 upper sects. The heavy-armored mounted riders could not defend against the charge of the chariots and warships and were crushed into dust. Tabafeng wielded his halberd and Yuan Wuxia wielded his golden 3-pronged spear, rushing forward with immense strength to kill at melee combat. They were unstoppable on their chariots. Wang Yen of Blaze Columbus Valley hollered and his sleeves fluttered, sending forth scarlet flames that turned the otherworldly soldiers before him into ashes. Kill! 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 With every word chanted by the paragon of 7 kills sect. His aura would increase by a fold and everywhere he passed by would end up in destruction. There was a blood mist that shrouded the paragon of blood mist sect the entire time and no one could see his true appearance. However, when otherworldly soldiers approached, they would be devoured by the blood mist and vanish entirely. The dark ghost sect's paragon was even more frightening. He advanced while conjuring hand seals expressionlessly. Yet, when the otherworldly soldiers charged over, they seemed to be affected by some mysterious power. The red glows in the eyes of the otherworldly soldiers gradually fainted, and they surrounded the dark ghost sect's paragon, listening to his orders and protecting him. Before long, the number of otherworldly soldiers gathered around that person increased constantly and became a massive army that pushed into the depths of the palace instead. The methods of the various paragons were powerful and stunning. It did not take long for the paragons to arrive at the entrance to the underground palace. Taba Feng did not pause at all and charged right in with his chariot. Yuan Wujia, Murong Wushuang and the paragons of the 10 upper sects were naturally unwilling to fall behind and swarmed into the underground palace as well. Thankfully, the palace was huge enough such that it did not seem crowded even as the paragons swarmed the place with their chariots. The terrifying scarlet mist in the underground palace that could devour living beings gradually faded. This meant that the vermilion fruit was about to ripen. There was no longer any green tinge on the body of the scarlet fruit, and it had shone brightly with a dark red color. Even looking at it from far away, one could sense the tremendous amount of essence energy contained within the fruit. Some of the cultivators rapped over from the side and scrutinized the cultivators in the surroundings constantly, worried that they would get themselves murdered by accident. The number of cultivators gathered in the underground palace increased with the vermilion fruit in the center. All of them maintained their distance with one another with guarded gazes. Right at the front, there were more than 100 cultivators closest to the vermilion fruit. Apart from the paragons of the 4 gentry clans and the legacy disciples of the 10 upper sects, there were also paragons from everywhere else. Naturally, no one was willing to display weakness when they saw the vermilion fruit. Mu Dongxing and Bai Yuhan stood at the outermost perimeter. It was clear that they wanted to stay out of trouble. The two of them were curious as well to see who could obtain the vermilion fruit given this star-studded crowd and become the number 1 perfected being of the North region, exerting dominance over everyone else. Although things were considered to be peaceful in the underground palace right now, it was filled with a murderous aura. Both of them felt shudders even though they were far from the center. The reason why everyone had not attacked was because the vermilion fruit was not fully ripe yet. Once the scarlet mist surrounding the vermilion fruit dispersed completely and it was fully ripe, an unprecedented battle between the paragons of the North region would break out. At that time, countless paragons would be bathed in blood. No one knew how many of them would be buried in this ruin. At the same time, 1,000 feet deep beneath the palace, a scholarly green-robed cultivator stirred awake from his silent cultivation, opening his brilliant eyes slowly. "It's finally about to begin?" Murmuring softly, the green-robed cultivator had a calm expression with a faint hint of killing intent in his eyes. When Su Zimo rose, he alarmed the little fox who was leaning on him by accident. She sat up and rubbed her drowsy eyes, looking at him instinctively. That single look was enough to jolt her awake fully. With a whimper, the little fox lowered her head shyly and covered her eyes with her tiny paws, grumbling internally, "Stupid scholar, you're stripping again." Su Zimo removed his green robes and revealed his almost flawless body. Going silent for a moment, a series of cracks suddenly sounded from his body as his tendons and bones echoed together. His height increased and his flesh expanded. Even his features were changing. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo transformed into a burly man with rough features at 2 meters tall. With thick brows and big eyes, he no longer looked demure. The little fox stole a glance and was instantly stunned and dumbfounded. Why did he turn into someone else in the blink of an eye? "I must be too tired from sleeping." The little fox could not believe what she saw and rubbed her eyes before looking again. The result was the same. She was initially flustered upon seeing a stranger. However, she calmed down in the blink of an eye and tilted her head, looking at Su Zimo curiously. Although Su Zimo's appearance changed, the unique aura he possessed did not change. The little fox spent this period of time lazing beside him and was extremely familiar with that aura. Retrieving a rough linen shirt from his storage bag, Su Zimo donned it. This time round, he was prepared to fight for the vermilion fruit using the identity of the Divine Phoenix Island's successor. Back in the ancient battlefield, Su Zimo killed countless Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth sect cultivators. Both of those super sects were located in the North region. Su Zimo was unsure if the successors of those 2 super sects would move for the vermilion fruit. However, he was certain that there would definitely be a vicious battle. If he did not conceal his identity, even if he got his hands on the vermilion fruit, he would bring about an endless wrath and it would be impossible for him to remain in the North region. The safest way was to fight for the Vermilion Fruit as Divine Phoenix Island's successor. After getting his hands on the Vermilion Fruit and escaping far away, he would then revert to his appearance and no one would be able to trace it to him. Furthermore, the identity of Divine Phoenix Island's successor had already offended many top factions, and it did not matter if more foes were gained. Of course, with this, he could not use many methods that could expose him. The ancient Dragonification Manual, Moon Concealment Bow, Blood Quencher, and even the Coiling Dragon Seal could not be used at all. During this period of time, he had already refined his 27 Supreme-grade flying swords. However, the Candlelight Sword formation was way too striking and he could not release it easily. On the surface, it seemed like Su Zimo's combat strength was greatly decreased without those methods. However, in reality, with the mystic gold silk armor and both his immortality and demonic cultivation, Su Zimo was even more frightening using the identity as the successor of Divine Phoenix Island. He was the monster incarnate that shook the entire Tianhuang mainland. The demonic existence that countless paragons could not forget was about to descend upon the North region. At the side, the little fox seemed to sense something when she saw the murderous aura Su Zimo was exuding. He turned around and looked at the obedient little fox beside him. Although slightly reluctant, he still said softly, "I'm about to leave. Most likely, it would be difficult for him to return after this departure. He would definitely flee from the Great Qian ruins the moment he got his hands on the Vermilion Fruit and would not return casually." The pitch-black gem-like eyes of the little fox dimmed gradually as she lowered her head. Her disappointment could barely be concealed. Initially, she thought that Su Zimo could stay here and live with her forever. While this place was cramped and small compared to the outside world, it was carefree and peaceful. She did not feel lonely as well with a companion. But now that Su Zimo was about to leave, she would be the only one left. After pondering for a moment, Su Zimo asked, "Do you want to leave with me?" The little fox had a lost expression and was silent. She was already used to this place after living here for dozens of years. Her presence was felt in every single rock and corner. Although her mother was already deceased and still, each time she looked at her mother, the little fox would calm down. This was her home. She had never thought about leaving here before. Even when she was locked in captivity by the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile, she merely thought about chasing it away one day rather than leaving herself. But now, the little fox was at a loss for what to do and could only look at Su Zimo squarely. Su Zimo sighed internally. He could roughly read the little fox's mind. This was something that could not be forced. The man and fox looked at one another without saying anything. After a while, Su Zimo smiled. "It's all right. Even though the outside world is interesting, it's also filled with danger. It might not be a good idea for you to leave this place either." The little fox had not left the cave before and knew nothing about the outside world. If she were to head out as such, she would be akin to an ignorant and naive young girl that was cast into the wilderness. There were too many people who could harm her. In the past, Su Zimo brought Monkey away from the Zhonglang mountain range and kept Spirit Tiger by his side. In the end, there was no news of the both of them for a long time after they left, and even now, he did not know if they were alive. Su Zimo was worried that he might not be able to take good care of her after taking her away. If that was the case, it would be better for her to remain here and lead a peaceful life away from the outside world. The little fox did not say anything and merely looked at Su Zimo blankly without blinking. Gradually, a mist fogged her eyes in a pitiable manner. Su Zimo was silent. A long time later, he took a tough stance and repressed the reluctance in his heart before turning around, striding away in huge steps while waving goodbye to the little fox from the back. The little fox gazed at Su Zimo's leaving back view and the mist in her eyes condensed, turning into two bead-sized tears that rolled down silently. A long time later, the little fox sniffed and reached out with her tiny paws to try and wipe away her tears. She had a resolute gaze, as though she had decided on something. Running back to the parcel of land from which she was born, she gazed at the corpse of the demon fox. "Mummy, I'm about to leave. Although that scholar has a bad habit of stripping and would make fun of me from time to time, He's a good person and tells me stories. The little fox did not know why her mother came here. She did not know why her mother refused to leave this place no matter what. She was truly way too young during the first few years of her birth. The little fox merely had a vague feeling that her mother seemed to be guarding something within this cave. It was definitely not the vermilion fruit in the palace above the cave. For the past month, she and the human were the only ones in the cave. During his breaks while forging his flying swords, Su Zimo would occasionally recount weird legends of the mortal realm and various knowledge of the cultivation world to the little fox. She had once heard him say that in his hometown, people were buried after their deaths. She intended to bury the demon fox here as well. After taking a final look at her mother, the little fox bit her lip and tugged the massive body of the demon fox, dragging it into the scorching lava and letting it sink gradually until it disappeared. Once she was done with that, she took a deep breath of air and raised her fire-blocking basket, running towards the direction Su Zimo left in. In the underground palace, countless gazes were fixed on that bright, shiny scarlet fruit, and they grew increasingly fervent. Nobody noticed that a massive figure was silently approaching from the depths of the palace. The mist around the vermilion fruit had almost dispersed entirely. The vermilion fruit was completely ripe. Suddenly, the air was still. There was tension and pressure. Many cultivators were motionless except for their roving eyes that darted all around. They did not even notice the sweat pouring down their faces. Given the current situation, any slight movement could cause a massive fight to break out between the paragons. The 10 upper sects of the North Region: Dark Ghost Sect, Stellar Luna Sect, Blaze Columbus Valley, Shadowless Sect, Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect, Heaven Motion Sect, Seven Kills Sect, Blood Mist Sect, Mystic Firmament Divine Cult, Dragon Tiger Sect. The 4 gentry clans, Taba, Murong, Yuan, and Gudu. Those powerful factions had lasted through history and managed to endure through the destruction of the Great Qian Empire in the past with their formidable foundations. But now, all the paragons of the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans were wary, and none of them dared to be the first to attack. Although the vermilion fruit was already ripe, it was right in front of everyone, and the person who made the first move would definitely be at a loss and would probably be drowned in the attacks of everyone. Hee hee. Suddenly, Taba Feng's laugh broke the silence. The vermilion fruit is right here. Since no one dares to take it, I won't stand on courtesy. Surveying his surroundings with a raring battle intent, Taba Feng took a huge stride forward with a golden halberd in his right hand, sprinting towards the vermilion fruit with a condescending aura. Everyone present was all paragons of the North Region, the strongest of the younger generation. Even those that were not from the 10 upper sects or 4 gentry clans did not feel that they were inferior to Taba Feng and naturally felt no fear. Humph! Dragon Tiger Sect's paragon harumphed coldly. Taba Feng, you think that you're qualified to take the vermilion fruit and reign supreme over the North Region? Wielding 2 truncheons, Dragon Tiger Sect's paragon had a domineering aura when he stood forth. Boom! The golden halberd collided against the twin truncheons and let out a deafening bang with sparks. It was an even split. Both sides were pushed back with that head-on collision. Among the 10 upper sects, Dragon Tiger Sect was the only one that focused only on body tempering. The founder master that established it was a remarkable figure in Tianhuang mainland and left behind the Dragon Tiger Sutra. It said that at the peak of its cultivation, one can subdue dragons and suppress tigers. There was nothing one couldn't do. The twin truncheons were also known as the Dragon Tiger truncheons. The truncheon on his left hand was etched with an intricate pattern that looked like a dragon's scales. The truncheon on his right hand had black-yellow flower patterns that resembled those on a tiger's skin. The weapons that both of them used were perfect-grade spirit weapons. Initially, at the sect competition of Great Zhou, the birth of a perfect spirit weapon was enough to stir the capital and tempt countless golden cores. But now, 2 perfect spirit weapons were displayed the moment 2 paragons fought. Buzz! All of a sudden, the clear sound of a sword buzzing rang through the void. A sword light flashed. It was blazing white and tore the void into 2. The paragon of Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect had attacked and his slash sliced through the void. There was initially nothing there. However, The sword beam illuminated a figure in the air who retreated hurriedly with a flustered expression, dodging the killing move by a hair's breadth. That was the paragon of shadowless sect who was trying to get close to the vermilion fruit by hiding himself. However, heavenly piercing sword sect's paragon saw through him and forced him out with a single slash. The paragon of dark ghost sect tapped his feet off the ground and charged towards the vermilion fruit like a phantom, but he was blocked away by a streak of fire. You! Dark ghost sect's paragon's expression was grim. The one who attacked was Wang Yen of Blaze Columbus Valley. A month ago, he escaped from this place and with the help of seniors in his sect, healed his injuries completely and even advanced in his cultivation. He was not only back for the vermilion fruit, but also for revenge. The moment Blood Mist Sect's paragon made a move, a gigantic star appeared before him. The paragon of Stellar Luna Sect had attacked. The paragons of Heaven Motion Sect, Seven Kills Sect, Yuan Wuxia, Murong Wushuang and everyone else attacked either in pairs or in three-way fights. The situation was in complete chaos. All the other paragons of the North region seized the opportunity to strike. A long-faced cultivator relied on the speed of his movement technique and avoided a few fatal attacks in succession, charging towards the vermilion fruit. Before he could reach it, a blood mist appeared before him and devoured him completely, leaving no corpse behind. Some other geniuses that tried to close in were cleaved down by Tabafeng's halberd as well. The battle royale between the paragons of the 10 upper sects and the 4 gentry clans was terrifying as hell, and any cultivators that approached were instantly minced. The many paragons that were present were extremely conservative and did not give it their all yet. If any paragon were to start using a golden core phenomenon and cause a threat to others, it would definitely cause a chain reaction and that battle royale would turn even more bloody and cruel. Mu Dongqing and Bai Yuhan stood at the outermost perimeter and looked at the intense battle of the paragons with pale expressions. This was a perfect representation of how savage and cruel the cultivation world was. The two of them witnessed the person known as the number 1 golden core of Great Shang charge in only to be beaten down by the Dragon Tiger truncheons of Dragon Tiger Sex Paragon repeatedly. That person had only managed to release his golden core phenomenon halfway, when he was killed by Dragon Tiger Sex Paragon and died on the spot. Geniuses of the cultivation world were absolutely worthless at this moment. Only those that could survive the baptism of blood could be considered as the true paragons of the North region. This is way too scary, Bai Yuhan remarked softly. The paragons of the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans are fighting around the vermilion fruit. Anyone that wants to get their hands on the vermilion fruit will have to pass by them and will definitely fail. Mu Dongqing nodded. That's right. Their combat strength is truly way too terrifying. At that moment, a tall and burly figure rushed into the crowd. The burly man wore rough linen clothes that exposed his thick, muscular arms. His expression was steely and everywhere he passed, everything was overturned as he charged right into the center of the battlefield. Another person who wants to die. Bai Yuhan shook her head and sighed gently. In this short period of time, hundreds of golden cores have already perished on the battlefield. Any paragon that wanted to approach the vermilion fruit would definitely be slaughtered by the paragons of the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans mercilessly. In the blink of an eye, the burly man had already closed in and was fighting against the paragon of Blood Mist Sect. There were already dozens of golden cores that had died in the hands of Blood Mist Sect's paragon by now. Controlling his blood mist, the paragon devoured everything and there was nothing he couldn't corrode and eat up. In fact, Mu Dongqing and Bai Yuhan saw some golden cores release phenomenons that were devoured by his blood mist completely. You must have a death wish. When he saw that the burly man had no intention of slowing down, Blood Mist Sect's paragon sneered and released his blood mist to engulf the former. Scram! His voice was thunderous and shuddering. Not only did the burly man not dodge or avoid, his gaze was like lightning, and when he spoke, there was a mighty aura that burst forth from his body like a surging tsunami. Tsunami blood. The pupils of Blood Mist Sect's paragon constricted and his expression changed starkly. With a torrential blood chi, the burly man forced back the incoming blood mist instantly. The unstoppable blood mist could not get close to him at all. The burly man did not stop there and extended his massive palm, slapping the blood mist directly. Poof! A huge head was lopped into the air with widened eyes. A single charge by the burly man dispersed the blood mist. Instantly, Blood Mist Sex Paragon died on the spot in regrets without the chance to even release his golden core phenomenon. The initially chaotic battlefield was met with a momentary pause with the death of Blood Mist Sex Paragon. It was too fast. Nobody expected the Paragon of Blood Mist Sect to die. Less than that, nobody expected him to die against a single move from this burly man who had appeared out of nowhere. His head was sent flying with a single slap. In fact, many of the cultivators present did not even manage to catch the appearance of the burly man clearly yet. A commotion broke out within the crowd. A variable had occurred. "How dare you!" Mystic Firmament Divine Cult's Paragon hollered in rage when he saw that the burly man was already close to reaching the vermilion fruit. Boom! A massive divine cauldron descended from the heavens with a blinding radiance and a terrifying aura that could suppress all living beings. The burly man's expression did not change, and he did not stop at all. His bloodline burst forth alongside two divine lights from his eyes as the veins on his arms were exposed while his muscles knotted together like liquid steel. He threw a punch against the air. Bang! A loud bang sounded in the air. Is he crazy? He's trying to fight against a supreme-grade spirit weapon with his bare hands. He truly doesn't know what's good for him to underestimate the paragons of the North region as such. Remarks could be heard from the crowd. "Your arm is mine." The eyes of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult's Paragon shone cruelly as he controlled his divine cauldron to smash down fiercely against the burly man. The burly man did not avoid or dodge, and the flesh on his fist expanded rapidly, resembling a gigantic seal that emanated a heavy blood stench. Boom! The fist and the divine cauldron collided with a huge bang. After a momentary pause, a series of cracking sounds echoed from the divine cauldron. It was extremely tragic, and thin lines could be seen forming on the surface of the cauldron. Pest! All the cultivators present gasped in shock. The next moment, the divine cauldron was repelled more than 100 feet away, and its radiance dimmed. The cultivators that witnessed that were dumbfounded, and their eyes were filled with astonishment. Nobody expected that the unknown burly man would be able to take on a supreme-grade spirit weapon barehanded, and even send it flying. What sort of a body was that? Could that person be wearing some sort of a perfect or connate glove spirit weapon? Otherwise, what could explain what just happened? The shock was even greater for Mystic Firmament Divine Cult's Paragon, who was directly in the fight. Blood drained from his face and his mind went blank momentarily. It was way too domineering. A single punch from the burly man nearly shattered his divine cauldron. "You!" The moment Mystic Firmament Divine Cult's Paragon spoke with a single word, the burly man had already arrived before him in a flash with a suffocating ferocity. Breathing became difficult for him, and he had to swallow whatever he wanted to say back. Instantly, things changed on the battlefield. Although Mystic Firmament Divine Cult's Paragon was dazed, the burly man did not hesitate and was decisive to kill, slashing a cold saber in his hand forward. Blood cheese spread. Not good. The Paragon of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult snapped back to his senses and realized that his life was hanging on a thread. He did not have time to think at all and released his golden core phenomenon right away. Ow! Suddenly, the tragic sound of ghosts wailing could be heard as the burly man's saber sliced through the air, distracting one's mind instantly. Mystic Firmament Divine Cult's Paragon could not support his golden core phenomenon fully, and it dissipated in his moment of distraction. "It's over. This is where I die." Instantly, his heart sank. Poof! A saber beam flashed. A thin red line appeared on the throat of Mystic Firmament Divine Cult's Paragon, expanding slowly before turning into a blood mist that stained the void. Mystic Firmament Divine Cult's Paragon was sliced on the throat and died on the spot. From the moment he appeared, the burly man had attacked for a total of 3 times and 2 paragons died. What in the world is that person's cultivation realm? He seems to only be at early-stage golden core. What? The many cultivators that were watching were shocked and used their spirit-peering art on the burly man. He's truly at early-stage golden core. The voices of the crowd grew louder. However, the situation in the battlefield had turned more ridiculous with the inclusion of the burly man. After killing 2 people in succession, the burly man now had a rather empty path between him and the vermilion fruit without any obstructions. At that moment, the only ones closest to the burly man with the potential to stop him were on his sides: the paragon of heavenly piercing sword sect and a black-robed swordsman. The black-robed swordsman's sword had been in his pitch-black sheath the entire time. Up till this point of the battle, he had not withdrawn it at all. Each time he attacked, the black-robed swordsman was barehanded and used his finger as a replacement for his sword, killing his enemies with streams of sword chi. At that moment, the initially dazed eyes of the black-robed swordsman that could not find a focal point were starting to converge upon seeing the might of the burly man. The lights of his pupils converged like 2 extremely sharp swords that gave off a chilling feeling. Slowly, the black-robed swordsman's right hand descended on his sword's handle. He could attack at any moment. When they noticed that, Tabafeng, Yuan Wuxia, and the others scoffed coldly internally. In their eyes, the burly man was already a dead man. Sensing something, the burly man turned his gaze towards the black-robed swordsman. The black-robed swordsman gave him an extreme sense of danger. That was a really frightening person. It was acknowledged in the cultivation world that sword cultivators had the strongest killing power. In Tianhuang mainland, the strongest sect for sword cultivators was Sword Sect of the 9 Immortal sections. The burly man had exchanged blows with Sword Sect's paragon before. However, the feeling that the black-robed swordsman gave off was even more dangerous than Sword Sect's paragon. Despite that, the burly man did not stop in his tracks. If he wanted to get his hands on the vermilion fruit, he would have to overwhelm everything with a thunderous might without any hesitation to allow anyone to react to him. How dare this unknown bastard try to get his hands on the 10,000-year vermilion fruit? Before the black-robed swordsman attacked, the paragon of heavenly piercing sword sect on the other side lost his cool and shouted. Moving along with his sword, he appeared before the burly man in a flash. The black-robed swordsman frowned slightly when he saw heavenly piercing sword sect's paragon attack. His right hand that was initially on his sword handle moved away slowly once more. Buzz! A blade quivered with a blinding radiance. 5 spirit patterns shone, and the sword released a killing aura that seemed as though it could penetrate everything in the world. Perfect spirit weapon. The burly man narrowed his gaze as he looked at the incoming sword. His only consideration was the black-robed swordsman on the other side. However, at this moment, the black-robed swordsman had taken 2 steps back. It was clear that he did not want to join forces with heavenly piercing sword sect's paragon. Feeling relieved, the burly man swung his saber towards the incoming sword. Ow! The saber glided through the void and released the tragic sound of ghosts wailing once more, as though specters surrounded them. Puny tricks! Heavenly piercing sword sect's paragon sneered and flicked his wrist, causing his sword to buzz. Clang! Clang! As the sword buzzed, it released an infinite sharpness that suppressed the tragic wails instantly while slicing the specters into dust. The saber and sword collided. Cling! Clang! A metallic sound rang through the battlefield and sparks flew. Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect was the only sword cultivation sect among the 10 upper sects of the North region. Their signature sword classic, the Heaven-Piercing 13 Swords, was renowned through the cultivation world, and its sword stance was peerless. Most of the time, opponents would be interrupted by the Heaven-Piercing 13 Swords the moment they started attacking and would wince in unbearable pain. The moment the Heaven-Piercing 13 Swords was released, opposing cultivators would not be able to release their skills fully. After multiple slashes, they would be disadvantaged and it would be difficult for them to turn the situation around. However, the burly man was unmoved and had a calm expression. In his hands, his saber seemed like it was sentient, and his saber technique was extremely precise. It was not inferior to the Heaven-Piercing 13 Swords, and he was even gaining a slight advantage. That saber technique! Bai Yuhan frowned deeply. Rather than precise, she saw the burly man's saber techniques as sinister. Every single slash from the saber came at a tricky angle and its trajectory was untraceable. More than that, every single slash was fatal. As Bai Yuhan gazed at the burly man's saber technique, a blurry, terrifying scene seemed to unfold before her eyes. There were plenty of phantoms. There were rivers of blood. There were white bones all around. There were walking corpses. The burly man seemed like he was surrounded by an endless hell with countless malevolent ghosts and skeletons struggling and howling within. With a terrible expression, Bai Yuhan's petite figure started trembling. Bang! She sensed a heavy push on her shoulder and woke up in a jolt. Unknowingly, she had already broken out in cold sweat. That saber technique is extremely terrifying and doesn't seem like it's orthodox. Don't stare at it. It can affect your mind. Mu Dongxing's voice sounded. Bai Yuhan nodded with a sense of trepidation. Seeing that she was already feeling that way despite not being directly involved in the battle, she truly could not imagine how heavenly piercing sword sex Paragon felt at the moment. Clang! The saber and sword collided. The burly man released his grip and the saber left his hand, wrapping around the other party's sword and slicing at the throat of heavenly piercing sword sex Paragon. That slash seemed impossible and came without warning. Alarmed, heavenly piercing sword sex Paragon retreated hurriedly. Xing! The front of his shirt was sliced open with blood seeping through. While the wound was not deep, heavenly piercing sword sex Paragon was drenched in cold sweat. He would have been killed by that slash if he hadn't managed to retreat in time. Before he could react, his vision turned blur and the burly man had already brushed by him and arrived at the vermilion fruit. With a swipe, the latter got his hands on that delectable red fruit. He got his hands on it! Bai Yuhan exclaimed. Where is that man from? He's amazing! Mu Dongxing shook his head. The vermilion fruit had been there since the start of the battle and none of those paragons had the chance to pluck it. However, everyone knew that whoever gets their hands on the vermilion fruit would become the target of all. You mean to say, that man is not far from his death now that he plucked the vermilion fruit? On the battlefield, simultaneously, all the paragons stopped what they were doing and everyone's gazes landed on the burly man. It's him! Finally, a cultivator from the crowd recognized the burly man and exclaimed frightfully with a trembling voice. He's the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island. The burly man was Su Zimo who had exited the cave. Taba Feng and the others frowned. Most of the golden cores present were at late stage or perfected golden core and had naturally not seen Su Zimo in the elementary ancient battlefield. However, a few of the cultivators in the crowd had once witnessed that unforgettable scene beneath the human emperor's palace from a distance. The appearance of the burly man was etched deep in the memories of those few people. He was a nightmarish existence. Divine Phoenix Island's monster incarnate? Although the many paragons present were wary, none of them were fearful. All of them were murderous and wanted nothing more than to rip Su Zimo apart. To think that even the successor of Divine Phoenix Island would come for the vermilion fruit. Interesting, Yuan Wuxia said with a fake smile. Humph! Dragon Tiger Sex Paragon had an unfriendly expression and hollered. Since when did the successor of Divine Phoenix Island join the Fiend Sex? That saber technique earlier on was clearly the Fiend Sex Azura saber. He was not the only one. Most of the people present recognized Su Zimo's saber technique. Su Zimo's expression was calm. He had expected to be recognized as the successor of Divine Phoenix Island. He placed the vermilion fruit in his storage bag as now was not the time for him to consume it. The vermilion fruit had a tremendous amount of energy and he could only digest and absorb it in seclusion cultivation. Consuming the vermilion fruit in a battlefield as such was akin to committing suicide. Now that he had managed to pluck the vermilion fruit successfully, as long as he could escape and flee from everyone's pursuit, he would be free. I heard that you're the #1 monster incarnate throughout history. It's time for me to test and see if you live up to that reputation. Taba Feng had a raring battle intent and slammed his golden halberd heavily on the ground. The earth split and revealed a series of cracks while gravel and sand flew everywhere. Taba Feng's aura was torrential. To be fair, Most of the cultivators present had heard of the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island, but there were few that truly feared him. Furthermore, most of them were at late stage or perfected golden core, while Su Zimo was only at early stage. Murong Wushuang commented indifferently, "I heard that you once entered the human emperor's palace. I'm sure you must have benefited immensely from it." Those words caused a huge stir in the crowd. Some cultivators who initially planned on not getting involved were now tempted. Who wouldn't be tempted to get the human emperor's palace's inheritance? Hand over the vermilion fruit and the inheritance of the human emperor's palace, and we can leave you with a full corpse. 7 Kills Sex Paragon wielded 2 daggers, and his eyes blazed with furious killing intent that was almost corporeal. Ha 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 ha! Su Zimo reared his head in wild laughter and pointed his saber at the group of paragons blocking his path. Nodding. Good, good. How overbearing. You want to kill me even if I hand over the vermilion fruit? Let's see how many of you paragons manage to survive me today. Demon! Dragon Tiger Sex Paragon wielded his truncheons and hollered with a divine might. This is not the ancient battlefield. It's not a place for you to be brazen. What can you do to me if I want to be brazen? Su Zimo sneered and closed in to the Dragon Tiger Sex Paragon with huge strides. Frostily, he remarked with an icy gaze, "Anyone that stands in my way shall be killed without mercy." His black hair danced wildly and his gaze was electric. With an intimidating aura, that figure that was over 2 meters tall seemed like it was a mighty fiend celestial that could murder immortals who was dashing over. Kill! The paragons roared in unison and attacked simultaneously. Instantly, the void shone with a bright spirit light. 10 paragons flew into the air, bedazzling like 10 blazing suns. Tabafeng, Yuan Wuxia, and Dragon Tiger Sex Paragon. The 3 cultivators who were the most apt in melee combat had closed in. A halberd, golden 3-pronged spear, and the Dragon Tiger truncheons flew through the air. Flying swords, daggers, spears, and other spirit weapons turned into streaks of light that arrived instantly with a chilling intent as well. In the same cultivation realm, who could defend against the combined attack of those 10 paragons? The spirit weapons and flying swords came from all directions. Those who attacked could be considered as peerless paragons of the North region. Although they had never worked together before, the moment they attacked, Su Zimo's escape paths were fully sealed. There was no room for him to dodge, and he could only face everything head-on. The reputation of Divine Phoenix Island's monster incarnate had grown too much after that battle under the human emperor's palace. Even if some portions were exaggerated and the paragons were indignant, they did not dare to be careless. Tabafeng and the other 2 who were well-versed in melee combat were slower by a step as they wielded heavy weapons such as the golden halberd, golden 3-pronged spear, and dragon tiger truncheons. The countless flying swords and spirit weapons arrived first as they tore through the air. Wielding his saber in one hand, Su Zimo's bloodline surged and the sound of tsunami blood echoed. With a gaze deep as the sea, he sliced viciously towards the void in front of him. That slash struck nothing and did not collide against a single spirit weapon or flying sword. On the surface, it looked like it made no sense. However, after that slash was made, the void in Su Zimo's surroundings seemed like they were drawn in by some mysterious power. Spirit chi swiveled and contorted endlessly, almost turning into a corporeal and massive spirit sea vortex. See calming manual ripple stance. Just as the spirit weapons and flying swords were about to strike Su Zimo, they were drawn in by the vortex's power and their trajectories changed. Shoo! 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 The flying swords brushed by him. Although it was extremely close, Su Zimo was not injured at all. Die! Right after Su Zimo attacked, Tabafeng, Yuan Wuxia, and Dragon Tiger Sex Paragon attacked together as they bellowed fiercely with lit-up eyes. Their attacks were extremely precise. It came while Su Zimo was still recovering from his momentum and during the lapse of his saber technique. If one were to analyze carefully, there would be a lapse between the connection of every single saber stance. That lapse was the greatest flaw of the saber technique. If this was earlier on, Su Zimo might not have been able to handle their attacks and might even be flustered. However, after the Azura, Yen Beichen's teachings and the cultivation of the title manual, Su Zimo had already made up for the flaws of the Sea Calming manual as much as possible. Without any pause after Vortex was released, the tide in his body churned and produced new strength once more. Swoosh! His blade swerved and Su Zimo retaliated with 3 consecutive slashes. Instantly, massive waves seemed to have surged from his blade. The glimmering light of the blade engulfed the 3 of them like a massive wave crashing onto the shore. Sea Calming manual Raging Tides stance. Raging Tides came after Vortex. Everything moved fluid as liquid with an unparalleled might without any delays. Clang, clang, clang. There were 3 loud bangs. Su Zimo was like an ancient god of war and did not budge at all. However, Tabafeng, Yuan Wuxia and Dragon Tiger Sex Paragon, who had just rushed forward, were shocked and retreated a step back respectively. The crowd was in an uproar. He's too strong. There's no wonder he's the #1 monster incarnate of history. Divine Phoenix Island's ultimate techniques are truly impressive. Fufu, it's too late to make a conclusion now. While he is strong, these top 10 paragons of the North region are not pushovers either, and they all have trump cards up their sleeves. If they're really pushed to their limits, even the strongest monster incarnate in history will have to die. Tabafeng and the other 2 had grim expressions. Although it was merely a single head-on exchange, all 3 of them experienced the terrifying power of the tide that surged through their weapons into their bodies and almost caused them to suffer internal injuries. Indeed, he does have some skills. Tabafeng widened his eyes in rage. Instead of turning fearful, his battle intent intensified. Swash! Su Zimo released his plow heaven stride and arrived before the 3 of them in a single step, stomping heavily on the ground. Boom! The ground shook and the mountains trembled. All 3 of them were astonished. That extremely terrifying stance was created with just a single step of Su Zimo without any additional motions. It seemed like the entire firmament could be trampled by his step. With a domineering aura, Su Zimo was indifferent to the flying swords that came behind his back and took the first attack against the encirclement of the 10 paragons. Swoosh! The sound of a tsunami surged from his saber majestically. A torrential aura crushed down and could sink galaxies and the earth. The pupils of Dragon Tiger Sex Paragon constricted immediately. Without thinking twice, he crossed his fingers and palms like a pair of gigantic scissors before thrusting upwards. You're dead. Dragon Tiger Sex Paragon's eyes were filled with madness. If this was a one-on-one fight, he would have already released his Golden Core phenomenon by now. The power of Su Zimo's attack was way too terrifying, and even if he could withstand it, he would definitely be injured. But right now, the situation was advantageous for him, and there was no need to release his phenomenon. Behind Su Zimo, the flying swords and spirit weapons of Wang Yan, Murong Wushuang and everyone else were already shooting over. Tabafeng and Yuan Wuxia had already attacked too. If Su Zimo did not stop, he would definitely be dead. The 2 of them were extremely close. The moment he was done with his thought, Dragon Tiger Sex Paragon saw a look of mockery in Su Zimo's eyes. It was as though he could not hide his thoughts from this monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island. All of a sudden, taking a deep breath of air, Su Zimo opened his mouth and bellowed. Battle! Boom! That single roar was like a thunderbolt that struck down. Thunderclap kill. A tremendous air current surged forth. Su Zimo practiced both immortality and demonic cultivation. After he formed his cores for both Daos, the power of his thunderclap kill had increased significantly as well and had reached a terrifying state. Murong Wushuang, Wang Yan and everyone else who were standing far away shuddered, and the circulation of their spirit energies paused for a brief moment. In turn, the flying swords that they were controlling paused for that split second as well. A figure appeared more than a meter behind Su Zimo. It was Shadowless Sex Paragon. Initially, he wanted to rely on his sex secret skill and approach Su Zimo before killing the latter. However, he did not expect that when he approached, before he could attack, a deafening roar sounded and forced him out. The eyeballs of Shadowless Sex Paragons bulged out and blood seeped out from his ears, nose and mouth. Shadowless Sect specialized in stealth. In terms of head-on strength, They were far inferior to the other sections. Furthermore, he was way too close to Su Zimo. That roar almost killed him. Taba Feng, Yuan Wuxia and Dragon Tiger Sex Paragons specialized in body tempering and had strong physiques and rich bloodlines. Naturally, their endurances were much stronger than Shadowless Sex Paragon as well. Even so, the three of them were facing Su Zimo directly and they were way too close. It was difficult to imagine the impact they received. The three of them shuddered and their minds buzzed loudly, turning blank momentarily. All three of them were dazed. In a fight of this level, and especially given the treacherous nature of melee combat, a moment of distraction as such, even if it was a brief moment, was enough to decide many things. Boom! The saber collided against the twin truncheons heavily. Normally speaking, Dragon Tiger Sex Paragon would definitely have been able to defend against that slash. However, at that moment of daze, his power became extremely weak. That single slash and its almost completely oppressive nature broke through the Dragon Tiger truncheons and cut down savagely. The blade landed on his head and cleaved it into two directly. Splash! His organs splattered everywhere with a nasty blood stench. Yet another paragon had fallen. Because of Thunderclap Kill, the flying swords and spirit weapons that were initially supposed to pierce Su Zimo met with a momentary pause. However, Su Zimo's massacre did not stop at all. After killing Dragon Tiger Sex Paragon with a single slash, Su Zimo did not pause at all and swerved his blade. After countercurrent came Ripple. The extreme toughness of his saber stance turned into extreme gentleness without any sluggishness. His saber beam shimmered like water. A ripple appeared in the void and looked amazing. However, it was filled with killing intent as it crept towards Yuan Wujia's throat. Poof! Yuan Wujia's ears were ringing due to Su Zimo's roar, and his mind was blank. Before he could react, his throat was swiped by the saber. A blood mist spewed out. With a horrified expression, Yuan Wujia reached out and clutched his throat hurriedly, but he could not stop the blood flow. Opening his mouth, he let out a series of strange cries that sounded like wheezes. As he staggered backwards, the color on Yuan Wujia's face drained and the light in his eyes dimmed. His legs buckled and he knelt on the ground, dying on the spot. The blade swerved once more. Ripple extended, wanting to engulf Taba Feng as well. At that moment, Taba Feng snapped to his senses and his eyes widened, circulating his golden core fanatically. His blood chi burst forth and he slashed fiercely with his golden halberd. Kill! Taba Feng roared as well with a menacing expression. Clang! After killing two people in succession, Su Zimo's strength had already diminished. The saber was repelled right away when it collided against the golden halberd. At the same time, Murong Wushuang, Wang Yen and everyone else returned to their senses and flying swords and other spirit weapons blanketed down towards Su Zimo. Su Zimo's expression did not change at all and his gaze was frightening and unusually calm. Making use of the rebound momentum, Su Zimo retreated. At the same time, his tendons and bones rang with a cracking sound, as though beans were being fried. In the blink of an eye, that seemingly burly and mighty body made an impossible contortion. Some of those actions were completely unimaginable and his body was twisted to its limits, looking like it could snap at any moment. However, because of that, Su Zimo managed to shuttle through the many flying swords and spirit weapons by a hair's breadth. Some of the flying swords ripped his green robes, but thanks to the defense of the mystic gold silk armor, he did not suffer any injuries at all. Shadowless Sex Paragon's orifices were bleeding due to Su Zimo's thunderclap kill, and his mind was in chaos, almost turning into sludge. Finally, he recovered. The moment he stirred awake, he saw Su Zimo charging at him and was scared out of his wits. Su Zimo slashed in reverse and released Vortex, defending against the attacks of many flying swords. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed at the Shadowless Sex Paragon's head. Golden Core, Shadowless Twin Darts. Shadowless Sex Paragon retreated right away and wanted to release his Golden Core phenomenon. Unexpectedly, Su Zimo's arm expanded by 3 inches and caught up to him, grabbing his head with 5 fingers. 5 finger holes appeared. The golden core phenomenon of shadowless sex paragon had just taken shape when it dissipated instantly. To think that the encirclement of the top 10 paragons would lead to 3 of them dying within a couple of rounds. It was extremely tragic. The rest of them who remained were now flustered. Tabafeng yelled, "What are you guys waiting for? Kill him!" Murong Wushuang surveyed her surroundings coldly. "Everyone, if you continue watching idly by the sidelines, once we lose, you guys won't be his match even if you join forces later on." At that moment, cultivators of Blood Mist Sect and Mystic Firmament Divine Cult were already at their limits even without Murong Wushuang's reminder after witnessing their paragons killed by Su Zimo. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Everyone chanted angrily. Their voices rumbled and almost drowned Su Zimo. Thud! 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 The ancient chariots of the 4 gentry clans moved with a thunderous sound as they shone brightly and charged towards Su Zimo. Apart from cultivators such as Mu Dongqing and Bai Yuhan who were already intending to stay out of the affair right from the get-go, most of the cultivators in the underground palace were embroiled in the situation. Humph! Su Zimo was fearless and his eyes shone savagely. Looking at the incoming chariots, he strode forward and received them with his bare body without using any spirit arts. Boom! The blood and flesh of the divine steeds pulling the chariots splattered everywhere. The chariots were smashed apart by Su Zimo. Wielding his saber, Su Zimo's bloodline surged and he cleaved left and right. No one could withstand his edge. There was no one who could stand in Su Zimo's path at all. Boom! The voids rumbled. A golden halberd with a blinding radiance tore through the heavens and descended in the underground palace with a frightening aura. The power of a phenomenon. When he saw that the situation wasn't looking good, Tabafeng did not hesitate and released his golden core phenomenon right away. All of a sudden, night fell and stars appeared with a bright moon in the middle. Countless stars fell with a tragic beauty, possessing a shocking killing intent. A city blazing with fiery flames descended in a mighty manner. It was so hot that the surrounding qi had already evaporated, and it seemed like it could incinerate all living beings. 7 kills blood letter. 7 kills sex paragon roared and 7 blood-colored characters for the word kill appeared behind him, hovering in the air with a grisly scarlet shade. One after another golden core phenomenons descended. There were many ancient phenomenons among them that were once ranked in the phenomenon rankings. Instantly, Su Zimo was surrounded by endless golden core phenomenons. Golden core phenomenons were the strongest methods available for golden cores. Unless they were forced to the edge, golden cores wouldn't use them easily. Part of the reason why the paragons did not release their golden core phenomenons before this was because Su Zimo was only at early stage golden core. However, they did not expect that his combat strength would be this frightening and they were caught by surprise. At the same time, they were worried about other variables. The oriole stalks the mantis as it stalks the grasshopper. They were afraid that they would become the mantis. But now Tabafeng, Wang Yan, and the others truly had no other choice but to release their golden core phenomenons. Otherwise, none of them would be able to stop Su Zimo. Su Zimo sneered. He circulated his golden core. Boom! Suddenly, a frightening scene that shocked everyone appeared behind him. The mountains collapsed and the earth split. Volcanoes spewed with dust clouds falling. Scarlet lava flowed on the ground and devoured all living beings, incinerating all life. A gargantuan living being crawled from beneath the ground and soared into the air. It had a snake's head, an anaconda's body, dragon scales, phoenix's wings, and bloodshot eyes that surveyed the surroundings. The formidable power of this phenomenon was spreading. Crack, crack, crack. Some flying swords and spirit weapons could not withstand it at all and cracked. Their lights dimmed and they fell to the ground, shattered into pieces. When eyed by that massive living being, a cultivator's expression changed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Flames started igniting within his body and engulfed him rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the person was burned to ashes. When that golden core phenomenon was released, all the cultivators in the palace were stunned. What sort of a monster is this? Bai Yuhan, who was hiding far away, could not help but ask with a pale face. I'm not sure. Mu Dongqing shook his head. He merely felt that the massive living being gave off an ancient aura, akin to a divine being that looked down on the masses. That is, the primordial soaring serpent. Morong Wushuang and the others were shocked. The primordial soaring serpent had been lost for a long time and none of them present had witnessed it personally before. However, the golden core phenomenon before them was exactly the same as what was described. Wang Yan lamented internally with astonishment. The primordial divine turtle appeared a month ago. To think that the primordial soaring serpent would appear today as well. I wonder where that green-robed cultivator is. The two of them will definitely be able to fight with these opposing phenomenons. The arrival of the primordial soaring serpent shocked the world. Gulp! Gulp! The primordial soaring serpent opened its mouth widely and devoured huge mouthfuls of lava. The burning lava soared into the air, forming a red river stream that entered the mouth of the primordial soaring serpent continuously. As the primordial soaring serpent drank the lava, its aura turned even more terrifying. The scales on the serpent became brighter and shone with a blinding shade of scarlet that resembled metal plates that were heated red. Kill! Taba Feng hollered. With a grim expression, Wang Yan said darkly. He is only at early-stage golden core realm at the end of the day. If we join forces, he won't be able to deal with us. Everyone, don't hold anything back anymore at this point. Morong Wushuang declared loudly. That person once entered the human emperor's palace and is the successor of Divine Phoenix Island. He definitely has tons of treasures in his possession. We'll only stand a chance after killing him. Thousands of paragons released their golden core phenomenons and rushed over. A single golden core phenomenon may not be able to pose a threat to the primordial soaring serpent. However, the combined release of thousands of golden core phenomenons was enough to destroy any expert of the golden core realm, even if only a rare few of them were ancient phenomenons or had spots on the phenomenon ranking. Bang! 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 There were constant collisions between the phenomenons. Instantly, the golden core phenomenon behind Su Zimo swayed and even revealed illusions. The surrounding golden core phenomenons continued clashing like a flood that did not know of fatigue. Pest! Pest! The primordial soaring serpent in the void was enraged and raised its head, letting out a slithering sound as it inhaled and exhaled. This was only a phenomenon and wasn't material. However, the primordial soaring serpent retained its memories and dignity from the primordial era. It was a god of the flames. Gods were dignified and could not endure the provocations of such puny ants. Swoosh! The primordial soaring serpent fanned the flames with its wings and its eyes spewed fire. Opening its blood-red mouth, it spat out a stream of scorching lava at a group of paragons. Crack! 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 Accompanied by loud sounds, countless golden core phenomenons shattered and many golden cores were devoured directly by the steaming lava, turning into ashes without corpses. Ah! 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 A series of tragic, shuddering wails sounded. Sensing that something was wrong with the situation, some of the cultivators retreated instantly. However, most of them were sucked in by the lava pool the moment their golden core phenomenons shattered. The more they struggled, the deeper they sank and eventually, they were drowned. The paragons of the 10 upper sects and the 4 gentry clans were the only ones who could defend against the full-powered attack of the primordial soaring serpent. Even so, for something like Wang Yan's raging city blaze, its ancient city walls were already filled with cracks and were on the brink of collapse. In the golden core phenomenon summoned by stellar Lunasex paragon, most of the night had already faded and countless stars fell. Of 7 kills Sex 7 kills blood letters, only a single character remained and it was struggling to hang on. Of course, after that burst, the primordial soaring serpent's radiance faded as well. Su Zimo shifted his gaze and sped out of the palace's outer perimeter with the saber in his hands. This was not a place where he should linger. The longer he stayed here, the more danger he would feel in his heart. Go! Su Zimo pointed forward. The primordial soaring serpent behind him soared up with its body covered in flames, lunging towards Wang Yan who was in its path ahead with a murderous aura. Boom! Wang Yan grit his teeth and controlled the ancient city, smashing it heavily against the primordial soaring serpent's head. Opening its mouth widely, the primordial soaring serpent devoured the entire blazing city whole. Wang Yan's expression changed countless times before finally turning pale as a sheet and spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. A month ago, his golden core phenomenon was suppressed by the primordial divine turtle. A month later, it was destroyed by the primordial soaring serpent. Ranked 89 on the phenomenon ranking, Raging City Blazes was considered as a top-tier golden core phenomenon in the North region. However, Wang Yan received blows consecutively. He endured the pain of his body and shifted his steps, dodging to the side. Although he knew that Su Zimo's primordial soaring serpent could not hold out for much longer, he also knew that he truly had no way of defending against it and could only allow Su Zimo to leave. That's just him struggling at the end of the road. 7 kills Sex Paragon arrived before Su Zimo in a flash, and the bloody word character behind him turned more grisly and brighter. The primordial soaring serpent swayed its massive tail and whipped through the air, slamming against the bloody word character like a thick steel whip. Piak! The blood word character was destroyed and turned into a blood mist. As though he was struck by lightning, 7 kills Sex Paragon no longer dared to block and dodged to the side at an extremely fast speed. Su Zimo sneered and his eyes flashed with a cold glint. Swash! Swinging his arm in reverse, Su Zimo tossed out his saber, and it turned into a streak of light, stabbing into the 7 kills Sex Paragon's chest. The saber penetrated his body and pierced into a stone pillar in the underground palace. Its blade quivered and blood dripped from it endlessly. 7 kills Sex Paragon was already thoroughly dead. Su Zimo had a few other similar sabers of that grade in his storage bag, so he did not care about it at all. Apart from Dugu Jian, who was watching coldly from the sidelines, the other 13 of the paragons from the 10 upper sex and 4 gentry clans were already mostly killed by Su Zimo. They were either dead or injured. After killing 7 kills Sex Paragon, nobody dared to stand in Su Zimo's way. Finally, his vision cleared up. Ha 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 ha! Su Zimo reared his head and laughed into the air while speeding out of the palace. It was dead silent all around the palace. The paragons that managed to survive, such as Wang Yan and Murong Wushuang, had grim expressions on their faces. Even the cocky Taba Feng was silent. Although his golden core phenomenon was still gathering behind him, it no longer had any fierceness to it and was dark and dull. Just like that, the paragons of the North region gathered and watched helplessly as the vermilion fruit was snatched before their very eyes by the successor of Divine Phoenix Island. If word of this were to get out, all the factions of the North region would turn into the laughingstock of the entire cultivation world. It's over just like that? Bai Yuhan murmured to herself as she looked at everything squarely. Mu Dongqing sighed gently. Both of them had witnessed everything. The initial fervor when the paragons of the North region gathered with their raring battle intense up till their current dejectedness after being overwhelmed by the successor of Divine Phoenix Island single-handedly. In the end, there was an outcome to the fight for the vermilion fruit. Mu Dongqing mumbled. Perhaps the only way for this man to be suppressed is if the paragons of the 9 immortal sects, 7 fiend sects, and 6 Buddhist monasteries are present. However, I heard that this monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island once defeated the paragons of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend sects beneath the human emperor's palace. Bai Yuhan frowned and replied, "Things are different now." Mu Dongqing shook his head. "Don't forget that the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island is only at early-stage Golden Core realm right now." Just as Su Zimo was about to rush out of the palace's exit, a deafening roar of a demon beast sounded, threatening to devour the entire world. Roar! A humongous, ferocious beast barged in. It had the head of a WYRM, body of a tiger, tail of a snake, and extremely sharp teeth with saliva drooling from its mouth. Its fangs shone sinisterly, and it was extremely shuddering. Tiger WYRM. It was one of the fiercest types of ancient remnant beasts with the bloodline of a WYRM. After cultivation, it can revert to its ancestry and transform into an actual WYRM before growing into a ferocious beast. As for WYRMs, they had the chance of transforming into dragons. What was even more terrifying was that a man was riding on that tiger WYRM. When they saw the badge on the man's waist, the expressions of Murong Wushuang and the others changed and they exclaimed, "The ancient aristocratic family, Duanmu, a big pavilion 5 kilometers away from the Great Qian ruins." Naturally, the ripening of the vermilion fruit could not be hidden from the nascent souls. This meant that a trial exclusive to the paragons had officially begun. Outside the pavilion, there were nascent souls from various sects and factions of the nascent soul. Although they maintained their composures, each of them revealed nervousness deep in their eyes. None of those nascent souls communicated much between one another. On the contrary, the perfected lords in the pavilion were much more relaxed comparatively. All of those nascent souls were from the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans and had strong confidence towards the paragons of their factions. Even if they could not defeat their enemies, they could definitely escape unscathed. With casual attitudes, those nascent souls sipped their teas and chatted leisurely. "Everyone, how about making a guess as to who would become the #1 perfected being of the North region by getting their hands on the vermilion fruit?" The perfected lord of the Murong clan fanned himself in a carefree manner and asked leisurely. He was born extremely handsome and carried a gentle aura. Stellar Lunasex perfected lord replied indifferently, "Actually, I'm sure everyone knows who the #1 perfected being of the North region is. Even without this fight for the vermilion fruit, it would definitely be Wuxia of Glass Palace." At the mention of Wuxia, all the nascent souls present went silent immediately. He was indeed the peerless paragon of the Golden Core realm from Glass Palace. This was someone who had never tasted defeated and dominated the North region for many years. It was said that Wuxia had the chance to advance to the nascent soul realm. However, he did not take that step because he wanted to enter the ancient battlefield and meet with the talents of the world. The scariest thing was that he was less than 100 years old. He was way too young. As long as Wuxia wanted, he could become a nascent soul at less than 100 years old. Furthermore, all the nascent souls present knew one thing. They knew that once Wuxia advanced to the nascent soul realm, there was a high chance he would be able to kill them even if he was at early stage. It was normal for the legacy disciples of the 9 immortal sects and 7 fiend sects to kill beyond their levels. The perfected lord of the Taba clan was calm. It's needless to talk about that. At least, there isn't much activity from Glass Palace. I presume that Wuxia wouldn't be interested in the vermilion fruit either. Without Wuxia, it's hard to determine the eventual victor. As Taba clan's perfected lord and the others were discussing, a commotion broke out from outside the pavilion. There were nascent souls who withdrew talismans from their storage bags, some of which were already shattered into pieces. The arms of those nascent souls were trembling slightly and they were shaking their heads, sighing with dark expressions. Upon seeing that, the perfected lords of the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans in the pavilion smirked with a hint of mockery in their eyes. In the cultivation world, there was such a thing as the destiny symbol. Upon entering nascent soul realm and cultivating an essence spirit, a cultivator can separate a trace of their spirit consciousness and inject it into a mystic jade to create a unique jade scroll known as the destiny symbol. The destiny symbol was correlated to the cultivator. Even if they were millions of miles apart, if the cultivator was dead and their essence spirit was destroyed, the destiny symbol would sense it and its spirit consciousness would disperse, resulting in the destruction of the destiny symbol. Therefore, in some major sects, they would have chambers to store destiny symbols with cultivators guarding them specifically. The moment a destiny symbol was destroyed, even if the cultivator related to it wasn't around, the sect would know that the person had already perished. A mighty figure from one of the 4 unorthodox groups of Tianhuang mainland, Thousand Crane sect, created a destiny talisman specifically for golden cores based on the concept of the destiny symbols, and it was widespread in the cultivation world. However, destiny talismans had clear range restrictions. The closer they were to their cultivators, the sooner they would receive the transmitted messages and the more accurate it would be. If the destiny talismans were 50 kilometers away from their cultivators, even if the latter died, nothing would happen to the destiny talismans. Right now, the nascent souls outside the pavilion were holding onto the destiny talismans of their golden cores. Those destiny talismans were already shattered. This meant that their disciples or successors have already perished within the ruins. The perfected lord of mystic firmament divine cult raised his chin slightly with a cold, haughty expression. Coveting the vermilion fruit with such mediocre capabilities? How laughable! Tisk, tsk, tsk. The perfected lord of dark ghost sect bared his yellow, rotting teeth and cackled sinisterly like the cries of crows. I garner that those lads didn't even manage to get through the otherworldly soldiers. The nascent souls inside the pavilion laughed with relaxed expressions. Raising a cup of tea, the perfected lord of blood mist sect drank heartily and remarked indifferently, "Just a bunch of useless things that didn't know what's good for them." The moment he said that, his expression changed and he swiftly swiped across his storage bag, retrieving a destiny talisman. That destiny talisman was already shattered. At blood mist sect's perfected lord narrowed his gaze and looked at it in disbelief. A moment later, he slapped the table and rose with a boundless killing intent surging within him. The teacup on the table flew into the air and exploded. The paragon of blood mist sect that fought for the vermilion fruit was his favorite legacy disciple. Otherwise, he wouldn't have arrived personally and even crafted a destiny talisman for the paragon. However, he truly hadn't expected his legacy disciple to fall the moment the fight for the vermilion fruit had just begun. Earlier on, he was still mocking the nascent souls outside the pavilion, and yet, in the blink of an eye, his own disciple was already dead. This was truly a ridiculous insult. Blood Mist Sect's perfected lord was so pissed that his arm was trembling and anger surged within him. Right now, he wanted to charge into the Great Chen ruins to see who murdered his disciple. However, there was no way the other nascent souls would let him do that. The reason why they were seated here was to prevent other nascent souls from interfering. Blood Mist Sect's perfected lord grit his teeth and screened the other perfected lords in the pavilion, trying to make out something from their expressions. Mystic Firmament Divine Cult's perfected lord extended his finger and rapped on the table a few times casually. "Fellow Taoist, please relax. It's normal to have casualties in fights between cultivators. Don't get worked up. Sit down and have some tea." Blood Mist Sect's perfected lord was about to explode internally. How would he still have the mood to continue sipping tea? He glared at Mystic Firmament Divine Cult's perfected lord and snarled coldly, "Your disciple must have murdered my successor. Perhaps?" Mystic Firmament Divine Cult's perfected lord sneered. "Once this is over, I guess it's time for me to test out your skills. Do you think I'll be afraid of you?" Neither of them was willing to display weakness. Suddenly, Mystic Firmament Divine Cult's perfected lord's expression changed and a destiny talisman appeared in his hands. The destiny talisman was already shattered. "Ha ha ha ha!" Blood Mist Sect's perfected lord burst into laughter and mocked. "Your disciple doesn't seem to be doing that well either." Mystic Firmament Divine Cult's perfected lord was enraged and glared at the destiny talisman with a dark, grim expression. While the other nascent souls in the pavilion appeared calm on the surface, all of them were gloating internally. Dragon Tiger Sect's perfected lord said darkly, "The two of you, do sit down. There's no way of turning back now that things have come to this state. There's no need for you guys to get worked up." "That's right," Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect's perfected lord said. "The fact that two paragons have perished in such quick succession shows the cruelty of this vermilion fruit fight." Before he could finish, Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect's perfected lord sensed something and his face froze up as he withdrew a destiny talisman from his storage bag. Although the radiance of the destiny talisman was much dimmer, it was still intact. Heavenly Piercing Sword Sect's perfected lord heaved a gentle sigh of relief. This meant that his successor was severely injured. However, at the very least, he was still alive. Before long, Dragon Tiger Sect's perfected lord's expression changed slightly, and he withdrew a destiny talisman from his storage bag. His eyes filled with killing intent as he looked at the dense cracks on it. Immediately after, the perfected lords of the Yuan clan and Shadowless sect sensed something. By the time the both of them withdrew their destiny talismans, it was already shattered. This time round, it wasn't just the nascent souls outside the pavilion. Even those that were inside could barely sit still. Apart from the nascent soul of the Dugu clan, there were 13 perfected lords from the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans in the pavilion. But now, through their destiny talismans, it showed that 5 paragons were already dead and 1 was severely injured. Naturally, those 5 perfected lords had terrible expressions and grim gazes, emanating with shuddering killing intents. The other nascent souls had equally morbid expressions. This was an abnormal situation. The 5 paragons that died came from the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans. How did these disciples and successors that were highly regarded in their respective sects die so easily? Furthermore, the 5 of them died too quickly. How long had it been since the fight for the vermilion fruit began? If the 5 of them released their golden core phenomenons, they would be able to hold out for 15 minutes at least. However, the signs felt as though the 5 paragons were suppressed overwhelmingly without any chance to fight back at all. Before long, a commotion broke out from the crowd outside the pavilion. Many nascent souls withdrew shattered destiny talismans one after another with shards scattering to the ground. The number of dead golden cores was rapidly rising. Those from the major sects and clans such as Blaze Columbus Valley, Dark Ghost Sect, and the Murong clan withdrew their destiny talismans as well. All of those initially radiant destiny talismans shuddered at the same time. This meant that their disciples were experiencing immense impacts at the moment. Within a few dozens of breaths, the destiny talismans of those paragons dimmed significantly. Although Wang Yen of Blaze Columbus Valley's destiny talisman wasn't destroyed, it turned ash dark. It was obvious that he was severely injured. Snap! The destiny talisman in the hands of 7 Kills Sect's perfected lord shattered. Many other perfected lords were shocked. There were already 6 fallen paragons in the pavilion among the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans. Outside the pavilion, the shattered destiny talismans were uncountable. What happened in the Great Chen ruins? Rather than a fight between the paragons, this seemed like a major calamity for the paragons of the North region. The perfected lords of the Taba clan, Murong clan, Heaven Motion sect, and other sects looked at the dull destiny talismans in their hands with uncertain expressions. It wasn't just the perfected lords of Blood Mist sect and Dragon Tiger sect etc. Even they were finding it difficult to sit by idly. The nascent souls had a weird feeling that something far beyond their control seemed to have happened. Everyone, we should check out the ruins. Suddenly, Blood Mist sect's perfected lord said with a dark expression. The reason why they were gathered here was initially to prevent other nascent souls from interfering so that the younger generation could fight for dominance. But now that their successors were dying one after another, the few of them could not take it anymore. Although Taba Feng's destiny talisman was intact, it had dimmed significantly as well. The perfected lord of the Taba clan hesitated for a moment before nodding. I agree. Let's head over to the Great Chen ruins to check things out. If nothing is amiss, we'll let those disciples continue with their massacre. The other perfected lords exchanged glances and agreed to it in silence. Let's go! Everyone exclaimed and left the place. Suddenly, a formidable spirit consciousness overwhelmed them. 2 figures flew over from the horizon not far away, a man and a woman, bedazzling and graceful as immortals. When they saw the 2 of them, the perfected lords of the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans were surprised, and a hint of cautiousness could be seen from the depths of their eyes. Fellow Taoists, the fight for the vermilion fruit is a showdown between golden cores. Where are you guys going? Although the man's voice was calm, there was a persecuting tone to it. The perfected lords of the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans knew of the origins of this couple and remained silent. When the other nascent souls noticed the expressions of those from the Taba clan and others, they came to a realization and chose to keep quiet as well. However, not everyone noticed it. The nascent souls outside the pavilion came from all over the North region. Some of them were from minor sects while others were itinerant cultivators. Initially, everyone was already pissed off for being trapped here. When they saw that couple with the ancient attire, some perfected lords could not help but sneer. Old fogies, tell us your names. Where did you guys spout from? Fufu. The man smiled calmly and replied gently, Duanmu. Duanmu. The nascent soul who spoke was stunned and could not react in time. However, gasps could be heard from the crowd. Nascent souls of the Duanmu aristocratic family have arrived. If the Duanmu aristocratic family is here, the person behind him must be from the other aristocratic family, Ouyang. The nascent soul who spoke earlier on had an ashen expression and trembled in fear. In Tianhuang mainland, there were factions with ancient lineages that kept a low profile and lived in reclusion. Among them, there were some aristocratic families. Although many cultivators have not heard of the names of those aristocratic families before, it was undeniable that each of them had massive foundations and immeasurable strength. Among the ancient aristocratic families, the strongest three were the renowned Eastern, Southern Palace and Western Gate aristocratic families of the cultivation world. The 9 immortal sects, 8 demon races, 7 fiend sects, 6 Buddhist monasteries, 5 heretical doctrines, 4 unorthodox groups. These were the strongest factions of Tianhuang mainland, followed by the 3 aristocratic families. In the north region, there were 2 ancient aristocratic families, namely the Duanmu and Ouyang families. Although these 2 ancient aristocratic families could not compare to the 3 great aristocratic families in terms of strength and reputation, they were definitely superior to the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans. However, because they were high and above in reclusion for many years, cultivators at the bottom tier could not approach them and there were few people who knew about them. It was the same for Ethereal Peak. Although it was one of the 5 major sects of the Great Zhou dynasty, few people in the sect knew about the Duanmu and Ouyang aristocratic families. In fact, they may never come into contact through their entire lives. To think that the 2 great aristocratic families would make a move for the appearance of the vermilion fruit. Suddenly, Duanmu clan's perfected lord extended his hand and circulated his dermic powers. Instantly, a massive palm was conjured in midair, squeezing the nascent soul who spoke out of line earlier on. Poof! Before that person could make a single sound, he was smashed into a blood mist and his essence spirit was destroyed. Does anyone else have any opinions? Duanmu clan's perfected lord surveyed the surroundings and asked with a smile. It was dead silent outside the pavilion. That was the might of an ancient aristocratic family. They could kill with a smile and render groups of talents silent as crickets. The perfected lords of the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans revealed displeasure on their faces. Although they did not dare to say anything, they were cursing internally. At the same time, their doubts were finally unraveled. It was no wonder why so many paragons died the moment the fight for the vermilion fruit started. Even the paragons of the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans were dead or injured. It was because the 2 ancient aristocratic families of the north region had arrived. It was clear how terrifying the successors of the 2 ancient aristocratic families were, judging from their perfected lords alone. After residing in reclusion for many years, now that the 2 ancient aristocratic families have arrived, they were definitely bent on getting their hands on the vermilion fruit. Entrance of the underground cave. A young man rode on a massive and menacing tiger WYRM, blocking Su Zimo's path forward. The man was extremely handsome, and although he exuded a dignified appearance, it was extremely ancient. He seemed like someone from the past rather than this generation. Maintaining his soaring serpent phenomenon, Su Zimo continued speeding forward, and could vaguely hear exclamations coming from the crowd behind him. Ancient aristocratic family. Duanmu? Su Zimo knew nothing about ancient aristocratic families. However, judging from the reactions of the successors of the North region's upper sects and gentry clans, he could tell that the ancient aristocratic families had strong backgrounds. Su Zimo was expressionless. No matter who it was, he had to get out of this place as soon as possible. Humph! When the handsome man saw that Su Zimo ignored him and was still charging for the exit, he could not help but sneered in displeasure. You're still thinking of escaping now that I, Duanmu Kong, have arrived? With that said, the handsome man known as Duanmu Kong patted the demon beast he was riding on. Roar! The tiger WRM understood his intentions and released a deafening roar, whipping its tail viciously towards Su Zimo. Bang! The scales on the tiger WRM's tail were extremely tough. After it was attacked by thousands of golden core phenomenons, Su Zimo's golden core phenomenon was already nearing its limit. Now that it received such an intense attack, the soaring serpent swayed and its radiance dimmed. It was on the verge of dissipating at any moment. Su Zimo halted in his tracks. Right then, the touching cry of a phoenix sounded from another side of the palace's entrance. In the blink of an eye, a green-colored Luan bird flew in with a mysterious glimmer on its body. It was captivating and emanated a terrifying aura that was even superior to the tiger WIRM. The green Luan, the tiger WIRM had to cultivate before it could turn into a ferocious beast. However, the green Luan was a pure-blooded ferocious beast to begin with. A peerlessly beautiful woman sat on the green Luan. She was incomparably dignified and had an ice-cold expression that was haughty. She was in disregard of all the paragons present. The pure-blooded ferocious beast alone already had the many paragons present feeling troubled, let alone the woman riding on it. That should be another ancient aristocratic family, the Ouyang family. Those two are the only ancient aristocratic families in the North region. It's said that the Duanmu and Ouyang families have a close relationship. There should be no mistake. When he heard the discussions behind him, Su Zimo roughly knew what was going on. Duanmu Kong turned slightly with a smile. Xiaoyu, why are you here personally? I've told you that I'll definitely obtain the vermilion fruit and take it back for you. There's no need. Ouyang Xiaoyu replied calmly, totally unappreciative. Duanmu Kong continued, Xiaoyu, as long as it's anything you fancy, even if they are the stars up in the heavens, I'll try my best to pluck them for you. Let alone a single vermilion fruit. Ouyang Xiaoyu knitted her brows tightly. She knew Duanmu Kong way too well. He had repeated those words to at least 100 other female cultivators. Young master, that seems to be the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island. At that moment, a cultivator following behind Duanmu Kong advanced and reported with a grim expression. Monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island? What monster incarnate? Duanmu Kong was stunned for a moment. The one who suppressed the experts of the Immortal, Buddhist and Fiend sects beneath the human emperor's palace. That's him. Duanmu Kong was momentarily frozen before breaking out into a smile while nodding. It's no wonder. A hint of surprise flickered through Ouyang Xiaoyu's eyes when she heard the term monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island. As well. Thereafter, she turned and looked at Su Zimo fixedly with a curious expression. Sweeping his gaze across the battlefield, Duanmu Kong eventually looked at Su Zimo and chuckled. The primordial soaring serpent has been lost for a long time, and I was wondering who it was who could cultivate a primordial of this level. So, you do have some background to you. Cut the crap, make way. Although Su Zimo's tone was calm, it exuded coldness. Even against the successors of two ancient aristocratic families, none of the paragons could notice any emotional fluctuation from Su Zimo. He was trying his best to recover his blood chi and spirit energy. Me? Make way. Duanmu Kong was stunned for a moment before rearing his head in laughter, as though he heard the greatest joke in the world. Ha 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 ha. Interesting. You're wild enough. As he laughed, his expression gradually turned grim as he remarked coldly. The primordial soaring serpent has been lost for a long time and nobody knows how strong it can get right now. However, my golden core primordial was ranked 34th in the previous phenomenon ranking. The paragons present were startled. There were only 108 positions available on the phenomenon ranking. The further front one was, the stronger their phenomenon. All the golden core phenomenons that could get into the top 36 spots were terrifying phenomenons with ancient lineages. Duanmu Kong continued frostily, don't forget, you're only at early stage golden core. How long can you hold out with the spirit energy in your dantian? Let me see how many strikes your lousy phenomenon can take from me. Golden core phenomenon. Flora myriad weapons. When Duanmu Kong circulated his golden core, all the wild grass surrounding the palace seemed to have gained sentience and transformed into a myriad of weapons. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The myriad of weapons attacked with a mighty force. In reality, Duanmukang's golden core phenomenon would have an even more terrifying might if it was released in a place with lush greenery. Tens of thousands of weapons appeared and blanketed the skies endlessly. The Great Qian ruins was barren and desolate outside. However, thanks to the medicinal field in the palace, there were some weeds born. While those weeds were not strong, they still formed hundreds of weapons that tore through the skies. Su Zimo gripped his fist gently. If he was in peak condition, even at early-stage golden core, he was highly confident that he could take down the other party's flora myriad weapons with his primordial soaring serpent. However, he had expended too much. The primordial soaring serpent was now at its limits after receiving the impact of countless phenomenons, and would definitely not be able to withstand the clash of flora myriad weapons. At that thought, Su Zimo was decided. Snap! There was a deafening sound. The firmament above Su Zimo's head cracked as meteors and rampant currents rained down endlessly in an apocalyptic scene. What is that? All the paragons were lost. How could another phenomenon appear when the primordial soaring serpent behind Su Zimo had yet to dissipate? Could it be? It can't be. After all, Duanmukang was the successor of an ancient aristocratic family, and sensed it immediately as he murmured in disbelief, "Double phenomenon?" Boom! Hundreds of weapons collided against the golden core phenomenon behind Su Zimo. Su Zimo's phenomenon swayed, but the hundreds of weapons were repelled in the opposite direction. Sensing that something was amiss, Duanmukang remarked hurriedly, "Xiaoyu, let's join forces." Before Duanmukang spoke, Ouyang Xiaoyu already noticed something and circulated her golden core, exclaiming softly, "Golden core phenomenon. Hurricane Frost Saber Sword." A cold aura emanated. Suddenly, the temperature in the underground palace dipped. Wild gusts of wind howled furiously akin to sabers and swords. In fact, frost started appearing on the rampant currents behind Su Zimo. The initially rampant void currents were starting to freeze up. The paragons of Heaven Motion Sect and Dark Ghost Sect etc. seized the opportunity to charge forward in an attempt to slaughter Su Zimo completely with their remaining golden core phenomenons. Boom! 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 There was a deafening bang. A gargantuan creature suddenly descended on the vast lands, carrying the broken firmament with its shell. Like heavenly piercing pillars, it stomped down with all limbs and shattered the frost on the surface of the rampant currents. The divine turtle had arrived and reared its head, roaring into the skies. Instantly, it was filled with a torrential rage. Poof! 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 Some of the golden cores who rushed up wanting to seize advantage of the situation were locked by the terrifying power of the phenomenon the moment they closed in. Instantly, their bodies were ripped apart and they died on the spot. Nearby, figures exploded one after another, turning into blood mists like tragic fireworks in a grisly scene. Far away, figures fell from midair one after another with lifeless gazes like raindrops. Their life forces were extinguished as they descended from the skies into their deaths. It was an extremely shocking sight. Mu Dongqing, Bai Yuhan, and all the other cultivators that chose to stay out of the affair were all stunned. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably as fear filled their eyes. None of them had the capacity to wonder why two phenomenons would appear behind Su Zimo. They were stunned right away by the terrifying might released by the two phenomenons. It was way too scary. Although they were golden cores similarly, the power released by that person was so strong that it was unstoppable. Standing in midair, the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island had a divine turtle appear behind him with a domineering aura. His gaze was electric, like an incomparable divine being blazing with flames all over his body. Against him, all the paragons of the North region seemed insignificant. They were like moths lunging towards the divine being only to be turned into ashes in midair. Initially, the paragon of Heaven Motion Sect had a remnant golden core phenomenon around him. However, when the divine turtle descended and roared into the skies, his phenomenon shattered with a bang. The next moment, a formidable power of phenomenon surged into his body and destroyed his life force. Heaven Motion Sect's paragon spat out a huge mouthful of blood that was black in color. His organs were punctured by the power of phenomenon and had turned into sludge. Life force drained from within him rapidly in an irreversible manner as his gaze dimmed. Another paragon had fallen. The golden core phenomenon of dark ghost sex paragon was still existent, with otherworldly soldiers charging from the back. They had bloodshot eyes and their long spears shimmered coldly, as though they could destroy everything before them. However, after the divine turtle descended, all the troops went silent. Lightning flashed and thunder crackled in the skies above as thunderbolts struck the divine turtle's shell one after another, causing sparks to fly everywhere. However, it could not penetrate the shell of the divine turtle and instead made it seem even more godly. On the other hand, those godly thunderbolts were destructive when they descended on the paragon of dark ghost sect. The power of thunder was the most righteous and suppressive towards evil and ghosts. Malevolent ghosts would turn into ash when they were struck by the thunderbolts, no matter how fierce they were. Snap! Lightning flashed. Dark ghost sex paragon cried tragically and fell from midair, billowing with black smoke. He was clearly dead after being struck by the thunderbolt. There were initially dazzling stars remaining above the head of stellar Luna sex paragon with cold, murderous starlight. The divine turtle roared. Countless stars crashed. The paragon of stellar Luna sect was dead. In the blink of an eye, only Tabafeng, Blaze Columbus Valley's Wang Yen, heavenly piercing sword sex paragon, Murong Wushuang and Dugu Jian, who had not made his move since the beginning, were left alive out of the paragons from the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans. There were even more talents that had perished in the palace. The deaths and injuries were tragic. This fight between the paragons was much more devastating than what everyone had initially imagined it to be. It's a primordial divine turtle. Heavens! Another primordial phenomenon shows itself. Double phenomenon with both the turtle and serpent. How did this guy manage it? Furthermore, both golden core phenomenons are so mighty and terrifying. The raging city blaze behind Blaze Columbus Valley's Wang Yen had already shattered by now. Thankfully, he noticed something amiss with the situation and backed off a step earlier. When he saw the firmaments crack, lightning flash, raging currents surge and meteors raining, he realized something. That same scene had tormented him repeatedly in his nightmares for the past month. Most cultivators were not as fortunate as him. The primordial divine turtle had been lost for a long time, and many paragons of the golden core realm could not recognize it before the divine turtle appeared. They were not the only ones. Even nascent souls from all over the place might not be able to recognize the origin of that phenomenon. Everyone swarmed up, wanting to encircle and kill Su Zimo while seizing the opportunity to steal his treasures. Unfortunately, the descent of the divine turtle along with the primordial soaring serpent, the might of a double phenomenon, was not something that they could defend against. In the face of the double phenomenon, Duanmu Kong and Ouyang Xiaoyu, the 2 successors of the ancient aristocratic families, were the only ones who could hold out. Double phenomenon. You're truly a monster incarnate. Duanmu Kang's handsome face had clearly turned somewhat menacing by now as he snarled, "It's a pity that you'll have to be buried in this ruins today." It was true that the double phenomenon was strong. However, Su Zimo could not support it for long as the double phenomenon took an extreme toll on his spirit energy. At that moment, Su Zimo's disadvantage in Cultivation realm was finally showing itself. Throughout the entire fight, he had not been disadvantaged in combat and had instead suppressed everything domineeringly. However, his spirit energy capacity could not compare against those at late stage or perfected golden core realm. Furthermore, spirit energy was drained at a terrifying speed in order to support 2 primordial phenomenons. Right now, the spirit energy in Su Zimo's Dantian was almost depleted. Even his golden core was releasing a series of throbbing pains and was circulating slower. As the successor of an ancient aristocratic family, Duanmu Kong was sharp and could clearly look through Su Zimo's facade. Channeling his golden core furiously, his power of phenomenon surged towards the latter. Countless weapons created by grass and wood hovered in front of Su Zimo, trembling slightly. On the other side, the Hurricane Frost Saber Sword released by Ouyang Xiaoyu struck the turtle serpent phenomenons repeatedly. To begin with, the primordial soaring serpent was at its limits and could not hold on for much longer. Now that it was met with such impact, it swayed and was on the verge of falling. A series of cracks appeared on the soaring serpent, threatening to dissipate it at any moment. As for the primordial divine turtle, although it was still a godly presence, the radiance on its body was gradually dimming due to the depletion of Su Zimo's spirit energy. He can't hold on for much longer. Far away, Mu Dongxing noticed how the situation was changing and remarked darkly, "The moment that person's golden core phenomenons disperse, he would be penetrated instantly by the countless weapons and hurricane frost saber sword." Bai Yuhan nodded with a conflicted expression. Rather than the two successors of the ancient aristocratic families, it could be said that the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island was defeated by the joined forces of all the paragons in the North region. That's right, if those paragons hadn't worn him down, these two successors of the ancient aristocratic families wouldn't be able to take him down. Pausing for a moment, Mu Dongxing sighed and lamented, "It's a pity. If that man manages to cultivate to late stage or perfected golden core, all the paragons of the North region wouldn't be able to take him down even if they worked together. That's why tall trees are often the first to be knocked down by the wind." A cultivator at the side sneered, "That person is way too flashy and overbearing. It's only normal that he would end up in such a state." Suddenly, a mysterious change happened on the battlefield. "Paragon? Monster incarnate? I don't care, die!" Duan Wukong hollered and circulated his golden core to its limits. Countless weapons tore through the phenomenons and were getting closer to Su Zimo's physical body. Fu. In midair, Su Zimo suddenly laughed. "The two of you really think that you can kill me with your skills?" Su Zimo's eyes shone fiercely as he remarked, "The both of you are way too naive." The resurgence of two primordial phenomenons with the turtle and serpent together was an extremely rare sight. Unfortunately, Su Zimo was at early-stage golden core and his spirit energy had already depleted after fighting the paragons of the North region continuously and upholding two strong phenomenons. Even so, he wasn't fearful at all. Under countless gazes, those two primordial divine beings that had already dimmed down in midair suddenly clashed against one another furiously, as though they were drawn in by some power. Boom! A shuddering shockwave rippled forth. Everything went silent. It wasn't a true silence. Rather, the deafening sound engulfed everything, as though an apocalypse was arriving. The countless weapons and hurricane frost saber sword that were about to reach Su Zimo were crushed into dust. Duan Wukong and Ouyang Xiaoyu were shocked and shuddered as if they were struck by lightning. Each of them spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from midair. Both their golden core phenomenons were destroyed entirely. The divine turtle was a godly being of the water. The soaring serpent was a godly being of the flames. Water and fire were irreconcilable. The collision of the two phenomenons was a massive battle between the two godly beings and was equivalent to a terrifying amount of killing power released instantly. That was no longer merely the power of phenomenon. More than that, it contained the essence of a conflict in their natures. Su Zimo's process of core formation was not smooth and he had endured endless hardship due to the repeated clashes between the powers of fire and water within his dantian. Time and again, his flesh was torn apart and healed up. He even nearly died from an implosion. In the end, the two different powers of fire and water came to a temporary reconciliation and the turtle and serpent coexisted. However, he could clearly feel that a terrifying might would definitely be released once the two powers clashed again. At that moment, a realization struck him, and with that stroke of inspiration, the clash of the turtle and serpent today was created. This single clash caused the two primordial phenomenons of the divine turtle and soaring serpent to dissipate. However, Duan Wukong and Ouyang Xiaoyu suffered worse. The two great phenomenons, Flora Myriad Weapons and Hurricane Frost Saber Sword, dispersed right away, and the two of them received an immense impact. Their spirit energies in their dantian went into chaos and they almost lost their combat strength entirely. "Heh!" Su Zimo smirked and strode forward, hollering, "Die! Ta! Ta! Ta!" Although he had only taken a few steps, Su Zimo had already caught up to Duan Wukong, who was retreating. Reaching out, The flesh on his gigantic palm expanded and green veins popped as he crushed down savagely. Go! Duan Wukong had a panicked expression and tried his best to compose himself, summoning a flying sword right away. The sword shone brightly like a WYRM and surged into the air, piercing the incoming palm. Clang! Clang! Su Zimo's expression did not change, and he did not avoid or dodge either. Suddenly, 5 fingernails extended from his palm, shimmering coldly like daggers as they grabbed Duan Wukong's flying sword. Even a WYRM wouldn't be able to break free from Su Zimo's palm. Suddenly, Su Zimo's palm went limp and coiled, trembled around the sword like a flexible cow's tongue. Snap! With his palm, he broke the flying sword into shards that scattered onto the ground. Is that all there is to the successor of an ancient aristocratic family? Su Zimo sneered and strode forward, arriving before Duan Wukong instantly. Duan Wukong's expression was pale, but he did not give up. Disregarding the throbbing pain in his dantian, he channeled his spirit energy fanatically while shrieking, "I'll let you have a taste of the Duanmu aristocratic family's secret skill. Flora entanglement." Duan Wukong pointed forward. Spirit energy surged out from his fingertips, and suddenly, plants that were thin and long with sharp edges coiled around Su Zimo like flexible long swords. Although they were plants, their edges were not weaker than weapons. Even ancient remnant beasts would be doomed if they were entangled. If any ordinary demon beast were to be restrained by them, they would be turned into minced meat right away. The plants grew wildly and wrapped Su Zimo instantly. Roar! At the same time, the tiger WRM roared and lunged towards Su Zimo with its menacing claws and fangs. Die! Duan Wukong's face was contorted as he controlled his plants maniacally, trying to bind Su Zimo. However, to his shock, he realized that the plants did not wound Su Zimo at all. There wasn't even a single scar. Even supreme-grade spirit weapons wouldn't be able to tear through Su Zimo's flesh, let alone plants that were conjured by spirit arts. How dare you embarrass yourself with such a trash secret skill? Channeling his bloodline, Su Zimo's body echoed with the sound of tsunami, and his flesh expanded. His figure expanded fully. Pang! 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 With a series of bangs, the plants snapped and Su Zimo broke free. At the same time, the tiger WRM arrived with its mouth wide open, threatening to devour his head with a nauseating stench. Su Zimo's gaze turned cold, and he reached out with both hands, grabbing the upper and lower jaws of the tiger WRM. Both sides exerted power. Shing! After a short struggle and a tragic sound, blood filled the air. Su Zimo ripped the tiger WRM into 2 from its jaws, and it splattered onto the ground disgustingly with its fresh blood and organs. The crowd was shocked. How strong did one have to be to rip a tiger WRM into 2? Duan Wukong was completely frightened by now. Su Zimo walked over with huge strides, drenched in blood like a fiend celestial who had escaped from hell. In the blink of an eye, he arrived with a murderous aura. Duan Wukong was scared out of his wits and crushed a protection talisman without thinking twice. A light barrier formed around him and he turned to flee. At this moment, he was like a beaten dog without any bit of dignity at all, looking absolutely wretched. Boom! Su Zimo caught up to Duan Wukong and smashed down on the latter's head fiercely with his fist that had transformed into a massive seal. The light barrier from the protection talisman shimmered and it dimmed considerably. Boom! Yet another punch descended. The light barrier swayed and defended against that punch once more. However, against that tremendous impact, Duan Wukong lost his balance and staggered, almost falling head first to the ground. Su Zimo caught up swiftly and raised his fist, raining down punches like raindrops onto Duan Wukong. Bang! 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 There were a series of collisions. The light barrier shook violently and finally gave off a crisp sound. Snap! A crack appeared on the light barrier. The light of the talisman dimmed entirely. Shattered. His lifesaver, the protection talisman given to him by his sect that could defend against the power of most golden cores, was shattered. Duan Wukong's face was ashen. Boom! Yet another punch descended. Duanmu Kang's body split into pieces, and he died on the spot. Taba Feng and the others felt their blood run cold. It was too ruthless. The paragon of an ancient aristocratic family was overwhelmed and brutally beaten to death by a flurry of punches. On the other side, noticing that something was amiss with the situation, Xianxia had already fled far away riding on her green luan. Su Zimo's gaze shifted. Just as he was about to give chase, he caught sight of someone else. A handsome man wearing faint gold robes floated in. His face was clear as jade and sparkled while his gaze was deep, resembling glass. 5 kilometers away from the Great Qian ruins, in the pavilion, the perfected lords of the Duanmu and Ouyang clans sat inside with relaxed expressions, sipping tea leisurely. Although the nascent souls outside the pavilion looked indignant, they did not dare to leave without permission. In this short period of time, there had already been more than 10 nascent souls who wanted to challenge the Duanmu and Ouyang ancient aristocratic families, but were killed helplessly. The number of shattered destiny talismans was still increasing rapidly. Gradually, fear, doubt, shock and frustration spread through the crowd. They were not the only ones. Even the nascent souls of Heaven Motion Sect, Stellar Luna Sect and Dark Ghost Sect from the 10 upper sects could only watch helplessly as the destiny talismans in their hands shattered. The 3 of them looked extremely furious. Too many paragons had fallen by this point of the Vermilion Fruit fight. Even among the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans, there were few paragons remaining. The remaining few destiny talismans were also dark at this moment, proving that even those paragons who managed to survive were not doing well. Finally, the perfected lord of the Yuan clan could not hold it in any longer and snarled, "Duanmu clan has truly produced a wonderful successor. Isn't the successor of the Duanmu clan being too ruthless just to fight for a single vermilion fruit?" The expression of Blood Mist Sect's perfected lord was terrible. Fufu, the perfected lord of Duanmu clan, chuckled and shook his head. "This is a fight between the paragons to begin with and is extremely fair for everyone. Why are you holding the Duanmu clan accountable for the death of your disciples?" The many nascent souls were silent. No matter what, it was indeed a fair fight between the paragons. If their disciples had the chance to kill Duanmu clan's paragon with ease, no mercy would be shown either. The perfected lord of Duanmu clan said coldly, "Don't try to fight for the vermilion fruit if you don't have the capabilities. If you dare to come for the challenge and die because of it, there's no one else to blame. You." Although the words of Duanmu clan's perfected lord were nasty, everyone was rendered speechless. All of a sudden, sensing something, Duanmu clan's perfected lord frowned and slapped his storage bag, retrieving a destiny talisman. The initial radiance of the destiny talisman was rapidly dimming. Duanmu clan's perfected lord was stunned. At the same time, Ouyang clan's perfected lord withdrew a destiny talisman as well. Its radiance was also diminishing rapidly. Something was wrong with the situation. The Duanmu and Ouyang ancient aristocratic families had a close relationship. Although Duanmu Kong and Ouyang Xiaoyu could not be considered as childhood sweethearts, they would definitely not fight one another given their relationship. In other words, a strong foe had managed to threaten the both of them. Although the nascent souls outside the pavilion were silent, all of them were gloating in secret. They seemed to be in trouble. The perfected lord of the Ouyang clan had a grim expression. Duanmu clan's perfected lord frowned deeply. Naturally, he could sense that there was an issue through the feedback of the destiny talisman. However, what he could not understand was who could threaten Duanmu Kong in the Great Qian ruins given the latter's strength. Furthermore, Duanmu Kong was accompanied by Ouyang Xiaoyu and 2 powerful demon beasts as mounts. Xing. Right then, a noise sounded from the destiny talisman in the Duanmu clan's perfected lord's hands. Although it was not loud, it felt like thunder booming in his ears. Instinctively, he looked down. A series of cracks appeared on the destiny talisman that represented Duanmu Kong. This meant that Duanmu Kong was already dead. The perfected lord of the Duanmu clan froze up. He did not even realize when the broken destiny talisman fell through his fingers. Although most of the nascent souls outside the pavilion were gloating at his misfortune, They had conflicted expressions. They were also curious as to what was happening in the depths of the ruins. Who was it that had the capabilities and guts to murder the paragon of an ancient aristocratic family? After a moment of hesitation, Duanmu clan's perfected lord slapped the table and stood up, remarking darkly, "Something strange is happening in the ruins. I must head there and check things out. While there might be paragons in the North region who can defeat my Konger, I don't believe that any of them can kill him." Hee hee. A nascent soul from the crowd could not hold it in and snickered. Who was the one who said earlier on that no nascent souls are allowed to interfere and enter the Great Qian ruins to ensure that this was a fair fight? That's right. Reneging on your own words right away. How shameless can you get? You guys have a death wish. Triggered. Duanmu clan's perfected lord was enraged and his glabella shone, sending forth his spirit consciousness. Vines started growing endlessly beneath the feet of the two nascent souls who spoke and wrapped around them. Almost instantly, the two of them were cut mercilessly by the vines with fresh blood dripping. Ah! 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 Both of them let out miserable wails. No matter how they struggled, they could not break free from the vines. Instead, the vines wrapped around them even tighter instead. The vines were already digging into their flesh. Poof! Their bodies could not take it and were sliced into meat lumps by the vines, falling onto the ground with a nauseating stench. Anyone else disagreeable? Duanmu clan's perfected lord surveyed his surroundings with a murderous aura and asked frostily. Fufu. Suddenly, a mocking chuckle sounded in the air. An old man with a sloven face and scrawny body had appeared unknowingly. With an ancient stare that seemed to be able to peer through everything, he remarked nonchalantly, "How imposing. You are—" The perfected lord of the Duanmu clan froze for a moment. Immediately after, his stare shifted onto the old man's waist. When he caught sight of the sect badge, Duanmu clan's perfected lord shuddered with a look of disbelief in his eyes, exclaiming, "Glass Palace!" Those two words seemed to be magical. Instantly, silence ensued outside the pavilion. Almost all cultivators who could cultivate to become nascent souls have heard of the 9 immortal sects before. The nascent souls of the North region who knew about the 9 immortal sects would definitely know about Glass Palace. That was a true super sect of the North region and was a titan. Fellow Taoist, may I ask who you are from Glass Palace? The perfected lord of Duanmu clan asked with difficulty, vaguely sensing something. I don't have a title. I'm merely an old servant of the young master. The Glass Palace old man's tone was still calm. Why young master? Has he arrived? The perfected lord of Duanmu clan murmured softly with a bitter tone. He finally understood how Duanmu Kong died. If that man from Glass Palace arrived in the Great Qian ruins, even 10 Duanmu Kangs won't be a match for him. That was the number 1 perfected being of the North region 30 years ago. That man could have entered nascent soul realm 10 years earlier. However, the reason why he did not take the step forward was because he wanted to enter the ancient battlefield 20 years later. Wuxia of Glass Palace. He reigned supreme across the Golden Core realm in the North region 30 years ago. When the perfected lords of the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans heard the name Wuxia, all of them went silent. The perfected lord of Ouyang clan murmured softly, "If we knew that Wuxia would come, why would we bother sending our disciples to fight for the vermilion fruit? That's just seeking trouble for ourselves." The handsome man in faint gold robes strode over unhurriedly. His eyes resembled stars and he possessed an indescribable confidence. Ouyang Xiaoyu rode on her green luan and was speeding with all her might to escape from the Great Qian ruins. When she caught sight of that person, she was stunned for a moment. Immediately, she shuddered and her eyes shone with disbelief. "Fellow Taoist Ouyang, how have you been?" The handsome man smiled gently without retreating or evading. When he saw the green luan speeding over, he welcomed it instead. Under countless watchful stares, the handsome man extended his jade-white palm and raised it, pressing down gently on the void before him. The green luan was moving at such a fast speed that it looked like a streak of light. However, it came to a stop immediately. Su Zimo could clearly notice the green Luan shivering slightly. That pure-blooded ferocious beast was in fear. Demon beasts had extremely sharp senses towards danger. The reason why the green Luan reacted as such was because it sensed an immense threat coming from the handsome man. Against the handsome man, the green Luan lowered its head motionlessly, as though it did not dare to look the handsome man in the eyes. All the cultivators were shocked when they saw that. Who was that man who was able to subdue a pure-blooded ferocious beast merely by extending his palm without the use of any weapons? Some cultivators shifted their gazes towards the sect badge on the handsome man's waist. Those who recognized the background of the handsome man could not help but shudder in fear. Taba Feng had a thoughtful expression. Even with his arrogant and overbearing personality, he shook his head at the moment and sighed gently. To think that even he would make a move for the vermilion fruit. The number one perfected being of the North region 30 years ago. Shi Wuya. Murong Wushuang narrowed her gaze and uttered word by word. Enduring her internal injuries, Ouyang Xiaoyu stood up and greeted with cupped fists. Greetings, fellow Taoist Shi. Anyone from the North region who would try and kill fellow Taoist Ouyang is truly someone who doesn't know how to cherish women, Shi Wuya said with a smile. Ouyang Xiaoyu turned around and glared at Su Zimo spitefully. It was only until that moment that Shi Wuya's gaze shifted to Su Zimo. Su Zimo was expressionless and his gaze was deep, staring at Shi Wuya, who was not far away peacefully without the slightest hint of fear in his eyes. Smiling, Shi Wuya walked over slowly. At that moment, everyone noticed that there was a strange cultivator who was following Shi Wuya indifferently. That person was only at early-stage golden core and wore luxurious robes with a mask. Any part of his skin that was exposed was covered, revealing only his eyes. For some reason, when Su Zimo swept his gaze across the masked cultivator, he had a strange, indescribable feeling. In the blink of an eye, Shi Wuya had already closed in. Su Zimo felt his hairs stand on end. He finally understood how the green Luan felt. Shi Wuya gave off a terrifying aura that was absolutely chilling. Scanning his surroundings, Shi Wuya asked nonchalantly, "Who plucked the vermilion fruit?" Nobody answered him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. However, everyone fixed their gaze on Su Zimo. "It's me." Su Zimo naturally knew that he wouldn't be able to hide the affair, nor did he want to. So he admitted to it readily. "All right," Shi Wuya nodded. "Hand over the vermilion fruit and commit suicide now. At least that will ensure you die with a full corpse." Fufu. Ha ha ha. Su Zimo first chuckled before breaking out into a roaring laughter. Taba Feng suddenly remarked, "Be careful, fellow Taoist Shi. This is the outrageous monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island who has gotten so much fame lately. Back at the Human Emperor's palace, he defeated all the paragons there. Most of the paragons who died today died in his hands as well. The monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island." At the mention of that title, Shi Wuya laughed. A look of pity and mockery could be seen in his eyes. "What a pity!" Shi Wuya looked at Su Zimo and sighed gently. "You're about to die today. By the likes of you? By the likes of me." Both of them exchanged gazes with raring battle intent. Neither of them backed off. Hushed discussions broke out in the crowd as well. What a pity for the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island. There's no way he could be a match for Shi Wuya now that his spirit energy is expended. That's right. Perhaps there might be a fight if he was in his peak condition. But now... Nonsense. Even if he is in his peak condition, the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island is definitely not a match for Shi Wuya. Before the discussions disappeared, the fight broke out. Shi Wuya did not move at all, but two divine beams of light burst forth from his shining eyes. Everywhere they passed, the void would tremble. Some of the cultivators who were hiding far away and caught unaware yelped and covered their eyes. They were nearly blinded just by watching the fight. Standing opposite Shi Wuya, Su Zimo did not move at all, and a demonic glint shone in his eyes. After cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, Su Zimo's eye power was frightening. Shi Wuya's visual secret skill could not injure Su Zimo or affect his mental state at all. Interesting. Stepping on the ground with 1 foot, Wuxia leaped into the air and hurled out a punch towards Su Zimo, who was in midair. His gripped fist looked like a glass with rainbow colors and shone in a bedazzling manner. Rather than a punch, it was more like a blazing sun. Su Zimo strode forward fearlessly as well and extended his arm, which was filled with green veins. Gripping his fist like a seal, he clashed against the incoming punch. Boom! There was a deafening bang and the ground shook while the mountains quaked. Endless resplendent light exploded and shone down from midair like fireworks. In the fireworks, 2 figures that were fighting with one another attracted everyone's gazes. Both of them were body-tempered cultivators and were fighting in melee combat with their incomparably strong bodies. With every clash, the underground palace would quake once. The power produced by the both of them was way too great. Even just by clashing their bodies and bloodlines, it was enough to send fear in the many cultivators who were watching. That monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island is so frightening. That's right. Even after killing countless people in a clash against all the paragons of the North region, while killing most of the paragons of the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans, he still has the strength remaining to fight against Wuxia. Wuxia hasn't used his trump card yet, nor has he released his full strength. The moment he does that, this monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island is dead for sure. In reality, the toll on Su Zimo was great indeed. The spirit energy in his dantian had already dried up after fighting all the paragons and releasing 2 great phenomenons. Even without his spirit energy, Su Zimo was still extremely frightening. The burst of his body alone was something that most golden cores wouldn't be able to withstand. At that moment, Su Zimo was fighting fiercer and fiercer. Up till this point of his cultivation, it was rare for him to encounter a cultivator who could compare with him in terms of body tempering. However, at that moment, Wuxia had conflicted feelings in his heart. Glass Palace was the sect that was best versed in body tempering in the entire Tianhuang mainland. At its ultimate level, Glass Palace's secret skill could even kill ancient remnant beasts and subdue pure-blooded ferocious beasts. Up till this point of his cultivation, Wuxia had never encountered anyone who could match him in melee combat. But now he was extremely troubled after meeting Su Zimo. Tsunami Blood, this successor of Divine Phoenix Island, had actually managed to cultivate his bloodline to the Tsunami Blood realm. What was even more terrifying was that the melee combat techniques released by the successor of Divine Phoenix Island were extremely tricky. Tough and gentle at the same time, they resembled an anaconda coiling a massive mountain. A spirit monkey scaling a cliff. In fact, there were a couple of times when he felt that his life was threatened. 50 years ago, Wuxia came out from seclusion. The moment he appeared, he overwhelmed with dominance and killed countless paragons. With a 0-loss record, he reigned supreme over the North region and was lauded as the youngest paragon of the Golden Core realm with unlimited potential. 30 years ago, Wuxia attacked and killed the renowned peerless paragon of Malevolent Earth sect who had been famous for a long time, shocking the entire North region. Thereafter, Malevolent Earth sect sent disciples to try and assassinate Wuxia countless times. However, all their attempts ended in failure and they even suffered immense losses. Ever since then, although nobody gave him the title, most of the cultivators in the North region silently acknowledged Wuxia as the #1 perfected of the North region. 30 years had passed and Wuxia had rarely shown himself. However, each time he did, he would attract endless attention. All the cultivators targeted by him could not escape death. 10 years ago, when Wuxia appeared once again, he crossed a major realm and killed a nascent soul from an upper sect of the nascent soul. It was an extremely tragic battle that shocked the entire cultivation world. Golden cores and nascent souls were on completely different levels. That kill across a major realm made Wuxia even more famous. Although he was only a golden core, most cultivators regarded him as someone of a nascent soul level. Nobody expected that this monster incarnate of the North region would make a move for the Vermilion Fruit's birth. After all, Wuxia had not shown himself or fought for the past 10 years. This fight for the Vermilion Fruit was a rare gathering of the North region's paragons. However, if Wuxia were to arrive, the paragons of the 10 upper sects. For gentry clans and even 2 ancient aristocratic families could only be seen as mere children compared to him. More than that, most of the cultivators could not imagine that there could be a golden core who could fight on par with Xianxia. That monster incarnate of divine Phoenix Island is truly terrifying. To think that he would still have the strength to fight against Xianxia after battling countless paragons. Glass Palace is one of the strongest body-tempering sects in Tianhuang mainland. How did that monster incarnate of divine Phoenix Island cultivate such that he's able to stand against Xianxia? It's useless. Xianxia hasn't shown his true strength yet, and that monster incarnate of divine Phoenix Island is already exhausted. That's right. If Xianxia were to release his golden core phenomenon, that man is dead for sure. As everyone discussed, a change happened on the battlefield. Xianxia asked in a relaxed manner, "Is that all you've got?" It was a frightening sight, and all the cultivators felt their hearts skip a beat. In an intense fight as such, one would have to maintain their full focus and wouldn't dare to be distracted and speak. Furthermore, they were in a melee combat, and it was even more dangerous. A single mistake and they could die on the spot. But now, Xianxia seemed like he was extremely relaxed. "If that's all you've got, I'm sorry, you're going to die," Xianxia remarked coldly. "That's because I'm only at 50% of my strength." The crowd was in shock. His strength was already this terrifying at 50%. Which golden core could defend against his 100% in that case? Boom! The both of them clashed once more. Suddenly, Su Zimo laughed coldly and spoke with an unchanged expression. "What? I'm only at 30% here." He was concerned about revealing his identity, and as such, there were many moves that he could not release due to his considerations. He was not bragging with nonsense. However, those who were watching were none the wiser and would naturally not believe him. Everyone thought that Su Zimo had already released his trump cards entirely after fighting against the paragons, releasing 2 primordial phenomenons that were destroyed and eventually using the turtle-serpent collision at the end to kill Duan Wukong. Furthermore, everyone could tell that Su Zimo had exhausted his spirit energy. There was almost no spirit energy fluctuation coming from him up till this point of the battle, and he was completely relying on his unparalleled bloodline and physique to fight in melee range. "Fufu," Xianxia chuckled gently. "You've got a glib tongue. That's all there is to the monster incarnate of divine Phoenix Island." Before his sentence was completed, Xianxia had already slapped his storage bag to withdraw a long, slender jade ruler. It was sparkling and shone with a mysterious glimmer, unlike anything else in the world. Up till this point, both of them had fought barehanded. But now, Xianxia has finally brought out a weapon. "You should be proud that you're able to make me use a weapon to kill you," Xianxia declared proudly. Swoosh! The jade ruler swept through the air like a sword, causing the wind to howl with a terrifying might. Su Zimo narrowed his eyes. That jade ruler was far from simple. His spirit perception sounded. Without hesitating, Su Zimo retreated. The jade ruler glided past his face, and a burning sensation spread across his cheeks. Quivering gently, bedazzling lights lit up one after another on the jade ruler. 6 spirit patterns, a connate spirit weapon. The crowd gasped. Connate spirit weapons were way too rare. Even the successors of the 10 upper sects, for gentry clans and 2 ancient aristocratic families, did not have them. Although that jade ruler looked fragile, it was an indestructible connate spirit weapon. It was fortunate that Su Zimo had managed to dodge in time. If he had continued fighting barehanded like before, his arm would have been shred into pieces by that jade ruler. By withdrawing his connate spirit weapon, Xianxia gained the advantage instantly and strode forward, closing in domineeringly. Waving his jade ruler, he slashed. A rainbow streak of light extended from the jade ruler, arriving above Su Zimo's head instantaneously, as though it could penetrate all things in the universe. Su Zimo had experienced the formidable might of connate spirit weapons before and did not dare to receive the attack barehanded. He withdrew a long saber from his storage bag. Buzz! The blade trembled slightly and shone with 4 spirit patterns. It was a supreme-grade spirit weapon. Su Zimo slashed in reverse against the rainbow light sent by the jade ruler. Swoosh! The sound of tides surged. Countercurrent stance. Clang. The jade ruler and saber collided, filling the air with a resplendent glow as mist spread. Shatter! Wuxia harumphed coldly, and the rainbow light on his jade ruler shone brightly as he pushed his blood chi. Snap! There was a crisp sound. Instantly, a series of cracks rippled through the blade. Destroyed! A supreme-grade spirit weapon was shattered by Wuxia's jade ruler directly. Su Zimo retreated once more. Shoo! 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 Against that powerful clash, Su Zimo's saber broke into shards before transforming into light spots that shot towards him. Su Zimo's pupils constricted instantly. The two of them were way too close. The shards of the saber surged towards him almost immediately after the saber and jade ruler collided. There was no time to dodge at all. Suddenly, a series of crackling sounds echoed from Su Zimo's body. Under countless watchful gazes, his tall, burly body actually shrank into a meatball the size of an infant, spinning smoothly in midair. Cling! Clang! Instead of piercing him, the saber shards let off metallic sounds when they struck Su Zimo. Su Zimo took a deep breath of air and his tendons and bones sounded together. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his form of the burly man. Tears could be seen on his green robes, but there was no sign of blood. A faint golden glow could be seen through his green robes. Wuxia's eyes lit up as he came to a realization. Not bad. So, you were wearing a defensive inner armor. He had sharp eyes and could vaguely tell that Su Zimo's inner armor was of a relatively high grade. There was a chance that it was a perfect grade spirit weapon. The stars are truly aligned. Coincidentally, I've been looking for a defensive spirit weapon and here you are, bringing it for me. Wuxia could not help but laugh. I've got to see just how long more you can hold out for. The moment he said that, Wuxia's blood chi exploded and his figure flickered. Waving his jade ruler, endless rainbow light dispersed downwards onto Su Zimo's head, slashing down once more. Wuxia had suppressed Su Zimo perfectly with his connate spirit weapon. Su Zimo did not dare to receive the jade ruler's attack head-on and could only dodge backwards. The jade ruler was a connate spirit weapon. Given Wuxia's strength, even a supreme-grade spirit weapon would be smashed into pieces by his ruler. The only way was for Su Zimo to use his blood quencher or coiling dragon seal. However, he would not be able to conceal his identity if he summoned those two weapons. The jade ruler shone with a resplendent rainbow light in Wuxia's hands. Even with his immensely strong physique, Su Zimo would not be able to endure an attack from the jade ruler and would definitely be severely injured. He made use of the nimbleness of his movement techniques and his physique, which encompassed both toughness and gentleness, to dodge repeatedly. The two of them were already moving at their maximum speeds. For now, Su Zimo was still unhurt. However, he would definitely lose if he had to continue defending, and his space available to dodge was decreasing by the moment. He had to make a decision. At that thought, Su Zimo's eyes flashed viciously with a demonic glint. Glaring at the incoming jade ruler, he reached out and grabbed it. You must have a death wish. Wuxia harumphed coldly. Su Zimo opened his mouth widely and bellowed. Battle! His voice was like thunder, rupturing beside Wuxia's ear. If it was anyone else that was roared by Su Zimo at this distance, they would definitely die on the spot, bleeding from all orifices if they were weak. Even the strong paragons would be momentarily stunned. However, Wuxia merely frowned as his blood chi surged, repressing the discomfort he felt instantly. At the same time, Su Zimo's palm made contact with the jade ruler. A coil and a tremble. A weird power of contortion was released on the jade ruler. Wuxia's expression changed starkly. He could clearly sense a ripping sensation coming from his palm, and he was about to lose his grip on the jade ruler. His entire arm was even twisting with an unbearable pain. Unable to endure that sort of power, his sleeves exploded right away into pieces. Bam! His jade ruler flew from his hand, turning into a streak of light that stabbed into the wall nearby. Su Zimo did not stop in his tracks and continued closing in domineeringly. Swinging his right arm, The veins on his fist popped out and his flesh expanded like a gigantic seal that descended from the skies with a nauseating blood stench. Let the body be like glass, transparent inside out and cleansed of impurities, turning indestructible. The mantra of the Glass Mental Sutra was read out in Wuxia's mind swiftly. A tremendous amount of power burst forth. A mysterious luster veiled Wuxia's body, similar to glass, flawless and unyielding. 1,000-ton finger. Wuxia extended his finger. Spirit energy gushed forth from his fingertip, condensing into jade that possessed an extremely terrifying amount of power before dotting the incoming gigantic seal. Boom! The finger and gigantic seal collided with a huge bang. Su Zimo let out a dull grunt. An extremely sharp power surged through and almost pierced his palm. Wuxia was not having a good time either. The gigantic seal created by Su Zimo's fist almost snapped his finger. Although both of them fought head-on, neither of them retreated and sent forth another punch. Bang! Bang! 2 punches crossed at almost the same time and struck the other's chest. 6 spirit lights shone around Su Zimo. The power of the mystic gold silk armor was released entirely. Even so, he could sense the terrifying energy surge into his body fanatically through the mystic gold silk armor such that his organs were shaken. While the mystic gold silk armor was a connate defensive spirit weapon, it was not invincible. The inner armor could only try its best to deflect damage. However, if the other party was sufficiently strong or terrifying, he could destroy the mystic gold silk armor entirely. Initially, when he first came across the mystic gold silk armor, it was in a damaged state with its spirit patterns broken. Even its connate spirit pattern was broken into a few parts. Su Zimo spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered backwards. On the other side, Wuxia was motionless and his expression was extremely ugly. Even with his Glass Mental Sutra and the supreme-grade defensive inner armor that he was wearing, he was unable to defend against Su Zimo's punch completely. A trace of flesh blood trickled from the corner of Wuxia's lips. Both of them were injured together. The crowd was in an uproar. Everyone had expected Su Zimo to be injured. However, none of them thought that Wuxia would be injured as well. It's truly a pity for the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island. Far away, Mu Dongxing suddenly remarked. Why? Bai Yuhan could not understand. Mu Dongxing replied, given his potential, if he were to cultivate to perfected golden core and fight Wuxia in his peak condition, it might be hard to determine who would be victorious. But now that the successor of Divine Phoenix Island has already used up all his trump cards, spirit energy and stamina, he's definitely doomed once Wuxia releases his golden core phenomenon. On the battlefield, Wuxia had a dark expression and his eyes shone with cold killing intent as he said, almost snarling, it's been a long time since anyone managed to injure me. Good, very good. He strode slowly towards Su Zimo and the aura he emanated turned increasingly frightening. I'll let you have a taste of my golden core phenomenon. Glass divine light. The moment Wuxia said that, a brilliant and colorful radiance shrouded him in a bedazzling manner. Glass divine light, the 13th spot on the previous phenomenon ranking. This was truly a strong phenomenon passed down from history that managed to get into the top 20 for every single phenomenon ranking. You should feel proud that you can die to glass divine light. Wuxia stood in the air and looked down at Su Zimo with a gaze that seemed like he was looking at an ant. Fufu. Su Zimo smiled. Many cultivators were stunned, thinking that Su Zimo had gone mad. If they were in his position, none of them would be able to smile. How do you think I managed to suppress the paragons of the immortal, Buddhist and fiend sects beneath the human emperor's palace? Su Zimo said in a relaxed manner as a scarlet-red inner core spun slowly in his chest. His eyes lit up and his black hair swayed without any wind while a terrifying aura spread from him. Many cultivators were shocked. Demonic chi? Not good, he's a demon. The rumors were real. There were too many rumors regarding the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island, some of it overly ridiculous, such that many cultivators who had not witnessed it personally would not dare to believe. It was only at that moment that everyone realized why he was called a monster incarnate. Crackle. Pang. 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 Su Zimo's tendons and bones sounded at the same time as his flesh expanded. Right in front of everyone, he released his blood chi and his body expanded. In the blink of an eye, he grew more than 100 feet tall, akin to a mighty fiend celestial with a torrential ferocity. The green veins on his body popped and extended like snakes as every single inch of his muscles protruded and knotted together, shimmering with an unyielding metallic luster. One after another, menacing ancient demons spawned around his terrifying body and surrounded him. The raging bull, stone bear, anaconda, sanguine ape, all of those demons had bloodshot eyes and murderous auras. Roar! When the ancient demons bellowed together, the world shook. All the cultivators shuddered and went dead silent. Standing in the middle of 7 ancient demon kings, Su Zimo was like a godly being with a bright gaze. His aura was domineering and was not inferior in the face of Shi Wuya's golden core phenomenon. Heavens! What's that? A wave of shock and astonishment could be heard from the crowd. The paragons of the North region were shocked. None of them had witnessed such a situation up till this point of their cultivation. That figure that was more than 100 feet tall stood in the middle of the battlefield like a towering godly being, exuding its might in all directions with a torrential aura. Against this godly being, Shi Wuya was like an insignificant ant. If not for his ancient phenomenon, Shi Wuya's aura would have been overwhelmed by the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island completely. So, you're just a beast. Shi Wuya circulated his golden core with all his might and the power of his phenomenon surged. The glass divine light glowed brilliantly. Although that ancient phenomenon merely released a rainbow-colored light and did not seem like it had any monumental aura, its might was extremely frightening. Any cultivator that was touched by that rainbow light would have their flesh and blood crystallized, turning into ice-cold figures without any life. A single touch could cause them to shatter into pieces. Most spirit weapons would shatter on the spot if they were engulfed by the rainbow-colored light. Even supreme-grade spirit weapons would not be able to escape that fate. The fact that it was called a divine light was proof of the might of this ancient phenomenon. Its godly authority could purge all ghosts and deities. Normally speaking, even pure-blooded ferocious beasts wouldn't be able to withstand the killing power of glass divine light. However, Su Zimo cultivated the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. That was the foundation left for him by Dai Yu to establish ground in the cultivation world, as well as his stepping stone to enter the cultivation world. That supreme demon classic was the exact reason why Su Zimo was able to overwhelm so many paragons and fend off the sealers beneath the human emperor's palace before eventually entering it. Although he had only just formed his inner core, the terrifying aspect of the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness had already been revealed. The 7 ancient demon kings surrounded him, and he was shrouded by a scarlet demonic chi that was extremely thick. Demonic chi made contact and clashed repeatedly against the glass divine light. Buzz! Buzz! A jarring sound echoed from the center of the battlefield. 2 entirely different powers were corroding one another mutually without relenting. A terrifying shockwave started spreading through the void. Taba Feng, Murong Wushuang and everyone else were shocked, retreating hurriedly. Some of the cultivators who could not dodge in time and were implicated by the energy shockwave produced by the clash of the 2 powers exploded and died on the spot. The center of the battlefield had turned into a forbidden area because of the fight between 2 monster incarnates. Roar! The 7 ancient demon kings roared deafeningly at the same time. Some of the cultivators who were closer were stunned by the noise, fainting on the spot. Demonic chi rumbled with a torrential ferocity as the 7 ancient demon kings opened their gigantic mouths. Their teeth were filled with sticky saliva, and they bit towards Shi Wuya. Poof! 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 A rainbow light shot forth. Shi Wuya had a glass-like body that was flawless and transparent. Surrounded by the rainbow light, he was like a blazing sun. One after another, rainbow lights streaked forward like swords with extremely sharp edges. Countless swords tore through the thick demonic chi and cut the 7 ancient demon kings, wounding them all over. The demonic chi shrouding around Su Zimo had thinned considerably. In the end, Wuxia had still gained the upper hand in this fight between two monster incarnates. No matter what, he was at perfected golden core realm. However, Su Zimo was only at early stage inner core. As the number one perfected being of the North region, Wuxia noticed the minute change in the tides and would naturally not let such an opportunity slip. "Kill!" he hollered, and his aura grew fiercer. The glass divine light in his hands converged gradually before forming a sparkling saber. "Slay!" Swash! Accompanied by Wuxia's roar, the glass saber tore through the demonic chi surging around Su Zimo and sliced off the head of the bovine demon king. With that, the demonic chi thinned by a portion. Again, Wuxia bellowed with an overwhelming aura. Eft! The stone bear demon king's body was cut into two and dissipated. Once again, the demonic chi thinned. "Slay! Slay! 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 Slay!" Wuxia released 5 consecutive slashes, and the remaining 5 ancient demon kings were cut down by the glass saber in an extremely miserable manner with their limbs splaying. In the blink of an eye, the 7 ancient demon kings surrounding Su Zimo had been dispersed by the glass divine light. The demonic chi was now extremely thin. With the loss of his demonic chi's protection, no matter how unparalleled Su Zimo's body was, he would definitely not be able to withstand the might of the glass divine light. The situation was extremely clear right now. He's still slightly inferior at the end of the day, Mu Dongxing sighed. Indeed, it's true that the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island does not stand much chance of victory against the number one perfected being of the North region after fighting with so many paragons and depleting his spirit energy. Furthermore, the two of them are a few levels apart in terms of cultivation realm. Bai Yuhan nodded. If he's at perfected golden core realm, it might be hard to determine the victor of this fight. Double phenomenons. Not only that, those were lost primordial phenomenons. To think that he would die just like this. Someone from Divine Phoenix Island who wants to come onto Tianhuang mainland and fight for the vermilion fruit is bound to be targeted by everyone. That's right. This man is a demon. It's nothing even if he dies. Su Zimo had killed too many paragons of the North region and have already sown deep feuds with the major sects and factions of the North region. Nobody was hoping for him to be victorious. Ha 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 ha. When he saw that the situation was set, Wuxia reared his head in laughter and declared loudly, "A beast is a beast at the end of the day. Do you really think that you're my match just because you suppressed many paragons beneath the human emperor's palace?" Wuxia took a step forward and slashed with his saber. Su Zimo grit his teeth tightly and his inner core circulated fanatically. The remaining demonic chi shrouding him condensed into a shield. Bang! The shield exploded. Su Zimo let out a dull grunt. The power of the phenomenon ate into him, and that massive body of his exploded on the surface, creating a series of cuts that looked terrifying as fresh blood gushed out. "You can't hold on anymore?" Wuxia had an excited expression, and a cruel glint shone in his eyes as he lunged forward once more. Su Zimo raised his right hand with the divine phoenix bone and punched forward to defend. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. Although the glass divine light was not shattered by the divine phoenix bone, the rainbow light spilled everywhere. When Su Zimo's bare arm was exposed to it, it turned into pieces of crystallized flesh. The color on Su Zimo's face drained as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. While the divine phoenix bone was unyielding, it was not omnipotent. He could not control the divine phoenix bone. He could not release its true strength as well. "Die!" Wuxia hollered once more domineeringly. The glass saber descended from the skies, looking as though it was about to cut through the void and sever all life before it. Am I going to be defeated just like this? Against the suppression of that formidable power, Su Zimo's features looked somewhat contorted as he howled from the depths of his heart. "I'm not willing." On the surface, this was a clash between two paragons. However, in reality, this was more like a face-off between immortals and demons. It was more like a fight between the legacy of Dai Yu and the ancient super sects. There were some things that Dai Yu would definitely not say to Su Zimo given her personality. However, She had already expressed her intentions through her actions. Since fate did not allow you to attain immortality cultivation, I'll alter fate for you. Since iridescent cloud's palace doesn't want you, I'll impart to you my skills and allow you to be stronger than all the successors of the super sex in this world. This was Dai Yu's pride. It was now also Su Zimo's pride. 8 years ago, Dai Yu transformed into a butterfly and left without a trace. However, Su Zimo had never felt lonely during this period of time. Perhaps, Dai Yu had been keeping watch of him from some other world. Furthermore, Su Zimo was convinced that his future would not lie in Tianhuang mainland. There would come a day when he would finally break through this void before him and travel to that foreign world in his pursuit of Dai Yu. He wanted to go and meet her. He wanted to arrive before her and tell her, "I'm here." It did not matter if the path ahead was filled with obstacles. It did not matter if it was an endless hell before him. It did not matter if countless strong foes wanted to stand in his way. Nothing could waver Su Zimo's determination. At the thought of Dai Yu, Su Zimo was filled with a sense of courage. When he thought about her, he could not help but recall her domineering and imposing methods. How could the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness lose? How could Dai Yu lose? How could I lose? I'm not willing. Ah! Su Zimo reared his head and roared into the air. With the circulation of his inner core, his blood chi rose, his tendons and bones echoed together. His blood marrow gushed and his organs trembled. Body tempering, tendons transformation, bones strengthening, marrow cleansing, organs refinement, orifice clearing, core formation. All 7 sutras flowed through his mind. A series of strange sounds came from that body that was 100 feet tall. It seemed as though someone was chanting those sutras relentlessly. With the support of that sound, the turtle-like cracks on Su Zimo's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eyes. The gradual gathering of the sound seemed to have triggered something and released a shuddering energy. Su Zimo's eyes lit up as he welcomed the incoming glass saber. The demonic chi in his body surged and he charged forward instead of dodging or retreating. "You're asking for death." Wuxia's gaze was vicious as he slashed forward savagely, gripping his glass saber with both hands. Boom! Su Zimo threw out a punch. At the same time, a gigantic demon beast could faintly be seen from the rumbling demonic chi behind him. It looked like a blood-colored butterfly that was vaguely discernible. There were 2 bright, round moons etched on the wings of the butterfly, resembling a pair of indifferent eyes. Su Zimo punched forward. The blood-colored butterfly did not move at all, and those moon-like eyes on its wings flashed. An incomparably strong power cruised through Su Zimo's body, bursting instantly along with his fist. Boom! The saber collided against Su Zimo's fist with a resounding bang. Wuxia's expression changed once again, and from the depths of his eyes, a hint of panic and fear could be seen. Right in front of everyone, the glass saber in Wuxia's suddenly exploded. The rainbow light dispersed. Wuxia's golden core phenomenon had shattered entirely. Shuddering, Wuxia choked and could not help but cough out a mouthful of blood, as though he was struck by thunder. All the paragons of the North region exclaimed. Everyone witnessed the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island fall into a desperate situation where he could die at any moment. Yet, for some unknown reason, he suddenly gave off a burst and destroyed Wuxia's golden core phenomenon instead. In the blink of an eye, the tides had reversed. The faint blood-colored butterfly behind Su Zimo had disappeared by now. However, without the protection of his golden core phenomenon, Wuxia was definitely not a match for Su Zimo in his demon form. Boom! Su Zimo strode forward and extended his massive palm, crushing down in an encompassing manner. Wuxia did not have time to dodge and could only raise his arm to defend reluctantly. Bang! A dull sound of defeat echoed as the 2 of them clashed. Wuxia merely felt a sharp pain run through his arm, and instantly, he was drenched in cold sweat. Su Zimo did not give him a chance to catch his breath at all. Both of them were rare prodigies in terms of melee combat and would naturally not give up on such an opportunity. He threw yet another punch down. It seemed like a supreme gigantic seal that was smashing down from the heavens, about to quake the mountains and ground. Boom! Wuxia could only prop up both arms to receive the blow. Shuddering, he retreated once more. Eft! Yet again, he coughed out a mouthful of blood that was now already blackish. His organs were shaken. Otherwise, his blood would have definitely been red. At that moment, Wuxia could no longer feel pain in both arms. They were numb by now. Su Zimo was extremely precise in his timing such that Wuxia did not even have the time to withdraw weapons, talismans, or elixirs. If this continued, both of Wuxia's arms would be snapped by Su Zimo within a few rounds. The two of them were extremely close. Wuxia could clearly sense that Su Zimo's breath also carried a hint of blood stench. This meant that Su Zimo was already significantly injured through this battle. Right now, both of them were at their limits. If he were to fight to the end, he might still be able to win. However, Su Zimo's aura was way too overwhelming and sharp at the moment. After enduring a few hits repeatedly, Wuxia had already given up on the thought of fighting Su Zimo to the end completely. He could not die. He was less than 100 years old. He was the #1 perfected being of the North region. At such a young age, his future had unlimited potential. As long as Wuxia wanted to, he could even transcend to the nascent soul realm. Of course, there was no way he could do his breakthrough in such an intense battle. The ascension from the golden core to the nascent soul realm was a leap in quality. Even if he was the peerless monster incarnate of paragons, he could not guarantee a 100% success rate. Breaking through on the battlefield was equivalent to committing suicide. Even without outsiders interfering, a single distraction was enough for them to perish. Suddenly, Wuxia hollered, "What are you guys waiting for? This beast's blood chi is drained and he's only putting on a strong front. A simple attack from everyone together is enough to kill him here." That single statement proved that Wuxia had lost. The reputation that he gained over many years was instantly destroyed at this moment. However, compared to his life, Wuxia could not care any longer. As long as he stayed alive, he could get his hands on the vermilion fruit and everything that Su Zimo possessed. His combat strength would definitely be raised yet another level. At that time, he would even have a high chance of entering the top 10 of the phenomenon ranking once he enters the intermediate ancient battlefield. Perhaps, he might even be able to compete against Dean, the #1 of the previous phenomenon ranking. He was going to personally retrieve the reputation and dignity that he lost today. Nobody made a move. Even the masked man who accompanied Wuxia did not move, watching everything with a cold gaze. He had his own selfish reasons as well. Initially, there was no chance for him to make a name for himself with Wuxia riding over him. He could never get more resources in the sect compared to Wuxia. But now, if Wuxia were to die with the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island severely injured, there would be a high chance he could be the last standing victor and get his hands on all the treasures. There were only two reasons why everyone else did not move either. On the one hand, the paragons of the North region still had a trepidating fear after being beaten by Su Zimo. On the other hand, they were still observing at the side. In a fight between two tigers, one was bound to get hurt. The wisest decision was for everyone to observe the battle from afar. Right now, it was not the best opportunity to strike yet. Taba Feng, Murong Wushuang and the others were expressionless, but they gloated internally. The fight for the vermilion fruit had been tumultuous up till this point, and now, yet another change had happened in the situation. Initially, it was already extremely fortuitous if they could survive, and there was no chance for them to get their hands on the vermilion fruit. But now, the tides had reversed. Any of them could end up as a big winner. The old man from Glass Palace stood in the pavilion expressionlessly with his hands behind his back, gazing in the direction of the great Chen ruins with an indifferent stare. Although he looked scrawny, as though a gust could blow him over, none of the nascent souls present inside and outside the pavilion dared to move. There was no longer any meaning to the vermilion fruit fight with Wuxia's appearance. In everyone's opinions, the lives of the paragons of the North region were now decided by fate. The astute and sharp cultivators who chose to leave and give up on the vermilion fruit fight would be considered logical. If anyone wanted to challenge Shibuya because of the vermilion fruit, they would be committing suicide. The nascent soul of Duanmu clan had a grim expression. Duanmu Kong was the golden core with the greatest potential in the Duanmu clan in 500 years, overwhelming all over cultivators of the same realm. To think that he would be killed by Shibuya. Suddenly, the entire fight for the vermilion fruit seemed meaningless after knowing that Shibuya had arrived. That was because everyone knew the outcome of the fight. It was no wonder why the paragons of the North region would suffer such an immense defeat. It was no wonder why even paragons of the 10 upper sects and 4 gentry clans fell one after another. It was no wonder why the situation could not be contained even with the appearance of the successors of the 2 ancient aristocratic families. Right now, everything was clear. It was all because of Shibuya. The many nascent souls remained silently, awaiting the final outcome. All of a sudden, the old man from Glass Palace, who was initially standing with his hands behind his back, frowned. Swiping his shriveled hand across his storage bag, he withdrew a destiny talisman and gazed at it. The radiance on the destiny talisman shimmered, as though it had received an immense blow. The old man from Glass Palace narrowed his gaze, and a cold glint could be seen in his hazy eyes. The young master seems to have met with some trouble. Could there actually be a paragon in the North region who could challenge the young master? The moment that thought crossed his mind, the destiny talisman in his hands flashed repeatedly. After a momentary pause, the radiance on the destiny talisman dimmed gradually. The old man from Glass Palace was stunned. This was no longer any ordinary trouble. It seemed like Shibuya was undergoing some unprecedented danger and could fall at any moment. The abnormal reaction from the destiny talisman attracted the stares of other nascent souls as well. Suddenly, a stir broke out from the crowd. What's going on? That destiny talisman belongs to Shibuya. It should be. The old man seems like he's really concerned. Who in the North region could pose a threat to Shibuya? I'm not sure. The old man from Glass Palace clutched the destiny talisman with an unpredictable expression. After a moment of hesitation, his eyes flashed with conviction as he declared coldly, "A nascent soul must have infiltrated the great Xian ruins. Otherwise, given Wuya's strength, even if all the paragons of the North region joined forces, none of them would be a match for him." Indeed, that was possible from Shibuya. However, it was not exactly possible for a nascent soul to infiltrate the great Qian ruins. All of the nascent souls were gathered here and their spirit consciousnesses surveyed the surroundings. There was no way a nascent soul could have sneaked past them, avoiding detection. It was obvious what the old man from Glass Palace meant by saying that. "I've got to see who would dare interfere in the fight for the vermilion fruit." The old man from Great Qian ruins soared into the air, turning into a streak of light that burst towards the Great Qian ruins. The other nascent souls were already impatient to begin with and wanted to check out what was going on in the Great Qian ruins. Countless nascent souls could vaguely sense that the situation was not as simple as they had imagined. Countless figures soared into the air. In the center of the ruins, the fight between the 2 monster incarnates was still ongoing. Shibuya was drenched in sweat and retreated continuously, panting in a wretched state. Suzimo was not in a great state either. Many paragons could clearly sense that Suzimo's movement was getting more sluggish and his blood chi was drained. From the initial height of 100 feet tall, he was now only 2 meters tall. He was at the limits of his stamina. Even so, he did not have any intention of stopping. Suzimo's eyes shone viciously. Even with his inadequate stamina, he was still suppressing Shibuya with his aura. Every single punch landed with his full strength. Shibuya had a menacing stare as he snarled, "Beast, can't you tell that everyone is watching with coveting eyes, trying to reap the rewards from our fight? Even if you kill me, you'll be killed mercilessly." "Heh!" Suzimo sneered, revealing a set of pearly whites as he replied coldly, "For calling me a beast, I'll slaughter you first before thinking about anything else." "You're a lunatic," Shibuya cursed. His hair was disheveled right now and he no longer carried the air as the number 1 perfected being of the North region. Snap! Suzimo threw yet another punch. Instinctively, Wuxia raised his arm to defend and the sound of a snapped bone could be heard. Pust! Wuxia gasped from the pain and his expression changed starkly. He had cultivated the glass mental sutra constantly and his body was not weaker than weapons a long time ago. He might not even be hurt if he was struck by a supreme-grade spirit weapon. But now, his arm was broken by this monster incarnate of divine Phoenix Island. The snap of his arm shocked him greatly and he almost fainted from the pain. Naturally, his movements turned more sluggish as well. Su Zimo's eyes lit up. There was no way he would give up on an opportunity as such. Closing in domineeringly, he arrived before Wuxia in a flash. Ah! Wuxia howled and exerted the last of his strength, thrusting the only elbow that was left fiercely towards Su Zimo like a gigantic spear. Wuxia could sense the aura of death. This was his final gamble before his death. Throughout history, there had been countless cultivators who gained the advantage the entire time only to be murdered in retaliation at a critical moment. Even with his stamina exhausted, that single elbow thrust was definitely enough to create a gigantic hole in Su Zimo's body. At that time, both of them would stand an equal chance at victory. Unfortunately, Su Zimo seemed to have predicted it. The moment he arrived before Wuxia, with a distance of less than a feet, Su Zimo's body suddenly turned flexible. Like an anaconda, he wrapped himself around Wuxia's body. That move was extremely unexpected. Right from the beginning, Su Zimo's attacks had always been tough and unyielding. But now, with that sudden change, Wuxia's final gamble missed. At that moment, Su Zimo took a deep breath with his body wrapped around Wuxia. To the many paragons, it seemed like there was truly an anaconda that was coiling itself around Wuxia's body. It breathed in and its body expanded as it reared its head and hissed, as though it wanted to devour the sun and moon. Anaconda coil. That was a killing move from the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. It was a move that exemplified the limits of the flexibility of one's tendons. Pang! 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 Su Zimo's body sounded as though an ancient god of war was strumming a bow. Unable to move at all, Wuxia opened his mouth and a weird sound echoed from the depths of his throat, as though he was trying to breathe. One of the reasons why Anaconda Coil was a killing move was because it could suffocate someone. Wuxia's eyeballs were bloodshot and bulged out as his face turned a frightening shade of purple due to the prolonged asphyxiation. Crack! 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 The sound of bones cracking echoed. Wuxia's tendons and bones were snapped by Su Zimo's Anaconda Coil. That body which could be described as perfect was now contorted in an indescribable state, looking absolutely miserable with completely smashed tendons and bones without any trace of life. Wuxia's gaze dimmed and his head tilted to the side, dying on the spot. Wuxia, the once #1 perfected being of the North region, who dominated the cultivation world overwhelmingly and was completely unmatched across the same realm. For the past 30 years, although he rarely made an appearance, he was still an invincible existence of the Golden Core realm in the hearts of many major factions and sects of the North region. Nobody had expected this. Nobody thought that Wuxia would make a move for the Vermilion Fruit fight. Less than that, the Paragons had not expected that Wuxia would be murdered savagely with his tendons and bones snapped by someone else in the Great Qian ruins. Gazing at that mighty, burly figure on the battlefield, a surreal feeling surged through the minds of the Paragons, and they were overwhelmed by sadness. This was the cruelty of the cultivation world. Even if one cultivated to Wuxia's level and possessed that frightening combat strength, they could still be killed mercilessly. No matter how glorious of a past they had, paragons that died would be buried in the sands of time and be forgotten eventually. This Vermilion Fruit fight had far surpassed initial expectations of the paragons. There were way too many paragons that died. The ground was sprawled with corpses and blood-formed rivers. It was too tragic. Furthermore, up till this point, it was still uncertainty who would end up as the eventual victor with the Vermilion Fruit. There was only one thing that everyone was certain about. From this day forth, there was a new #1 perfected being of the North region. At the same time, that newcomer would die soon as well. Everyone could see Su Zimo's frailness at the moment. Right now, any random golden core could probably take his life. Although the remaining paragons were mostly injured, they looked at Su Zimo with fervent gazes, wanting to tear him apart. Finally, a cultivator who could not hold it back anymore stood forward. A centipede dies but never falls completely. Although he could tell that Su Zimo was already exhausted, that person did not dare to advance and merely hid far away, hollering softly and conjuring a spirit art. Spirit energy surged and condensed into a palm in midair, slapping towards Su Zimo fiercely. Boom! The spirit energy palm received no resistance and landed viciously on Su Zimo's body. Su Zimo grunted dully and his legs wobbled, almost falling to the ground. At the sight of that, the paragons were finally relieved. Fufu, so that's all there is to the legendary number 1 monster incarnate. There's also a time when he's exhausted. He's nothing but a beast. Humph! How dare a beast try to snatch the vermilion fruit from all of us humans? How impudent! Heavenly piercing sword sex paragon wielded his sword and advanced towards Su Zimo slowly, smirking coldly with a murderous intent. Previously, his chest was pierced by Su Zimo's saber. Although the wound wasn't deep, he was scheming and seized the opportunity to retreat due to the circumstances. He chose to observe coldly by the sidelines while retaining his strength. During this period of time, with the help of elixirs such as the blood-curing pill, the wound before his chest had mostly recovered. At this moment, all the paragons were wounded and could not release their golden core phenomenons in a short period of time. The only one truly of threat to him was the masked man from Glass Palace. However, Heavenly Piercing Sword Sex Paragon could tell clearly that the masked man was at early stage golden core. He would definitely have the advantage if the two of them were to fight. The reason why he chose to stand out now was naturally to control the situation and suppress everything so that he could take advantage of the situation. Beast, why aren't you cocky anymore? Clang. Heavenly Piercing Sword Sex Paragon withdrew the sword hanging on his waist and slashed forward. A milky white sword beam flashed by. Instantly, a gash appeared on Su Zimo's thigh. Although it wasn't very deep, fresh blood seeped out right away. The reason why Heavenly Piercing Sword Sex Paragon did not aim to kill with that attack was clearly because he wanted to humiliate Su Zimo and trample on his dignity. Su Zimo did not move at all, as if he did not even have the strength to dodge. Although his face was pale, his eyes burned brightly in a terrifying manner. He was truly drained after killing Xianxia. Furthermore, Xianxia was a perfected golden core, the number 1 perfected being of the North region. He was truly someone with frightening strength and had an extremely terrifying physique after cultivating the Glass Mental Sutra. After the repeated head-on clashes, Su Zimo had suffered rather serious injuries. Thin tears were appearing on his organs. If Xianxia could endure for a little more, he might not have been the one who died. At that moment, Su Zimo did not retaliate and was merely silently healing up and recovering his stamina. He had the mystic gold silk armor. Be it the spirit art of the first cultivator or the slash from Heavenly Piercing Sword Sex Paragon. Both were external injuries that did not manage to hurt him at the core. Su Zimo had trump cards left as well. If he were to release them, the entire world would be overturned. When Heavenly Piercing Sword Sex Paragon saw that Su Zimo did not retaliate, he turned even more ferocious and continued forward. The sword in his hand trembled and created a flurry of swipes. Poof! Blood sprayed from Su Zimo's shoulders once again. Fufu! Heavenly Piercing Sword Sex Paragon chuckled. His eyes filled with mockery as he sneered, "Why? You don't even have the strength to fight back now." Su Zimo merely smirked without replying. Sigh, to think that such a peerless monster incarnate would end up in such a state. Mu Dongxing shook his head and sighed gently, lamenting. Bai Yuhan remarked softly as well, "Even tigers and dragons have to suffer if they are trapped. This should be a tribulation in his life as well. If not for Xianxia, he would have gotten out of this place long ago instead of being humiliated by these small fries now. He had no help at all. If anyone had stepped forth to offload some pressure from him, he wouldn't have landed in such a miserable state." Mu Dongxing sighed once more. Bai Yuhan nodded. "That's right. Who would have the guts to stand beside him now and go against the entire North region? What kind of a monster incarnate is this? Just die. Heavenly piercing sword sex paragon felt uneasy and did not want to drag things out further. Finally, he made up his mind and slashed forward. His sword was aimed for Su Zimo's glabella. If that slash struck, Su Zimo's head would be pierced entirely. Su Zimo narrowed his gaze. Right as he was about to move, he suddenly frowned with a look of confusion. Buzz! The sound of a sword buzzing rang out. An incomparably brilliant sword beam appeared all of a sudden. That sword beam was magnificent and attracted everyone's attention. However, its speed was way too fast. It happened instantly. Nobody could see where the slash came from. Nobody could identify the trajectory of the slash. Nobody could identify the direction of the slash. However, everyone felt the killing intent from that slash. The sword beam dissipated. Suddenly, the battlefield went silent. The atmosphere turned extremely strange. Heavenly piercing sword sex paragon froze in his steps. His gaze turned dull. After a momentary pause, the long sword in his hand fell and a thin gash appeared on his throat, turning wider and clearer. Poof! A blood mist spewed out. Heavenly piercing sword sex paragon fell stiffly forward, dead. The crowd was in an uproar. Countless cultivators looked all around, trying to seek out the person who attacked. There were not many sword cultivators in the North region. There were even less sword cultivators who could master such a terrifying sword technique to be able to threaten the paragon of heavenly piercing sword sect. Taba Feng and Murong Wushuang glared at a black-robed man in the middle of the crowd with conflicted expressions. They were shocked and surprised, but more than that, they were puzzled. The black-robed man held a pitch-black sheathed sword in his left hand. Slowly, he strode out from the crowd one step at a time. Surveying his surroundings with a hollow gaze that could not focus, he spoke slowly. Anyone who wishes to kill him will first have to pass through my sword. Su Zimo did not recognize the black-robed swordsman. He could not understand why this person wanted to help him. However, he once felt an extreme sense of danger stemming from the black-robed swordsman. From that slash earlier on, his gut feeling was verified. That slash happened way too quickly. Heavenly piercing sword sex paragon did not even get the chance to release his golden core phenomenon before dying on the spot. Where did this lunatic come from? Humph. If he's the helper of this beast from Divine Phoenix Island, he might be a beast as well. Everyone should target him. Some sharp cultivators who noticed that the black-robed swordsman did not have any identity badge on his waist assumed that he was an oblivious itinerant cultivator from out of nowhere and started ranting at him. With Su Zimo facing imminent death, there might be many treasures up for grabs. Naturally, all the paragons were coveting that and none of them wanted to let up. Everyone, let's attack together. It's not as though this guy could cause a storm. A cultivator beckoned and attacked first. With the first came the second. More cultivators were standing out one after another. Instantly, spirit energy surged and sword beams streaked through the void one after another in a bedazzling manner, shooting towards the black-robed swordsman on the black-robed swordsman like an arrow rain. The black-robed swordsman's right hand moved in a seemingly slow manner towards the pitch-black hilt of the sword on his left hand. The moment his right hand made contact with the hilt, the black-robed swordsman's aura changed all of a sudden. His initially lost gaze suddenly gained focus, resembling two extremely sharp swords. When the cultivators who attacked met with his eyes, they shuddered. Some of them shrieked and closed their eyes hurriedly. Unfortunately, it was too late. Two streams of blood flowed down from their eyes in an extremely chilling manner. A single look blinded those people. What powerful sight he possesses! Su Zimo's heart skipped a beat. After cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness, he had already unlocked his eye orifices and cultivated a pair of demonic eyes with extremely powerful sight. Even the enraged diamond gaze of the Buddhist diamond monastery and the bewitching eye of the fiend sect's pure maiden sect could not affect his mind. However, Su Zimo's demonic eyes had yet to reach the level of releasing such a terrifying killing power with just a single look. He lamented internally. I wonder how that person managed to cultivate such a frightening pair of sword eyes. The black-robed swordsman's gaze had always been lost and unfocused, looking listless. Yet, the moment he held his sword, nobody could ignore his killing intent and the edge in his gaze. Buzz. A buzz reverberated through the world. The unparalleled sword beam from earlier on reappeared with a bedazzling radiance. Cling. Clang. A metallic sound could be heard. The many flying swords darting over from midair were all shattered. The sword beam flashed for a moment. All the cultivators who attacked fell from midair in succession without a single survivor. The moment they fell to the ground, they were already corpses. Although they were prepared for it, not many paragons of the North region present managed to see the black-robed swordsman attack. By the time the paragons realized what happened, the sword had already returned to its sheath. The black-robed swordsman's right hand returned to his side, slumping naturally as though he had never attacked at all. Right from the beginning, the black-robed swordsman had been expressionless. It was as though the death of more than 10 golden cores could not create any emotion in him. Not even a single bit. A deathly silence filled the air. Nobody expected that after the appearance of the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island and Wuxia in the Paragon fight, there was still another cultivator that was this frightening that had not attacked the entire time. Who could defend against such a terrifying existence? Dugu Jian, you've gone mad. Taba Feng glared with widened eyes and hollered. Dugu Jian. At the mention of that name, Su Zimo came to a realization. There were truly not many cultivators with that surname in the North region. Among them, the most famous was the Dugu clan of the 4 gentry clans. However, the cultivator named Dugu Jian before him was way too unlike Taba Feng and the others, notwithstanding the fact that he did not have an identity badge on his waist. He was not accompanied by a single clansman at all. From Dugu Jian, Su Zimo sensed a sort of loneliness and desolation, a feeling that he could not fit in with this world at all. It seemed as though Dugu Jian had nothing else in his world apart from that sword. He required nothing but his sword. That mental fortitude was the only thing capable of cultivating such a pair of sharp sword eyes and a sword technique that was this terrifying and lethal. Dugu Jian, that monster incarnate of Dugu Jian, is a beast and isn't human. Are you going to represent the Dugu clan and stand on his side? Xianxia of the ancient aristocratic family asked coldly. I am me. What does it have to do with the Dugu clan? Dugu Jian's voice was calm as he turned around to look at Xianxia. He was still expressionless as ever. However, there seemed to be a hint of mockery in that hollow gaze of his. He was mocking Xiao's inability to understand such a simple concept. I am me. What does it have to do with others? Instantly, Xiao was speechless. Morong Wushuang frowned slightly. Looking at Dugu Jian not far away, she could not help but ask, why? Just can't stand it. Dugu Jian replied indifferently. Most of the paragons of the North region were confused. What couldn't he stand? Who provoked him? Morong Wushuang was the only one who sighed gently internally with a conflicted expression. She knew the type of hardships Dugu Jian had experienced as well as the pride in this man's heart. Su Zimo's current predicament must have struck a chord in that man's heart. He was once abandoned by this world as well, mocked by countless, attacked by countless, bullied by countless and scolded by countless. At that time, nobody helped nor stood by him. This man had reached where he was relying entirely on the sword in his hand, one step at a time. The reason why he was reclusive was not because he hated the world. It was because this world had once abandoned him. The only thing that stayed by his side the entire time and had not abandoned him was that black sheathed sword in his hands. That was the reason why he couldn't stand it and attacked. He would be equally fearless if he had to make enemies with the entire world, let alone the paragons of the North region. Su Zimo did not move a single inch. This was an extremely rare opportunity. He had to seize the chance to recover his stamina so that he could escape from this place. There was already nobody in the Great Chen ruins who could threaten him with the death of Wuxia. However, Su Zimo could still clearly sense that danger was approaching. He did not have time to waste. The masked man from Glass Palace seemed to have read Su Zimo's intentions and strode slowly forward. Since when are those from the Dugu clan allowed to be this cocky? The masked man had a nasty hoarse voice, as though he had suffered immense impact that damaged his windpipe. Scram or die. The masked man glared coldly at Dugu Jian and spat venomously. Dugu Jian was expressionless and silently, merely shifting his gaze slightly. His right hand moved slowly towards the hilt of the black sword on his left hand. Narrowing his gaze, the masked man's hairs stood on end instantly. Buzz! A sword beam flashed. Dugu Jian did not say anything and merely replied with the sword in his hand. The masked man bolted away at an extremely fast speed. He had already vanished from his original position almost at the same time as the arrival of the sword beam. It was entirely silent. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of metal ringing was extremely piercing in the silent battlefield. All the paragons witnessed clearly as a crack appeared on the metallic mask of the man, splitting the mask into two. Clang! The mask fell to the ground, revealing that person's true appearance. Pest! Many people gasped. Some female cultivators even exclaimed. Filled with grisly wounds, that face was extremely horrifying. It looked nefarious like a malevolent ghost, as though it was eaten away by something. For some unknown reason, Su Zimo felt an indescribably strange feeling when he saw that face. Sensing the weird stares all around, the masked man had a venomous expression as he howled deeply with an endless hatred surging in his eyes. I'm going to kill you. The masked man strode forward with a torrential aura. Boom! One after another, streaks of rainbow-colored lights appeared behind the masked man with a frightening energy fluctuation that threatened to destroy everything in the world. Ancient phenomenon, glass divine light. Although the masked man's glass divine light was clearly not as terrifying as Shiwuya's, it was nothing to scoff at as well. After all, that was Glass Palace's legacy phenomenon. Heavenly encompassing swords. Clang, clang. The sound of swords buzzing reverberated relentlessly through the world. A series of sword chis appeared behind Dugu Jian once after another, encompassing the entire firmament as they streaked over with a daunting might. Glass Divine Light was ranked 13 on the previous phenomenon ranking. Heavenly Encompassing Swords was ranked 40 on the previous phenomenon ranking. But now that the two phenomenons clashed, they were on even ground. On the one hand, the masked man's cultivation realm was only at early-stage golden core. On the other hand, the might of heavenly encompassing swords was truly pushed to its limits in the hands of Dugu Jian. In the hands of different people, the same golden core phenomenon would also release a different level of might. Fellow Taoists, if we don't strike now, all of you guys are going to be hunted once that beast recovers. Xianxia surveyed the surroundings and declared coldly. She had already noticed that Su Zimo was recovering his stamina and channeling qi to heal himself. The paragons present looked hesitant. However, after exchanging glances, most of them were decided. If they did not give it their all now, it would be hard for a similar opportunity to present itself in the future. Kill! Someone strode forward and growled deeply. Kill! 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 Many cultivators roared in unison with a mighty aura, as though they were bolstering their own courage as well. Flying swords and spirit arts filled the air. There was only a single target, Su Zimo, who was in the center of the battlefield. Su Zimo's eyes gradually narrowed with a vicious glint. Clang! Clang! Before Su Zimo made a move, Dugu Jian waved his palm and directed a portion of the heavenly encompassing sword qi in the air to form a barrier that wrapped around Su Zimo. Bang! 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 The flying swords that struck the barrier of sword qi were repelled instantly. Spirit arts that rammed onto it dissipated right away. In terms of combat strength, the only one who could match Dugu Jian right now was the masked man from Glass Palace. Buzz! A sword beam flashed. Dugu Jian had attacked once more. That slash seemed to transcend the void and arrived before Xianxia instantly. The green Luan was the first to sense the killing intent and burst in retreat with Xianxia on it instantly. Poof! The sword beam shot into the green Luan. It let out a tragic howl. Although it was a pure-blooded, ferocious beast, it could not withstand Dugu Jian's slash. While that wound was not deep, when the sword qi entered its body, it destroyed all life within it almost instantly. The green Luan was dead. Ouyang Xiaoyu's face was pale as a sheet as she barked hatefully with vengeful eyes. "How dare you hurt my spirit beast, Dugu Jian?" Dugu Jian did not reply. Another sword beam flashed. Poof! A scarlet streak appeared across Ouyang Xiaoyu's chest and her gaze dimmed gradually. Initially, she was a blessed woman from the heavens. Born with fairy-like looks and in an ancient aristocratic family, any cultivator that saw her would naturally feel a sense of inferiority. There were few cultivators who could bear to attack her. Unfortunately, her opponent was Dugu Jian. In his eyes, Ouyang Xiaoyu was nothing more than an ordinary cultivator. There was no great deal about killing her. The blessed woman of an ancient aristocratic family fell from midair, already dead by the time her body reached the ground. Boom! At the end of the day, Dugu Jian had still used up quite a bit of his focus to divert part of his phenomenon's power to protect Su Zimo while killing Ouyang Xiaoyu. The masked man seized the opportunity to strike. Boom! An arm flawless as jade tore through the air with a fist that resembled a steel hammer, bursting forth with an extremely alarming might instantly. Dugu Jian's expression did not change. Unable to raise his sword in time, he could only punch in retaliation. Bang! The two fists collided. Snap! The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Dugu Jian's wrist was snapped by the masked man, twisting to an unbelievable degree. Glass Palace was the best versed in body tempering in the cultivation world. Glass Palace disciples, even if they were not Wuxia, had extremely strong physiques and frightening melee combat strength that ordinary cultivators could not imagine. However, what everyone truly felt terrified about was Dugu Jian. Even with his snapped wrist, Dugu Jian was still emotionless as ever, as though that was not his hand and he did not feel any pain at all. He was way too calm. Dugu Jian was so calm that nobody could sense any trace of panic coming from him. Despite his snapped wrist, Dugu Jian did not stop at all and instead raised his sword in reverse without giving the masked man a chance to follow up at all. The masked man retreated slightly slower and instantly, a bloody gash appeared on his chest. Poof! Once again, the masked man's expression changed as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He could clearly sense an endlessly sharp sword qi surging into his body, trying to cut up his flesh, bones, tendons, and organs. Hurriedly, he channeled his blood qi to suppress it. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he managed to contain the wound and purge out the sword qi. Although it seemed like he gained the advantage in that exchange of blows, in reality, they were on even ground. The only difference for Dugu Jian with his snapped left wrist was that he wouldn't be able to hold onto his sword sheath with his left hand. However, Dugu Jian's sword technique was completely unaffected and turned even more intimidating instead. A paragon was bound to die with every single attack of his. Both sides continued in the stalemate. All of a sudden, the sound of clothes fluttering through the air could be heard from the distant horizon. A series of incomparably strong auras surged forward, tearing through the air. The auras were wildly berserk, seemingly filled with rage, as they sped over. Before they even arrived, an unnerving dominance had already engulfed everyone present. This aura, nascent souls. Even nascent souls are alarmed, and there's so many of them. Instantly, the crowd went wild. Everyone knew that they would definitely fade into the background the moment nascent souls interfered. It was unknown who the vermilion fruit would end up with eventually. That would still depend on the capabilities of the nascent souls. However, there was only one thing everyone was certain of. Somebody was about to die. That person had slain way too many paragons of the North region and had offended almost all the factions of the North region. He was definitely doomed to die today. The might of the gathered nascent souls was horrifying, and all of the cultivators fighting stopped, not daring to act recklessly. The old man from Glass Palace was the first to arrive, and his expression was terribly dark. Although he had already rushed over with all his might after noticing that something was amiss, it was still too late. Wuxia's destiny talisman was already shattered on his way here. Who was the person who could kill Xianxia? There was definitely no golden core in the North region who could be a match for Xianxia. Even if a nascent soul managed to avoid them and infiltrate the Great Chen ruins, wasn't there a chance for Xianxia to escape if he could not defeat his foe? That was impossible. In the blink of an eye, the various nascent souls have already arrived. Their eyes were filled with endless shock as they looked at the corpses sprawled on the ground. They had expected this vermilion fruit fight to be a cruel test for the paragons of the North region. However, none of them expected it to be this tragic. Xianxia's body laid limply on the ground with its tendons and bones snapped. It was already a meat sludge. His eyes were widened, as if even till the moment of his death, he could not believe that he would be buried in these ruins. Duanmu Kang's body was torn into pieces and his original appearance could not even be seen any longer. Ouyang Xiaoyu's corpse had a gash on her chest that was evidently created by an expert of the Tao of the Sword. There were way too many paragons that could no longer speak at this point either as they laid on the ground as ice-cold corpses. The old man from Glass Palace's gaze turned extremely sharp as he surveyed his surroundings, scanning everyone present. When he came across Su Zimo, he paused slightly. Su Zimo was extremely calm, and there was no trace of fear in his eyes even as he faced this many nascent souls. When he sensed the stare from the old man of Glass Palace, Su Zimo smirked and glared back in return with the same intensity. What happened here? The perfected lord of Taba clan could not help but holler loudly, asking. Taba Feng pointed at Su Zimo and shouted, "It's all because of him. He's the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island, from the ancient battlefield." That's right. He was the one who killed most of the fallen fellow Taoists of the Golden Core realm. The expressions of the nascent souls changed slightly. The monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island. To think that the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island would actually arrive in the North region after leaving the ancient battlefield. It was no wonder. It was no wonder why the paragons of the North region met with such a great calamity. This monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island was truly scary. Even just at early-stage Golden Core realm, he was able to kill the number one perfected being of the North region, Xianxia. Who else could be a match for him? The many nascent souls stared at Su Zimo with somewhat weird gazes. Apart from hatred, there seemed to be something else. It was more like greed. Their gazes resembled the way the golden cores looked at the vermilion fruit. Many of the nascent souls instinctively looked towards Su Zimo's right hand. There was a rumor in the cultivation world that the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island's right hand contained a supreme treasure, the Divine Phoenix Bone. That was the bone of a divine being. Even void reversions and dharma characteristics would be tempted to get their hands on a treasure as such, let alone nascent souls. The gaze of the old man from Glass Palace flashed. In his eyes, there was far more than the Divine Phoenix Bone to Su Zimo. This man possessed way too many secrets in his body. There was everything concerning Divine Phoenix Island, the legacy of the Saber Emperor, the secrets within the human emperor's palace. Also, was this monster incarnate a human or demon? How could immortals and demons coexist? The only way to find out about those unknowns was by capturing this monster incarnate. Monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island. Great, great. The old man from Glass Palace had a cold tone. Withdrawing an antiquated mirror from his storage bag, he said, "Let's see what the true form of this monster incarnate is." When he heard that, Su Zimo's heart sank. Before he could react, the old man from Glass Palace flung the mirror in his hands in the air. Instantly, a resplendent radiance burst forth in a bedazzling manner. The endless radiance converged into a light column that descended on Su Zimo. There was an extremely mysterious power in the light column that did not contain much killing power. However, Su Zimo shuddered and his bones and tendons rang at the same time as his body shrank uncontrollably. His face and features started changing. Under countless gazes, an elegant face was revealed. The burly man with rough features earlier on had vanished entirely. Who is this? Is he the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island? So, the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island is a human. He looks rather refined, like a scholar. To think that such a frail and refined scholar would be so domineering. I truly couldn't tell at all. Su Zimo's heart sank as he heard the discussions. He knew that he could not hide everything anymore. Even when he saw so many nascent souls arrive, Su Zimo could still maintain his composure. However, he truly had not expected that his true appearance would be exposed by a mirror. In the cultivation world, there was a dermic weapon to deal with demons known as the demon-revealing mirror. Although the demon-revealing mirror did not have much killing power, it could expose the true appearance of demons and expose all their disguises. Despite his endless precautions, Su Zimo had missed this out. With this mistake, all his efforts had gone to naught. Su Zimo merely felt his limbs go cold. In fact, he even felt devastated. Even if he could escape from this place, he wouldn't be able to survive for long. He could not return to Ethereal Peak. Otherwise, Ethereal Peak would be destroyed because of him. It was even more so for the Yen country. Otherwise, Yen country would be annihilated. While the North region was huge, there was nowhere he could hide. It was even less possible for him to escape from the North region. At Golden Core Realm, even if he were to sprint day and night without eating or drinking, it would take him hundreds of years. Furthermore, he would have to deal with the hunt from various major factions and sects. As long as the matter of his immortality and demonic double cultivation was revealed, nobody in this world could protect him. From this day forth, Su Zimo would have to take on the world as his enemy single-handedly. Most of the cultivators present had not seen Su Zimo personally before. However, in the vast crowd, there were some cultivators who shuddered with looks of disbelief. They were so shocked that they nearly exclaimed, "It's him! To think that it's him!" Mu Dongqing was astounded and could not help but murmur to himself. Bai Yuhan clutched her cherry lips with a disbelieving expression, unable to speak at all. At that moment, both of them finally understood something. It was no wonder why Su Zimo was able to cultivate to the legendary Extreme Foundation establishment realm, the second person after the human emperor to do so. That was because he was the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island and had entered the human emperor's palace. "So, it's you." Blaze Columbus Valley's Wang Yan's eyes lit up as he recognized Su Zimo immediately. A month ago, this was the refined scholar that wiped out most of the cultivators from Blaze Columbus Valley, Stellar Luna Sect and Shadowless Sect, causing them to suffer a massive defeat. It was no wonder why this person also had the divine turtle phenomenon. It was because he was the same person from a month ago. Since this person had a double phenomenon, it meant that he did not fight with his full strength a month ago. Today's battle was the example of this man's full strength without holding back. Wait! Something isn't right. Suddenly, Wang Yan's expression changed. This man did not fight without holding back today either. A month ago, he had a gigantic seal that was a Khanate spirit weapon. However, that weapon did not show itself today. A month ago, he also had a quasi-Khanate spirit weapon that he used to shoot Chen Sinyu of Stellar Luna Sect to death. That wasn't shown today either. Just how many more secrets are there to this man? What else does he have up his sleeves? That thought sent shivers down Wang Yan's spine. After the masked man from Glass Palace caught sight of Su Zimo's true appearance, his first reaction was to freeze up. Thereafter, an endless hatred filled his eyes as he burst into laughter menacingly. Fo-fo-fo. Ha 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 ha. His hoarse voice was deep like a baleful ghost from hell. "So, it's you." The masked man had a venomous expression as he snarled with grit teeth. "Do you recognize me? Su Zimo?" "Su Zimo? I seem to have heard that name before somewhere. It's a little familiar." A commotion broke out among the crowd. "I heard that a disciple from a major sect within the territories of Great Zhou cultivated to the Extreme Foundation establishment realm and is called the Second Human Emperor. His name is Su Zimo." "Oh, that's him. I've heard of him before. I heard that this man was outrageous in the ancient battlefield and obtained the Saber Emperor's legacy. He wiped out Poison Sect single-handedly before killing cultivators of Glass Palace and Malevolent Earth Sect. At that time, the sudden appearance of Divine Phoenix Island's monster incarnate drowned his reputation in the ancient battlefield. To think that they're both the same person. Now that things had come to this, Su Zimo calmed down instead. With a cool gaze, he looked at the masked man slowly, as though he was trying to discover something. Why? You can't recognize me? The masked man laughed. His initially ugly face turned even more frightening. Pei Chunyu. Su Zimo raised his brow. Any glass palace cultivator that could recognize him had already perished in the ancient battlefield. There was only a single person whose whereabouts and life and death was unknown, Pei Chunyu. That's right, it's me. Pei Chunyu ground his teeth and spat hatefully. It's all because of you that I'm in this state right now. Luckily, the heavens took pity on me and I finally found you. Every single word from Pei Chunyu was filled with an endless hatred, as though he wanted to tear Su Zimo apart. Back in the fog valley of the ancient battlefield, he managed to survive after taking a huge risk and hiding inside the abdomen of a cloud-seeking leopard. At the same time, he was corroded by the strong digestive fluids of the cloud-seeking leopard, which distorted his features. During this period of time, there were countless times when he jolted awake from his dreams because of that elegant face, shivering in fear and drenched in sweat. That face and figure had already turned into his nightmare. He could not erase it. Su Zimo, you were domineering and invincible across the same level in the ancient battlefield. I'm sure you've never imagined that this day would come. Have you? Pei Chunyu barked coldly. I've sworn countless times to return everything I've suffered 100 times more to you. I'm going to let you suffer a fate worse than death, tormenting you day and night till without allowing you to die or rest. The many paragons felt chills run down their spines when they heard that. Those words could have only been spoken with immense hatred. Su Zimo did not say anything, merely healing up in silence as he recovered his stamina. When he heard Pei Chunyu's words, Su Zimo's lips curled with a mocking expression. He looked at Pei Chunyu like a pitiful insect. That gaze triggered Pei Chunyu once again. Su Zimo! Pei Chunyu bellowed with a menacing expression, gripping his fists so tightly that they cracked. Don't get cocky. I'm not only going to torment you. I'll capture your kin and torture them viciously right before you. I'll let you witness and experience that pain personally. The paragons were secretly shocked. Pei Chunyu had gone insane. The only way to purge his mental demon was if he could kill Su Zimo. Otherwise, he would definitely die from his own demons before long. When he heard that, Su Zimo's expression suddenly turned cold. He did not have much kin left. Be it Su Hong or Xiaoning, they were his Achilles heel and neither could be touched. Expressionlessly, Su Zimo said slowly, Pei Chunyu, you were lucky to have escaped the last time. You will definitely die today. Ha 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 ha. Pei Chunyu reared his head in laughter, as though he heard the greatest joke in the world. Because of what? You? Notwithstanding the fact that your stamina is depleted, your spirit energy is drained and you're at your limits, even if you are in peak condition, so what? Pei Chunyu pointed to the many nascent souls nearby and shouted, There are so many nascent soul seniors around. There's no room for you to be brazen. Monster incarnate? In the eyes of nascent souls, you're nothing but an ant that can be squashed at any moment. Su Zimo smiled as well. Lowering his head, he twirled his fingers and said leisurely, Do you think that I won't be able to kill you with these nascent souls around? Insolent! The old man from Glass Palace suddenly roared. It was a rich sound that boomed like thunder. Many golden cores shuddered with frozen gazes and fell limply. Su Zimo's expression did not change and his body merely swayed slightly. With his double immortality and demonic cultivation, he had a strong physique and he had even cultivated a powerful vocal secret skill before. Although the sound released by the old man from Glass Palace was powerful, it was not enough to affect Su Zimo's mind. More than half the paragons of the North region died in Su Zimo's hands in this vermilion fruit fight. At this moment, there were countless nascent souls staring at Su Zimo. It was truly ridiculous if he wanted to kill Pei Chunyu right under everyone's eyes. However, Pei Chunyu had to die no matter what. Su Zimo was extremely clear about that. He knew that if he allowed Pei Chunyu to survive, it would bring about unimaginable trouble for him, Su Hong and Xiaoning. For other people, this short period of rest would not amount to much difference. However, For Su Zimo, this was enough for him to stabilize his wounds and recover some stamina. Pei Chunyu, let me tell you one last thing. Su Zimo had a cold, murderous gaze as he said coolly, "Even nascent souls won't be able to protect anyone that I want to kill." Swiping his palm across his storage bag, a gigantic, shiny golden seal appeared in his palm. The Khanate spirit weapon, coiling dragon seal. In just this short period of time, Su Zimo had already recovered some spirit energy. His dantian circulated and spirit energy surged into the coiling dragon seal. Go! Su Zimo flung his arm and the 6 bedazzling spirit patterns on the coiling dragon seal shone as it descended fiercely onto Pei Chunyu. It was frightening, like a blazing sun. Pei Chunyu's expression changed starkly. He had not expected Su Zimo to be this decisive and attack him even under the watchful gazes of nascent souls. More than that, he thought that Su Zimo was clearly exhausted earlier on. And yet, Su Zimo had already recovered to this extent in this short period of time. How strong were his regeneration capabilities? The gigantic seal crushed down, engulfing Pei Chunyu and almost sealing every possible escape path for him. "How dare you!" The old man from Glass Palace roared and waved his sleeves. Swoosh! Instantly, the sleeves stretched dozens of feet along with the wind, blanketing the heavens as it wrapped around the descending blazing sun in midair. Although the blazing sun was scorching, it could not burn through the sleeves of the old man from Glass Palace. No matter what, Su Zimo was only at early-stage golden core at the end of the day. He was definitely not a match for a nascent soul in a direct clash. Pei Chunyu raised his head and only felt relieved when he caught sight of the blazing sun wrapped in the sleeves. If not for his sex senior, he might have truly been killed by that gigantic seal earlier on. At that moment, Pei Chunyu experienced another sense of trepidation. Something isn't right. Pei Chunyu's heart sank. Given Su Zimo's determination to kill him, how could his attack be this simple? Could Su Zimo truly be naive enough to think that he could kill him with just a Khanate gigantic seal under the watch of so many nascent souls? That was impossible. Su Zimo must still have tricks up his sleeves. Instinctively, Pei Chunyu turned his gaze towards Su Zimo. His pupils could not help but constrict violently right away. Unknowingly, a milky white gigantic bow had already appeared in Su Zimo's hands. The bowstring was already drawn. 5 spirit patterns shone on the gigantic bow. If one were to pay attention, they might even vaguely catch sight of a 6th spirit pattern that, although illusory, was extremely blinding. To Pei Chunyu, it seemed like Su Zimo was hugging a round moon in his embrace at that moment. That round moon was pierced by an ice-cold arrow. Dark black in color, the arrow shimmered with a faint golden glow. Behind that black gold arrow, Pei Chunyu caught sight of a firm wrist and a pair of brilliant eyes. Those eyes seemed like they were looking at a dead man. The next moment, Pei Chunyu truly sensed the feeling of death. The black gold arrow was getting closer and closer to him. Pei Chunyu could clearly see the chilling glow on the arrow tip. By now, the elegant face behind the arrow had already turned blurry. The black gold arrow arrived in the blink of an eye. Although Pei Chunyu had clearly seen it, he realized that he was rooted to the spot, unable to budge at all. Save me! His eyes were filled with fright as he howled from the depths of his throat. It was too fast. The arrow was fired almost the same time as when the old man from Glass Palace wrapped his sleeves around the coiling dragon seal. Such guts! The old man from Glass Palace bellowed in rage. He had not expected Su Zimo to still have such a terrifying move left after releasing a Khanate spirit weapon. Initially, the black gold arrow only shone with a single gold streak. However, the moment it left the bow, 6 spirit patterns appeared on its body. The light was blinding. Pest! The paragons in the crowd gasped. An early-stage golden core had actually summoned 2 Khanate spirit weapons. Wuxia only had 1. Even the nascent souls of the North region were shocked. A Khanate spirit weapon. That was a true killing weapon. The burst killing power from a Khanate-grade arrow fired from a quasi-Khanate gigantic bow was more than enough to kill most of the golden cores present instantaneously. Even a cultivator of Shi Wuya's level might not be able to escape unscathed. Furthermore, Pei Chunyu was only at early-stage golden core. He was more than a single realm weaker than Shi Wuya in terms of strength. Everywhere the black gold arrow passed, the surrounding spirit chi would be drawn into the arrow, leaving a streak of forbidden area made of spirit chi that propagated the black gold arrow to an even faster speed. The old man of Glass Palace wanted to step in and stop things, but he was already too late. Turning into a cold streak of light, the black gold arrow arrived instantly. All of a sudden, the jade pendant on Pei Chunyu's waist seemed to sense something and shone brightly, releasing a mysterious power. An almost transparent barrier was formed around Pei Chunyu. Boom! When the black gold arrow struck this barrier, a deafening bang reverberated through the entire place. Crack, crack, crack. Instantly, a series of cracks rippled through the jade pendant. The jade pendant was an expendable defensive spirit weapon and was extremely rare. This was given to Pei Chunyu by his grandfather on the way here and could defend against the full-powered attack of a peak golden core. Even Shi Wuya wouldn't be able to shatter the barrier formed by the jade pendant in a single blow. However, that arrow pierced the jade pendant right away. The black gold arrow was repelled. Pei Chunyu let out a breath and his eyes were filled with relief. He was saved after that arrow was blocked. That was because with a nascent soul of Glass Palace present, Su Zimo would definitely not get a second chance to strike again. Suddenly, a black gold glint streaked past the corner of Pei Chunyu's eyes. It looked familiar. Poof! In his moment of distraction, Pei Chunyu felt a sharp pain in his chest. Instinctively, he looked down. His chest was already punctured with a grisly wound and blood spurting out like a fountain. Bam! The sound of a bowstring quivering only reached Pei Chunyu's ears by then. That strike was way too fast. Before the sound of the bowstring arrived, he was already shot by the black gold arrow. When he heard the trembling sound of the bowstring, Pei Chunyu instinctively thought of something. Earlier on, Su Zimo did not shoot a black gold arrow. He shot two. The two black gold arrows stuck close to one another, front and back. Because the arrows were so fast that they transformed into a chilling streak of light, everyone mistook that it was only a single black gold arrow. The first arrow tore through Pei Chunyu's barrier. The second arrow was to take his life. The combination of the quasi-connate gigantic bow and connate black gold arrow rendered Pei Chunyu's supreme-grade defensive spirit weapon to paper. That single arrow swept away every trace of life within Pei Chunyu's body. Su Zimo lowered his arm and put away the moon concealment bow into his storage bag with a calm expression, without any emotions in his eyes. That was a display of extreme confidence. If I want to kill you, you will definitely die. It was dead silent on the battlefield such that a pin drop could be heard. It wasn't just the golden core paragons of the North region. Even the nascent souls had not expected an early-stage golden core to kill a cultivator of Glass Palace right before their very eyes. The process seemed simple and instantaneous. However, the read of the situation, attention to detail and precision of timing were all perfect. Any single delay and this monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island wouldn't have gotten the chance. The end result was the death of Pei Chunyu. It was exactly as the monster incarnate had said. Even nascent souls won't be able to protect anyone that I want to kill. Taba Feng, Murong Wushuang, and everyone else were even more shocked. It was only at that moment when they realized that there was nothing exaggerated about how Su Zimo single-handedly defeated the paragons of the Immortal, Buddhist and fiend sects beneath the human emperor's palace, nor was it due to luck. This man had way too many tricks up his sleeves. They seemed to be endless. Suddenly, a ridiculous thought flashed through the minds of some people. Could this monster incarnate manage to escape alive? Impossible. Those cultivators denied the thought. There were so many nascent souls here that have long sealed every single escape path of Su Zimo. No matter if he wanted to fly up above or burrow down beneath, there was no way that man would be able to escape alive. More than 5 kilometers away from the Great Qian ruins, a middle-aged man stood in the air. The man's complexion was a faint golden color, and his hands were behind his back, exuding a shuddering aura. Gazing in the direction of the Great Zhou dynasty, his eyes shimmered, seemingly in deep thought. All of a sudden, the middle-aged man's expression changed as he slapped his storage bag and withdrew a destiny talisman before looking at it intently. The destiny talisman was already shattered. Like dust, the fragments slipped through his fingers and dispersed. "WH! At!" the middle-aged man hollered with widened eyes spewing with killing intent. "Whoever killed my grandson, I'll make sure you are torn into pieces and burned into ashes." Spinning around, the middle-aged man sped towards the direction of the Great Chen ruins in a flash, vanishing at the edge of the horizon before long. On the battlefield, the old man from Glass Palace had an extremely terrible expression. For this trip, Glass Palace sent 2 golden cores. Notwithstanding Shi Wuya's death, even Pei Chunyu was murdered, and it happened right in front of him. Although Shi Wuya was a golden core, his status in the sect and in the hearts of the elders was much more important than ordinary nascent souls. The sect had raised Shi Wuya as a titular disciple. Naturally, he would be punished when he returned to the sect with news of Shi Wuya's death. Right now, the only thing he could do was to try and make up for it by bringing Su Zimo back to the sect. That way, he might have a chance of avoiding punishment. "Little beast, let's see how much longer you can maintain your cockiness." The old man from Glass Palace hollered and strode forward, extending his arm to capture Su Zimo alive. "Hee." Suddenly, the perfected lord of Dark Ghost sect sneered sinisterly. "This little beast slewed my disciple. I'm going to take his arm as compensation." Swash! Dark Ghost sect's perfected lord's spirit consciousness shifted and turned into a sinister saber that cut towards Su Zimo's right arm. His intent to sever the right arm was an excuse for his true motive of getting the divine phoenix bone. Of the nascent souls present, the old man from Glass Palace was not the only one targeting Su Zimo. All the other nascent souls of decent capabilities wanted to fight for the divine phoenix bone. There was no reason for them to give up an opportunity as such. "How dare you!" the old man from Glass Palace shouted with rage. "Hee." Suddenly, Duanmu clan's perfected lord laughed. "This little beast is ruthless and murdered my Konger. I'm going to kill him and take his corpse back so that I can account to my clansmen. Our Ouyang aristocratic family is not going to let that little beast off either." Ouyang clan's perfected lord remarked coldly. "Bullshit," Taba clan's perfected lord cursed. "That weakling from your clan was clearly killed by a sword rather than this lad. What rights do you have? In that case, you've got even less rights since your Tabafeng is still alive and well." All the nascent souls moved one after another. All of them wanted to take their share of the loot by getting Su Zimo's right hand. Bang! 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 The power of nascent souls collided with a rampant might, filling the skies with resplendent light in a terrifying manner. The frightening power extended and all the golden cores in the vicinity retreated hurriedly in shock, afraid that they might be embroiled in the fight. Su Zimo stood firmly in the center of the battlefield, looking at everything with a faint mockery in his eyes. "Everyone, listen to me. There's no need for us to fight with our lives here," Morong clan's perfected lord suddenly said. "How about splitting that lad's divine phoenix bone into pieces and divide it evenly?" "That's good. I agree." Some nascent souls agreed readily. "No." The old man from Glass Palace stroked his beard fiercely, and an intimidating power exuded from his seemingly scrawny body. With every single move of his, a rainbow light would glow blindingly. Even dermic weapons wouldn't be able to get close to him. He remarked coldly, "I'll see who dares to try and challenge Glass Palace for a treasure today." At that moment, a series of cool sighs could be heard coming from the center of the battlefield. Many nascent souls stopped instinctively and turned their gazes over. Scanning his surroundings, Su Zimo said slowly with a calm expression, "I've expected all of you to come and I've prepared a great gift. Please kindly accept it." "Humph!" Stellar Lunasec's perfected lord sneered. "Little beast, you won't be able to escape today even if you've got wings. Let's see what tricks you have up your sleeves." "Escape?" Su Zimo smirked with a hint of incredulity in his eyes. "Everyone, you may have mistaken something." The many nascent souls frowned slightly. All the paragons of the North region hiding far away froze momentarily as well, confused by Su Zimo's words. Su Zimo continued, "I'm not the one who has to escape. It's you guys." The hearts of many nascent souls skipped a beat. Before his words were finished, Su Zimo slapped the storage bag on his waist and whisked out a bronze square tripod that was more than a meter tall. The tripod was dull and lifeless, filled with cracks. However, its edges were defined as it stood in the world, as though it wanted to pierce the firmaments and tear the ground asunder. Ha 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 ha. 7 kills sex perfected Lord froze for a moment before rearing his head in laughter. He pointed at the bronze square tripod in 7 kills sex hands and asked loudly, "You're truly a beast without any brains. Do you really think that you can threaten us with that broken piece of metal?" The other nascent souls were relieved at the sight of that bronze square tripod as well, their expressions relaxed and their eyes shining with mockery. No matter what the grade of this bronze square tripod was in the past, even if it was a treasure even beyond dermic weapons, it was already useless right now. If it could not release dermic powers, what was the difference between this tripod and scrap metal? Fufu. Su Zimo smiled as well. Indeed, that bronze square tripod was of no threat to nascent souls. However, that might not be the case for the golden lava inside. After it was contained in the bronze square tripod, the golden lava seemed like it was sealed by some power and was calm as water without emitting any heat. Gripping the hind legs of the bronze square tripod with both hands, Su Zimo raised it and spun, swinging it at the nascent souls all around him. Swoosh! The golden lava gushed out, blanketing the skies. When the lava splashed through the void, it burst forth with a shuddering heat that was enough to annihilate everything and incinerate all living beings. At this moment, the nascent souls who coveted the divine phoenix bone were all in the vicinity and none of them could escape from the radius of the golden lava. Contact with the golden lava, even if it was only a single drop, would immediately ignite a shiny golden flame. It burned in the void relentlessly. Given the bodies of nascent souls, they would be burned into ashes within dozens of breaths in the golden flames. If they were drenched by the golden lava, they would be engulfed immediately with no corpse left. The scariest thing was that once the nascent souls were touched by the golden flames, they would not be able to extinguish it no matter how they struggled. Ah! 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 Tragic cries reverberated through the world. In midair, countless figures engulfed in flames streaked through the air. They did not manage to fly far before they fell as a pile of ashes. The battlefield had instantly transformed into a burning hell. None of the nascent souls could avoid this calamity. Even the old man from Glass Palace, who was well versed in body tempering, only managed to hang on for dozens of breaths before falling to the ground without any trace of life. Only the golden cores who hid far away managed to survive. The golden flames burned furiously. All the stone pillars in the underground palace were incinerated. The underground palace collapsed with countless rocks crashing down and dust billowing. Everywhere the golden lava reached, a massive pit would be burned in its place. The flames surged into the air, illuminating the dark night like day. Against the scarlet golden flares, the monster incarnate's figure was faintly visible, looking like a divine being scrutinizing everything from the flames. It was over. Everything was over. The flames burned through the entire skies. Even the clouds shone tragically beautiful with a scarlet golden shade. The world has changed. From this day forth, the cultivation world of the North region was going to be overturned. A lost expression flashed through Su Zimo's eyes as he gazed at the endless flames around him as well. Although he managed to get his hands on the vermilion fruit, his identity was revealed. It was hard to conclude his gains and losses at the exact moment. Almost all the sects and factions of the North region were implicated in this fire. From this day forth, Su Zimo would be faced with an endless hunt and no place would be safe for him in the North region. How difficult would it be if he wanted to escape from the North region? The North region was way too big. Su Zimo was only at early stage golden core. Even with his double immortality and demonic cultivation, he would have to take hundreds of years of traveling even in the best circumstances. He would most likely be killed within that period of time. With the conclusion of this battle, Su Zimo had not only offended Glass Palace, but the entire cultivation world of the North region. No matter what, I've got to get out of this place first. Before long, he calmed down and made a decision. Picking up the coiling dragon seal on the ground, he put it away in his storage bag before donning on new green robes. Hiding in the bronze square tripod, he broke through the layers of flames and escaped into the distance. All of a sudden, another streak of golden light surged through the flames. Sweeping his gaze across that golden light, Su Zimo could not help but freeze momentarily. It was a black basket that glowed with a golden light, resembling an iron pot with a few holes on top of it. Behind the holes were a pair of black gem-like eyes that darted around rapidly. Little Fox, that sharp little thing, still made a decision in the end. She chose to leave that home which she had lived in for dozens of years. She chose to leave her mother and enter the outside world. Although Su Zimo was reluctant when he left the underground cave as well, he could only let the little fox make the decision for herself. That basket that looked like an iron pot seemed unassuming, but in reality, it could protect her from the surrounding golden flames. Earlier on, even when many nascent souls tried to use their dermic weapons, they were incinerated into ashes by the golden flames. "Come over. I'll take you away from here," Su Zimo shouted softly. He was the reason why the little fox was willing to leave the underground cave. There was no way he could possibly abandon her in this place. Given her ignorance to the outside world, she wouldn't survive for more than a month living alone. The little fox was extremely obedient, and with a leap, she whisked her fire-blocking basket and slithered through Su Zimo's robes, climbing to his shoulders with a few steps. Swoosh! A pair of spirit wings appeared behind Su Zimo. Swoosh! Flapping his spirit wings, Su Zimo channeled blood chi and sprinted with his full might into the distance. He had not gone far when suddenly, the skies darkened. A sinister voice echoed through the entire Great Qian ruins. "Without my permission, nobody is allowed to leave this place today." The next moment, a terrifying might descended, and the countless otherworldly soldiers in the palace instantly dispersed into malevolent chi. The golden cores who were initially watching from afar were shocked and shivered uncontrollably, nearly kneeling on the ground. The pressure was way too immense. Against this intimidation, many golden cores felt insignificant as ants that could be squashed at any moment. That aura was way stronger than that of nascent souls. Even the golden flames that were initially blazing diminished significantly, as though they were suppressed by someone. How scary. Who is it? What's the cultivation realm of this person? Could it be void reversion? A void reversion expert must have arrived. There's no way a void reversion would be interested in a 10,000-year vermilion fruit. There must be another reason for it. Many golden cores exchanged glances as their minds filled with questions. Su Zimo's expression changed starkly as well with the descent of that might. He felt his footsteps getting more and more sluggish, as though he was trudging through a swamp. However, he had no intention of stopping. The person who arrived was extremely strong. Among the cultivators Su Zimo had interacted with before, this person's aura was the most similar to the Azura, Yen Beichen. It was a void reversion. Su Zimo did not know why any void reversion would be here. However, he knew that this was his last chance, and he had to get out of this place as soon as possible. A middle-aged man in luxurious robes descended from the sky with a grim gaze, scanning his surroundings. A wary look flashed through his eyes when he caught sight of the blazing golden flames in midair. When his gaze came across Pei Chunyu's corpse, the hesitation in the middle-aged man's eyes vanished, leaving nothing but an endless, murderous killing intent. Some cultivators could not endure the pressure and recounted the earlier events vaguely. Shifting his gaze, the middle-aged man caught sight of Su Zimo, who was escaping, and could not help but bark coldly with a dark expression. "Little beast, how dare you try to escape in front of me? Dao being Xian Yu?" Boom! Dao being Xian Yu's spirit consciousness moved. A horrifying might descended immediately. With a bang, Su Zimo's body crashed and slammed onto the ground harshly. The tremendous shock caused the flesh on the surface of his body to rip apart, spurting with blood and adding injuries on top of his original injuries. In the blink of an eye, Su Zimo transformed into a bloodied person. He could not help but grunt dully and his knees wobbled, almost falling. The difference was too great. This was not merely a difference in terms of strength. It was the difference between two different levels, and it was worlds apart. Dao being Xian, you did not have to make a move at all. Su Zimo could not even withstand his pressure as a void reversion alone. The little fox was horrified. Earlier on, she was protected in Su Zimo's embrace. Su Zimo had defended her from all damage using his body. With his back against Dao being Xianyu, Su Zimo continued to escape, panting with a hint of blood in his breath and blood frothing from his mouth. However, his gaze was unusually resolute and immensely fierce. With his hands behind his back, Dao being Xianyu traveled through the air and looked down at Su Zimo, who was escaping down on the ground. Those eyes were filled with mockery and cruelty, as though he was looking at an ant that was struggling to survive. Mr. Mo, When he saw that, Mu Dongxing wanted to say something but hesitated. Nobody expected that the #1 weapon refinement master of Great Zhou would possess such an identity and frightening combat strength. A few years ago, Su Zimo helped him refine a supreme-grade spirit weapon in the capital of Great Zhou. At that time, he was still a little amateurish. But now, that seemingly frail scholar had already grown to such an extent. Yet, unfortunately, that scholar was about to die. What a pity! Sigh. After a long silence, Mu Dongxing gave a long sigh of sadness. No matter what, Su Zimo had once helped him. Mu Dongxing felt pained when he saw the state Su Zimo had ended up in. Bai Yuhan seemed to have recalled something and whispered with a conflicted expression. If the third princess hears the news about young Master Su's death, she is going to be extremely sad. Mu Dongxing lamented. At the end of the day, humans can't fight against fate with their own strength. Even a void reversion has shown himself at this point. This should be a fated tribulation in his life such that he can't avoid death. In midair, Dao being Xian, you seem to have lost his patience and interest in toying around. Harumphing coldly, he suddenly descended and blocked Su Zimo's path forward. Right then, something weird happened. Su Zimo did not stop in his tracks, and a milky white gigantic bow suddenly appeared in his palm. The black gold arrow was already drawn. The bow was like a full moon. The moon concealment bow and black gold arrow. That was the strongest attack that Su Zimo could make given his current state. So what if it was a void reversion? Su Zimo was not going to give up just like that. It was impossible for him to escape under the watch of a void reversion. The only way was if he could kill the void reversion. The light on the moon concealment bow shone brightly, and an endless spirit chi surged into Su Zimo's embrace, as though he was hugging a full moon. The black gold arrow shimmered with a cold, chilling intent, almost fusing into one as the full moon in his embrace. Bam! The black gold arrow was shot forward. The two of them were way too close. The black gold arrow arrived instantly, and even if Su Zimo and Dao being Xianyu were in a different spot, this would have been an extremely difficult arrow to dodge. Dao being Xianyu did not move at all. His eyes filled with mockery, as though he was completely unaffected by the cold flash before his eyes. Is that all you've got? He raised his palm in a seemingly slow motion, but it tunneled through the void, arriving right in front of the black gold arrow. His palm was sparkling like jade and shone with a mysterious luster. His fingernails were long and slender, as flawless as glass. Curving his finger, Dao being Xianyu flicked gently. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. Under countless gazes, that arrow that was enough to kill Pei Chunyu instantaneously was flicked away by Dao being Xianyu's finger. There were no injuries on his finger at all. He did it extremely casually. Su Zimo's pupils constricted starkly and his heart sank. It was way too scary. The power of a void reversion had far exceeded his imagination. The difference between them was way too great, akin to heaven and earth. A savage glint flashed in Su Zimo's eyes as he suddenly extended his right arm without stopping in his tracks. The right hand that was in possession of the divine phoenix bone gripped into a fist without any fancy moves, smashing down onto Dao Bing Xianyu's head fiercely. The black gold arrow was the first move that Su Zimo prepared. It was meant to confuse Dao Bing Xianyu and numb him, causing him to lower his guard. His true killing move was the divine phoenix bone at the back. Given Dao Bing Xianyu's cultivation realm, he would definitely take the attack of a golden core head-on without avoiding. In that case, there would be a chance to trigger the power of the divine phoenix bone. Su Zimo believed that once the power of the divine phoenix bone was triggered, it would be enough to injure Dao Bing Xianyu, even if it was unable to kill him. However, that might be his only shot at survival. Dao Bing Xianyu's eyes shone with a deeper mockery. The futile struggle of a trapped beast. Dao Bing Xianyu sneered. As Su Zimo expected, he reached out with his fist and met Su Zimo's right hand directly. Su Zimo's eyes shone viciously. His inner core and golden core circulated wildly and his blood qi surged. All his tendons and bones were ringing with the sound of rumbling thunder as his organs shook while his orifices shone with a demonic glint. There were even streaks of bloodshot lights forming around the top of his head. Su Zimo was converging all the power within his body towards his right hand. This single move would determine his victory or defeat. Right as their fists were about to collide, Dao Bing Xianyu smirked and suddenly converted his fist to a palm, choosing not to engage Su Zimo head-on. Dao Bing Xianyu's palm glided upwards gently and avoided the incoming fist, arriving at Su Zimo's right wrist area before gripping suddenly. Su Zimo froze in his tracks. A tremendous repulsion force surged into his body and he felt like his bones were all going to shatter. Ugh! Su Zimo's expression changed as he grunted. Dao Bing Xianyu's palm gripped his wrist tightly like an iron hoop. The immense power almost crushed his right wrist. It was way too painful. Su Zimo shuddered from head to toe and clenched his teeth. Bead-sized sweat droplets rolled down from his cheeks instantly. With a cold expression, Dao Bing Xianyu raised his chin slightly and looked down at Su Zimo, sneering, "Trying to kill me with your divine phoenix bone? Foo-foo." Dao Bing Xianyu chuckled gently and shook his head. "You're way too naive." The difference between the two of them was not merely limited to their cultivation realms and strength. In terms of experience and psychology, Su Zimo was even more disadvantaged. Dao Bing Xianyu had already guessed Su Zimo's intentions and did not choose to take the divine phoenix bone head-on. Gripping the latter's wrist instead, Su Zimo's right hand had the indestructible divine phoenix bone. However, his wrist was incomparably fragile against the power of a void reversion. Dao Bing Xianyu's change in movement had severed Su Zimo's final hope. Enduring the immense pain on his wrist, Su Zimo glared at Dao Bing Xianyu indignantly with clenched teeth. "Divine phoenix bone," Dao Bing Xianyu lamented. "An ant like you isn't befitting of possessing such a divinely object. From this day forth, the divine phoenix bone belongs to me." Before he finished his sentence, Dao Bing Xianyu exerted slight strength into his palm. Snap! The jarring sound of bones snapping echoed. Su Zimo's wrist was snapped directly by Dao Bing Xianyu. His right hand hung limply, only connected by skin and flesh. Many cultivators winced at the sight of that. As though he could not feel any pain, Su Zimo did not let out any sound at all. His body merely trembled slightly while his features were distorted. Su Zimo's eyes were narrowed and his expression was extremely cold. Dao Bing Xianyu ignored the hatred in Su Zimo's eyes and merely remarked indifferently, "Little beast, Pei Chunyu is my grandson. Since you took his life, I'll let you suffer in pain and torment for all eternity. Your snapped wrist is just the beginning." Dao Bing Xianyu's voice was like a malevolent ghost from hell and was extremely chilling. Bang! Suddenly, Dao Bing Xianyu extended his feet and tapped Su Zimo in the dantian gently. His kick was way too fast. Even if Su Zimo was at his peak condition, he wouldn't be able to dodge it, let alone the fact that he was now severely injured with his spirit energy drained and blood qi exhausted. Furthermore, Dao Bing Xianyu's palm was locked on Su Zimo's injured right wrist the entire time. Su Zimo could not escape at all. Although that kick seemed like it was slow and gentle, It let out a frightening amount of power on Su Zimo's dantian. It was like a gigantic spear that thrust into Su Zimo's dantian. Su Zimo shuddered and felt a sharp pain pierce through his abdomen, almost fainting from it. A bloodied hole appeared on his dantian, muddied by flesh and blood. Destroyed. Su Zimo could clearly feel that his golden core was shattered by that single kick from Daobing Xianyu. His spirit energy drained rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his dantian turned into an empty spot without any spirit energy at all. Su Zimo's body convulsed slightly and he almost could not stand straight. His face was pale, his eyes went dim and his breathing turned faint. His cultivation was crippled. The core of a golden core perfected being was their golden core. It could not be recovered once it was destroyed. Dozens of years of tough cultivation was destroyed overnight. For cultivators, there was nothing more cruel than having their golden cores destroyed and their cultivations crippled. It was dead silent all around. The golden cores had various expressions. Some of them gloated. Some sighed to themselves while others revealed pained looks. Mu Dongqing and Bai Yuhan had some ties with Su Zimo in the past. At this moment, none of them could bear to continue watching. Dugu Jian lowered his sword eyes and shook his head gently with a look of pity on his face. No matter how much of a monster incarnate Su Zimo was, how amazing, or even if he had once cultivated to the legendary Extreme Foundation establishment realm with double phenomenons, all of that had now vanished with the destruction of his golden core. Su Zimo was long drenched in head, and his head was slumped with his black hair raining down. The only thing that could faintly be seen were a pair of frightening eyes. Even with his golden core destroyed and his cultivation crippled, Su Zimo did not despair. He would definitely take revenge for this as long as he could walk out alive today. He had his inner core despite his shattered golden core. For the past 8 years, Su Zimo had been cultivating the mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness day and night religiously. The inner core that he refined was the essence of the first 7 sections of the mystic classic. He could still trample on everyone across the same level by relying on his mystic classic of the 12 demon kings of the great wilderness. Daobing Xianyu tightened his grip on Su Zimo's snapped wrist with a cold gaze. As he looked down at the silently slumped Su Zimo, he suddenly remarked, "Oh, right, I nearly forgot. You're half a demon as well, and you've also cultivated an inner core." The existence of the inner core could not be hidden from Daobing Xianyu's spirit consciousness. "Is that what you're relying on?" Daobing Xianyu laughed, somewhat menacing, before saying slowly, "Even though you're a golden core, I'm not going to leave you any chances. I will let you experience the true meaning of despair." The moment he said that, Daobing Xianyu extended his right fist. Bang! Daobing Xianyu punched his right fist savagely through Su Zimo's chest. When the tremendous power surged wildly into Su Zimo's body, the first to receive the impact was the mystic gold silk armor. Unable to withstand the burst power of Daobing Xianyu, a hole appeared through the connate spirit weapon and all 6 spirit patterns dissipated. After breaking through the defensive connate spirit weapon, the remaining power cruised through into Su Zimo's body. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking could be heard. Blood drained from Su Zimo's face as he was lifted up before crashing down heavily once more. A series of tears appeared on his inner core. Su Zimo could no longer feel the existence of demonic power within him. He had lost complete control of his inner core as well. Once again, Su Zimo's expression turned paler. Even if his inner core was not completely crippled after receiving such an immense blow, the chances of it recovering in the future were extremely slim. In reality, Daobing Xianyu had intended to shatter Su Zimo's completely with that punch. However, the mystic gold silk armor blocked a large part of the power. Furthermore, Su Zimo's tendons, bones, blood and flesh were extremely frightening to begin with, and he possessed a shocking defense. That was the only reason why the inner core was not pierced entirely with that single punch. Prior to this, Daobing Xianyu maintained his grip on Su Zimo's right wrist the entire time. It was only at this moment when he sensed that the situation was deadlocked that he felt relieved enough to release his grip. Dao Bingxian you had been cultivating for thousands of years up till now, and he was no fool. He would definitely not make a mistake, nor would he leave Su Zimo with any chances. The little fox was nearly scared out of her wits throughout the entire process. She had never witnessed such cruelty and remained hidden behind Su Zimo the entire time. It was up till this moment that the little fox realized something and shrieked. No matter how timid she was, she could not bear to see Su Zimo bullied by someone like this. Shoo! She tossed the fire-blocking basket in her paws away. The fire-blocking basket expanded rapidly in midair with 9 golden streaks of light. Surging with an endless killing intent, it shone with a fiery blaze down onto Dao Bingxian. Eh? A hint of surprise flashed through Dao Bingxian's eyes. Against the incoming fire-blocking basket filled with endless flames, Dao Bingxian did not dodge nor avoid. Suddenly, he reached out with both hands and scooped in midair. Those terrifying flames did not even manage to burn off Dao Bingxian's hair or skin. Reaching through the flames, Dao Bingxian's arms were completely fine as he pulled the fire-blocking basket towards him for a closer inspection. The glint in his eyes intensified as he nodded to himself. A moment later, he placed the fire-blocking basket in his storage bag. This is a great treasure. It's a pity that you are too weak to be able to unleash the full might of the fire-blocking basket. From this day forth, it belongs to me. Hia! Hia! The little fox was agitated. That was her mother's parting gift for her, and she could not lose it. Don't go! Su Zimo's voice was hoarse and extremely weak. Unfortunately, the little fox was flustered over her fire-blocking basket, and it was too late even if she heard Su Zimo's call. The little fox dashed forward. Initially, Dao Bingxian wanted to slap her to death. However, a thought crossed his mind. Fox race. A hint of lust could be seen flashing through Dao Bingxian's eyes as he changed his mind and swept his hand. Bang! The little fox was repelled and fell into the mud, spitting out a huge mouthful of blood with a stricken expression. She had not formed a core and could not even change her appearance yet. Naturally, she was not a match for Dao Bingxian. Little thing, it will be extremely easy for me to kill you. It will take nothing more than a single thought. Dao Bingxian remarked coldly. From this day forth, you are my slave. If you dare to go against me, I'll make sure you suffer. The fox race gave birth to natural seductresses. If he could capture someone from the fox race as a slave to do whatever he wanted with her, he would definitely live his days in bliss like an immortal. The little fox was seriously injured to begin with and was uneasy internally. With Dao Bingxian's words right now, she knew of her impending fate and was so agitated that she fainted. Dao Bingxian did not care at all. He had loads of time in the future to train up this fox. Dao Bingxian's gaze shifted towards the blood-stained cultivator not far away. Their gazes met. Dao Bingxian frowned slightly. He had to acknowledge that there was still no sign of defeat in Su Zimo's eyes despite the circumstances. There were way too many powers in the world that could defeat Su Zimo. However, there was nothing that could make him bow down. Dao Bingxian frowned slightly. Su Zimo's gaze made him feel uncomfortable. It felt as if something was not within his control. That's impossible. Dao Bingxian lamented. That kid's golden core is crippled and his inner core is shattered. By now, he's a complete cripple and there shouldn't be any accidents. Little beast, why aren't you escaping anymore, Dao Bingxian sneered. Su Zimo remained silent. With an unpredictable tone, Dao Bingxian continued slowly. Don't worry, I won't let you die that easily. I'm going to imprison you and slowly torment you while interrogating you about the secrets of your divine phoenix bone and double immortality and demonic cultivation. There's way too many secrets that you are keeping. Su Zimo smiled as well. I'm afraid you won't get the chance to discover the secrets I'm hiding. A series of sinister sutras flowed through Su Zimo's mind. Poof! His heart nearly ripped apart and his bloodlines surged, blazing in flames. In the blink of an eye, almost a third of his bloodline was burned up. That was the blood escape technique of the fiend sex. Even with his golden core crippled, inner core destroyed, spirit energy drained and demonic power exhausted, Su Zimo had another type of power within his body. the power of his bloodline. Within a short period of time, Su Zimo's speed would increase exponentially upon the release of blood escape. Even so, it was still utterly ridiculous to think that he could escape alive from the grasp of a void reversion. Otherwise, Su Zimo would have released blood escape long ago and escaped from this place rather than wait till this irrevocable state. Right now, he only had a single aim for releasing blood escape: to escape to the Dragon Burial Valley. After releasing blood escape, Su Zimo turned to flee without hesitation. When he passed by the little fox who fainted, he scooped her up into his embrace and continued sprinting with all his might. Su Zimo did not dare to imagine what would happen to the little fox if he abandoned her here. That would be a fate worse than death. His figure transformed into a streak of blood light and sped outside. All the paragons were stunned. They saw that Su Zimo was a cripple on his last breath, someone who could not even stand steadily. In the blink of an eye, that cripple released such a terrifying speed. Even Dao Bingxianyu froze momentarily, let alone the golden cores who were watching. Although he was a void reversion, a full 2 major realms above Su Zimo, he was extremely cautious. He only relented his grip on Su Zimo's wrist after crushing the latter's golden core and inner core. However, Dao Bingxianyu truly had not expected Su Zimo to still have energy left to escape. Blood escape! His eyes flashed as he recognized the origin of that secret skill immediately. Blood escape was a secret skill from a Jura sect of the Fiend sects and was extremely famous in the cultivation world. It provided a frightening burst power that was far beyond the other escape techniques of the 5 elements. Trying to escape in front of me? You're truly way too naive. Dao Bingxianyu sneered. Let's see how long more you're intending to run for. Before his sentence was finished, Dao Bingxianyu gave chase. His speed was even slightly faster than Su Zimo, who was bursting with blood escape. Su Zimo might have truly been able to escape alive with blood escape if he was hunted by nascent souls. Unfortunately, he was facing a void reversion. Furthermore, it was a supreme expert of the void reversion realm, a cultivator of Glass Palace. Right now, in Dao Bingxianyu's eyes, Su Zimo's escape was nothing more than an ant struggling on the brink of death. The distance between the two of them was decreasing rapidly. If not for the fact that Su Zimo had made a move first, Dao Bingxianyu would have caught up to him within a few dozens of breaths. Many golden cores followed hurriedly. However, their speeds were far inferior compared to Dao Bingxianyu and Su Zimo, who was in blood escape. Thankfully, there were not many obstructions before them and the path was clear. The paragons chased while gazing the entire time. By the looks of it, Dao Bingxianyu will be able to catch up to Su Zimo in less than 100 breaths. That's right. Even with blood escape, that man is only grasping at straws. His death is inevitable. I guess he's just trying to stay alive for every single second possible for now. Mu Dongqing and Bai Yuhan had conflicted expressions when they heard the discussions. No matter what, Su Zimo was a cultivator of great show. They even had ties with him previously. In the end, neither of them were as relaxed as everyone else when they saw the state he was in. After a slight chase, Mu Dongqing suddenly exclaimed softly and frowned, murmuring to himself, "This direction doesn't seem right. It seems to be... Could it be... the Dragon Burial Valley?" Some cultivators in the crowd noticed something strange and exclaimed. The Dragon Burial Valley was an extremely unlucky place. In the catastrophe 10,000 years ago, the blood of emperors was spilled, patriarchs were killed, and a divine dragon was buried there. In the past 10,000 years, countless experts have made their way into the Dragon Burial Valley to check things out. Eventually, there was no news of any of them and neither did they return. It was said that even Dharma characteristics and conjoint bodies wouldn't be able to make it out alive. Among them, there were some renowned and famous monster incarnates and supreme experts. In fact, there were even people who regarded the Dragon Burial Valley as the 10th forbidden ground apart from the 9 forbidden grounds. Suddenly, all the paragons read Su Zimo's mind. Since he knew he was going to die, he might as well leap into the Dragon Burial Valley so that Dao Bingxianyu gets nothing at all. Dao Bingxianyu's expression was grim in midair, clearly. He had read Su Zimo's mind as well. His blood chi surged and his dermic powers gushed. By now, his speed was already at its limits, and there was even a buzzing sound coming from the voids. The vermilion fruit was born in the depths of the Great Qian ruins and was extremely close to the Dragon Burial Valley. Now that Dao Bingxian Yu was pursuing Su Zimo and his blood escape with full speed, the two of them arrived at the location of the Dragon Burial Valley before long. Not far ahead, a gigantic ravine split the entire Great Qian ruins into two. The ravine was dark and chilling, exuding a shuddering aura. From midair, it looked like it was a titanic creature with its mouth open, ready to devour any food that presents itself. "Little beast, how dare you!" Dao Bingxian Yu was flustered and could not help but shout sternly. He would suffer great losses if Su Zimo were to truly leap into the Dragon Burial Valley. The Divine Phoenix Bone and secret behind the double immortality and Divine Phoenix Bone would be buried in the Dragon Burial Valley forever alongside Su Zimo's leap. Arriving at the edge of the Dragon Burial Valley, Su Zimo looked down and felt his head spin. His injuries were way too severe. Be it physically or mentally, he was at his limits after his golden core was destroyed, inner core shattered, and the release of blood escape after a drawn-out battle. A conflicted look flashed through Su Zimo's eyes. He was indignant at the end of the day to die just like this. However, if he were to end up in Dao Bingxian Yu's hands and endure endless torment, he'd rather jump down here and end things once and for all. Forget it. Su Zimo sighed internally. "Little beast." Su Zimo. Dao Bingxian Yu changed his manner of address hurriedly. Standing at the edge of the Dragon Burial Valley, Su Zimo swayed as though a slight wind could knock him over. Dao Bingxian Yu did not dare to close in at all. "Su Zimo, there's no need for you to do this," Dao Bingxian Yu said with a deep voice. "We can make a trade. As long as you hand the Divine Phoenix Bone to me, I can forget about the grudges between us." Su Zimo looked at Dao Bingxian Yu mockingly with his back facing the Dragon Burial Valley. Although Dao Bingxian Yu was smiling on the surface, he cursed internally. "Don't worry. I'm a man of my words. As long as you're willing to hand over the Divine Phoenix Bone, I'll leave immediately without hurting you at all." "You want the Divine Phoenix Bone?" "Sure." Su Zimo smiled and jumped behind, remarking indifferently as he fell into the Dragon Burial Valley. "Come down and take it, you!" Dao Bingxian Yu was enraged and disappeared from the spot in a flash. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at the edge of the Dragon Burial Valley and stopped hurriedly. He wanted to extend his robes to pull Su Zimo up, but it was already too late. He could only watch as Su Zimo fell into the darkness, vanishing entirely. 10,000 years ago, a few emperors of the human race joined forces and fought a legendary war against the divine dragon, forming this gigantic ravine. The ravine was not only the tomb of the divine dragon. There were even more frightening powers mixed within it. Even a dermic weapon would turn into dust if it fell inside, let alone the body of a cultivator. Dao Bingxian Yu did not dare to head down and could only watch as the Divine Phoenix Bone disappeared from his sights. "Little beast, do you think that this is over? Since you killed my grandson, I'm going to exterminate the Su family and no one will be spared." Dao Bingxian Yu had a menacing expression that was beyond horrifying. Su Zimo leaped down. His body disappeared completely into the Dragon Burial Valley. That was what the Paragons saw when they rushed to the edge of the Dragon Burial Valley. They could barely contain their shock, and all of them had conflicted expressions. That leap meant that the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island was now a thing of the past. All geniuses that fall would eventually be forgotten. That was the case even if that man was the cream of geniuses. That man possessed way too many secrets. In fact, he even broke through the restrictions between humans and demons and managed to cultivate both at the same time. This man had once single-handedly killed sealers and paragons of the Immortal, Buddhist and fiend sects in the elementary ancient battlefield and entered the human emperor's palace. This man was the second after the human emperor to unlock 9 spirit meridians and cultivate to the extreme foundation establishment realm. This man cultivated the extremely rare double phenomenon, and they were even primordial phenomenons that were lost. This man managed to obtain the vermilion fruit in the Great Qian ruins domineeringly against the barrage of all the paragons of the North region. even killing many of them along with the number one perfected being of the North region, Wuxia. This man incinerated hundreds of nascent souls and stained the skies with their blood. This man managed to escape a void reversion's hunt to leap into the Dragon Burial Valley, even with his golden core destroyed and his inner core shattered, leaving nothing but legends that almost seemed impossible. Su Zimo, the number one monster incarnate throughout history, had died in the Dragon Burial Valley just like that. Everything was over. Nobody expected that the fight between the paragons for the vermilion fruit would end in such a manner. The Dragon Burial Valley is an unlucky place. Could it be the reason for that man's death as well? It's not just him. There were way too many paragons of the North region who died in this battle. It should be because of how unlucky the Dragon Burial Valley is. I guess we've escaped a calamity and survived. The paragons discussed in hushed whispers with trepidation. None of them dared to get close to the Dragon Burial Valley. Mu Dongqing and Bai Yuhan left the crowd silently. We've got to inform the third princess as quickly as possible about everything here, Mu Dongqing said with a dark tone. Bai Yuhan frowned. You can see the relationship between the third princess and Su Zimo as well. If she finds out about this, she's going to be heartbroken. Sai, I can't bear to do it. It's not a matter of whether you bear to or not, Mu Dongqing said with a calm expression. There's no way to hide this matter at all. She will find out about it sooner or later. I know. Bai Yuhan nodded and sighed gently. Mu Dongqing retrieved a spirit crane from his storage bag and recounted the entire incident as clearly as he could before releasing the spirit crane. A few days later, capital of Great Zhou, Rain Admiration Pavilion. A spring shower had just poured down and a few shimmering droplets hung on the lotuses in the pond and the bamboo on the shore, sparkling with a bright luster. Two women stood beside the window looking at the picturesque scenery outside. They spoke softly with chuckles, sounding extremely charming. Both of them were extremely beautiful, akin to fairies from heaven. One of them was elegant and classy. Wearing a faint yellow dress, she exuded a hint of nobility through her brows. The other was cute and charming, wearing a pink dress. Every smile of hers turned her eyes into crescent moons. Sister, congratulations. Father is going to pass down the seat of the throne to you, the girl in pink said as she tilted her head with a bright, playful smile. The dignified woman shook her head. There's nothing to be congratulated about. I'm a woman after all. There are bound to be people objecting to me inheriting the throne. What are you afraid of? Father is in support of you. The girl in pink raised her fist. The elegant woman did not reply and merely gazed into the distance in deep thoughts. A long time later, she finally spoke. Yenner, actually, it's all because of one person that father is going to pass the throne to me. I know. Young Master Su. The girl in pink blinked and said with a chuckle. Yes. The elegant woman nodded. Zimo is at Extreme Foundation Establishment, the second after the Human Emperor. Both father and the seniors of Great Zhou have high regards for his potential. It's because I've got some ties with Zimo, therefore. The girl in pink could not help but tease here. Sister, things between you and young Master Su are far from simple ties. In my opinion, you're a couple. Hee. Stupid lass, you don't know anything. The elegant woman glanced at the girl in pink in a charming manner. The two peerless women in the Rain Admiration Pavilion were the sisters, Xianxia and Demoness Ji. Right then, a streak of spirit light flashed and curved in midair, flying towards Xianxia. Eh? Xianxia frowned slightly and murmured, It's a spirit crane. What happened? Reaching out with her smooth, jade-like hand, she received the spirit crane. When she opened it, she froze on the spot and blood drained from her face. A long time later, Xianxia's figure swayed and she nearly fell down. Gripping onto the window aisle of the Rain Admiration Pavilion, she used so much strength that her fingernails dug deep into the wood. Demoness Ji hurried forward to support Xianxia. I am fine. Xianxia shook her head gently. Although she could still stand, an unresolvable sadness flashed through the depths of her eyes. Sister, don't get worked up. Demoness Ji inched forward to take a look out of curiosity. What? She could not help but exclaim when she read what was on the spirit crane. Every single piece of news on the spirit crane was one more explosive than the other. The final statement clearly stated that Su Zimo's cultivation was ruined entirely, and he leaped into the Dragon Burial Valley. Also, a void reversion from Glass Palace declared that he was going to destroy the Su family and spare no one. There was no difference between leaping down the Dragon Burial Valley and death. Instantly, Demoness G's eyes fogged up with a layer of mist. In the cultivation world, she was Demoness G who charmed the entire world. However, there were many times when she was still just a young maiden at heart. Xianxia closed her eyes expressionlessly. A long time later, she opened her eyes with a resolute gaze. She pulled out a spirit crane and wrote a few lines on it. Swiftly protect the king of Yen, Su Hong, and escort him out of Yen country. If Su Hong refuses to accept it, force can be used on him at this critical juncture. Handle this personally and do not let anyone else know about it. This mission must remain confidential, otherwise, his life might be in danger. Xianxia released the spirit crane immediately after penning her words without hesitation. The spirit crane flapped and shone with a bright spirit light before disappearing into the horizons. Xianxia was already exuding the aura of an emperor with complete dominance. Demoness G did not have the mood to linger in the palace, turning to run outside as she wiped away her tears in secret. She wanted to confirm with Gu Shi whether the news was real. A few days later, one after another, news arrived from the Great Qian ruins. The fight for the vermilion fruit, the battle between the paragons, the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island, Su Zimo. The entire North region was shaken. The cultivation world of Tianhuang mainland was in quite a stir. Instantly, almost all the cultivators were discussing the battle at the Great Qian ruins, about the number one monster incarnate of history who was now dead and had turned into a thing of the past. Ethereal Peak. The sect went silent after news of Su Zimo's death in the Dragon Burial Valley. Xianxia and the other two had parted ways with Su Zimo for slightly more than a month. None of them expected that it would be an eternal parting. It did not matter how external cultivators viewed Su Zimo, how they said that he was a demon with an innately feral personality, that he was a fiend who loved to kill. In the hearts of Xianxia and the others, Su Zimo would always be a disciple of Ethereal Peak. In order to protect his sect mates, he sacrificed himself as bait in the battle at Dongling Valley and lured away everyone from Blood Crow Palace while undertaking the immense risk of dying. In the sect competition, he was outstanding and ascended beyond everyone with a domineering aura, shutting the mouths of all sects and cultivators that mocked Ethereal Peak forever. In the Great Qian ruins, he single-handedly forced back 3 strong sects and protected the safeties of Xianxia and the other 2, allowing them to return with rewards while curing the disheveled old man's injuries at the same time. He was the number 1 weapon refinement master of Great Zhou. He was at Extreme Foundation Establishment, the second after the Human Emperor. He had unlimited potential such that even the Emperor of Great Zhou had high regards for him. He was the pride of Ethereal Peak, but all of that had now disappeared along with Su Zimo's leap. Lu Hui sighed gently. Dao Bing Xian Yu declared that he wanted to annihilate the Su family. Given his cultivation realm as a void reversion and the background of Glass Palace, it's probably over for the Su family. Mortals should not be implicated in grudges between cultivators. To think that even an immortal sect like Glass Palace would resort to something so despicable. Immortal sects? They're nothing but shameless. The disheveled old man cursed hatefully. Xianxia remarked deeply. I'm guessing that Dao Bing Xian Yu is not going to take action personally against a mortal in light of his status. Although that was the case, no sect or faction in the North region dared to protect the Su family. It was not only because of Dao Bing Xian Yu or Glass Palace. Rather, Su Zimo's identity was way too sensitive. He even killed too many paragons of the North region for the vermilion fruit fight while incinerating hundreds of nascent souls. He had offended almost all the major sects and factions of the North region. Anyone that dared protect the Su family would be pitting themselves against the entire North region. The Great Zhou dynasty did not dare to do it. Ethereal Peak did not dare to either. A failure would instantly result in a calamity befalling them. To be fair, Against the current circumstances, Ethereal Peak was already enduring immense pressure for not severing their ties with Suzimo. Sect Master Ling Yun released his spirit consciousness and surveyed his surroundings before whispering, "Senior Crane has already left the sect to head for Yen country. I hope that she'll be able to make it in time. This is an extremely serious matter that must not be leaked or the sect will be met with impending annihilation." Xianxia and the others nodded hurriedly. At that moment, a powerful and familiar aura sped over from not far away. The old Immortal Crane was back. Everyone from Ethereal Peak was alerted. Pushing through the door, the old Immortal Crane could not conceal her fatigue and surveyed her surroundings before sighing. "I was too late." Upon hearing that, everyone from Ethereal Peak felt their hearts skip a beat. The old Immortal Crane continued, "Xian Yu did not appear personally due to his status. He sent dozens of Glass Palace disciples in a group to the capital of Yen country, and the king of Yen, Su Hong, is nowhere to be found." Everyone from Ethereal Peak heaved a sigh of relief, but they were confused. If Su Hong's whereabouts were unknown, he should be safe for the time being as long as he was not in the hands of Glass Palace. Why would the old Immortal Crane then say that she was late? Why was there a hint of sadness in her tone as well? The old Immortal Crane continued. The group from Glass Palace was furious due to their fruitless trip and laid down the order to slaughter the entire city in order to force Su Hong to show himself. Everyone's mouths dropped agape as they looked on with disbelieving expressions. For the longest time, they could not recover from their misery. Slaughter the city. Those words were short, but they sounded extremely grim. Almost everyone from the capital of Yen country were mortals. Against the powerful might of cultivators, those mortals had no way of defending, and their lives were similar to ants. Although they did not witness it personally, everyone from Ethereal Peak could imagine the desperation and helplessness those mortals felt against the cultivators. Everyone seemed to be able to hear the tragic cries. Everyone seemed to be able to envision endless arms flaying, seeking help. The old Immortal Crane closed her eyes, as though she could not bear to recall, and sighed. "By the time I arrived, the capital of Yen was filled with rivers of blood and mountains of corpses. It was devastating and looked like it was hell." The disheveled old man clenched his teeth and snarled, "Bastards! Creating such massacres against mortals because of the grudges of cultivators. Are they truly not afraid of divine retribution?" Lu Hui's voice was quivering. "There's no such thing as divine retribution in this world," Xianxia mocked bitterly. The old Immortal Crane continued. "More than halfway through the massacre, cultivators of the fiend sects arrived, led by their pure maiden. They fought against the Glass Palace cultivators and forced the latter back. In that case, there's an extremely high chance that Su Hong was rescued by pure maiden sect. That should be the case. It was lucky that the fiend sects arrived. Otherwise, all the mortals in the capital of Yen." Everyone from Ethereal Peak suddenly went quiet as they discussed. Silence overwhelmed them. Those that killed were from the immortal sects, while those that rescued were from the fiend sections. It had to be said that this was truly a great irony. Who were the true immortals and who were the true fiends? Right from the beginning, Ethereal Peak was established for the sake of protecting the masses while exterminating fiends and demons. But now, when they said the words, "It was lucky that the fiend sects arrived," everyone felt their values collapsing within them. Did it mean that they had to kill Suzimo for his demonic cultivation? Were they still going to continue hunting down the fiend sects despite the fact that the latter saved the masses? An ex-disciple of Ethereal Peak, Yen Beichen, was now a fiend as well. Furthermore, he was a great fiend among them, an Azura. However, Yen Beichen had once said that although he had killed plenty of people in his lifetime, he had never laid his hands on mortals. Azuras killed divine beings, but they did not massacre for fun. Wasn't a fiend such as him much holier when compared to the masses from Glass Palace? After a moment of silence, just as everyone thought that everything was over, the old Immortal Crane pursed her lips and took a deep breath before continuing. After the group from Glass Palace left, they were still indignant and went on to massacre 13 other cities on their way back to vent their frustrations. What? Everyone from Ethereal Peak was shocked. Within a single day, Countless people in the territory of the Yen country lost everything with their families broken apart. The death toll alone has already crossed 30 million. No natural catastrophe would be this scary. The true catastrophes were often made by men. Gripping his fists, Xianxia said coldly. Although Glass Palace is an immortal sect, aren't they afraid of incurring the wrath of the entire cultivation world by massacring innocents like this? They've got the reason to back it up. The old immortal crane shook her head with a look of irony in her eyes. Glass Palace stated that because pure maiden sect of the fiend sects appeared in Yen country, it meant that Yen country was in cahoots with the fiend sects. In that case, because the mortals of Yen country have long fallen into the path of the fiends, Glass Palace was upholding justice by slaying fiends and demons. Everyone from Ethereal Peak felt a sense of helplessness and their hearts felt stuffy. That reasoning sounded absurd and hilarious. Everyone knew that Glass Palace merely massacred the mortals just to vent their frustrations. However, nobody could refute it. That was the way the world was. Strength reigned supreme. Everyone from Ethereal Peak who knew the entire events of things knew that the mortals of Yen country were innocent. However, how many people could tell the real truth? In other vassal states, in other corners of the world, there were still countless mortals who did not know of the truth, applauding the immortals for exterminating evil while upholding righteousness. The mortals at the lowest rungs were the easiest to be hoodwinked and deceived. A month had passed since the Battle of the Paragons at the Great Qian Ruins. The news spread through Tianhuang mainland and almost the entire world knew about it. Middle Continent Elixir Yang sect. In a majestic cave abode, a man and two women stood. The man had decent features with a grim expression. This was the ex-disciple of Ethereal Peak, Ji Chengtian. Among the women, one of them wore a white, pure blouse and had extremely beautiful features. However, she exuded a faint coldness. The other woman was extremely handsome and her features looked like a painting. However, she was dressed like a flirtatious young man. One of them was Lung Ro, who had already joined Thousand Crane sect, and the other was Tang Yu of Elixir Yang sect. The three of them stood facing one another silently. The atmosphere within the cave abode was somewhat tense. Heis! A long while later, Ji Chengtian sighed gently and spoke. Has the news been confirmed? Has junior brother Su truly jumped into the Dragon Burial Valley? Yes. Tang Yu nodded. Many people witnessed it personally. The news can't be fake. Lung Ro did not speak the entire time, her gaze turning colder by the moment. Ji Chengtian shook his head, lamenting while sighing. This matter has been blown out of proportion. Tang Yu pursed her lips with a conflicted expression, gazing into the distance and murmuring. So, you're the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island. It's no wonder. When news of the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island reached her in the ancient battlefield, Tang Yu had a brief moment of suspicion. After all, Su Zimo had some similarities with the monster incarnate of Divine Phoenix Island. However, later on, she rejected her suspicion. Their differences were way too obvious as well. As she recalled everything that happened in the ancient battlefield, Tang Yu felt sadness. While the two of them had not spent a long time together, she was secretly awaiting their next encounter internally. But now her hopes had turned into emptiness. Does Xiaoning know about this? Suddenly Ji Chengtian asked. She does, Tang Yu replied. She locked herself up and refused to eat or drink. It's been an entire day. Thankfully, Night Spirit is watching over her, so she isn't in any danger. In another cave abode, Xiaoning leaned against the wall, huddled against her knees. Her eyes were red and swollen as she sobbed softly. Night Spirit watched over her silently. A humane look of worry could actually be seen in his eyes. Thereafter, as if he thought of something, the killing intent in his eyes surged. West region. In a desert, a fatty sat squarely beside a tomb, muttering to himself, Bro, why? Why are you gone just like that? Little fatty sat beside the tomb and bawled like a child. North region, Great Qian Ruins. This day, two unexpected guests arrived at the ruins, looking fatigued. One of them was extremely tall at more than 2 meters and had long hands and legs. His arms were slumped naturally and were longer than his knees. The tall man carried a long rod and his eyes shone fiercely with a scarlet glint. The other man was barehanded. Although he was slightly shorter, his body looked even more muscular and mighty. Both of them had a lot of hair, and although they were in human form, they could not conceal the demonic chi they emitted at all. They were demons. If Su Zimo was here, he would definitely recognize that these two men were Monkey and the spirit tiger who had gone missing for many years. Monkey entered the depths of the ruins and broke through the encirclement of the otherworldly soldiers with the long rod in his hands, charging right for the Dragon Burial Valley. The spirit tiger followed behind him and took care of the otherworldly soldiers at the back. After more than a year, Monkey and the spirit tiger had both formed their inner cores. They had not only grown in terms of cultivation realm, their combat strength was rather frightening too. It was especially the case for Monkey. No otherworldly soldier could withstand the touch of his rod. A single slam and they would dissipate to dust. Before long, Monkey and the spirit tiger arrived at the edge of the Dragon Burial Valley. Gazing down the cliff beneath him, the spirit tiger felt his head spin and could not help but gasp, retreating a few steps back instinctively. Monkey narrowed his gaze as well. They could sense an extremely terrifying aura and energy fluctuation coming from the Dragon Burial Valley, and it was shuddering. "Boss, we should head back first. After all, this is the territory of the humans. I've got an uneasy feeling." The spirit tiger looked nervous. After cultivating an inner core, demons could speak in human tongue as well. He was also very sad over Su Zimo's death. However, at the end of the day, unlike Monkey, he would not make the trip thousands of miles tirelessly just to take a look at the place of Su Zimo's death. "Boss, there's no point standing here and looking. He's already jumped." The spirit tiger persuaded again. "We should head back and just take over a few mountains. Our days will be so enjoyable at that time." Monkey did not reply and merely gazed at the Dragon Burial Valley quietly. The scarlet glint in his eyes intensified and his killing intent was almost corporeal at this point. A long time later, Monkey finally turned around slowly. The scarlet glint in his eyes faded gradually as he nodded to the spirit tiger. "Let's go." Monkey and the spirit tiger soared through the air and disappeared at the horizon in the blink of an eye. Not long later, a gigantic tear opened up in the void above the Dragon Burial Valley without any warning, surging with chilling winds. Two figures leaped out from within. The old man at the front was still rather composed. However, the same could not be said for the other person as he fell out staggering with a pale expression. His legs were wobbly and he could barely stand. The old man wore a Confucian crown and long robes. His cheeks were rosy and his tall beard swayed gently with the wind. If a desk appeared and he held a wooden block with his left hand and a folding fan with his right, the old man would completely resemble a storyteller that made his way around the world. The man that came out later on was slightly rotund with a pale expression without any beard. This was Lin Xuanji, the man who had once entered the Dragon Bone Valley, one of the 9 forbidden grounds, along with Su Zimo. Arriving at the edge of the Dragon Burial Valley, the old man looked down in silence. Lin Xuanji let out a slow breath and could not help but ask, "Old man, what's down there in the Dragon Burial Valley? What do you think?" The old man turned to look at Lin Xuanji, asking in reverse. "Nothing more than a pile of corpses." As Lin Xuanji spoke, he caught sight of the strange expression on the old man's face and a thought flashed through his mind and he was frightened by that possibility. "Old man, there can't be people alive down there, right?" "Heh!" The old man chuckled oddly as a silent acknowledgement. Rubbing his chin, Lin Xuanji said deeply, "In that case, there's a chance that lad is still alive." He revealed a joyful expression and laughed. "Like I said, his fate is extremely unyielding. How can someone who can be so energetic after eating a dragon egg in the Dragon Bone Valley die so easily?" The old man shook his head with an indifferent expression. "You're missing the main point." "Huh?" Lin Xuanji was confused. The old man continued, "The main point is that even if Su Zimo isn't dead, he's no different from being dead." Lin Xuanji seemed to be in deep thought, however. He heard the old man continue once more, "Don't forget, His golden core was destroyed and his inner core was crushed. That's equivalent to a loss of his lifetime's cultivation. Even if he's alive, he's no different from a dead man. Lin Xuanji was enlightened. The old man was right. Su Zimo would no longer be the #1 monster incarnate in history, with his crushed golden core and shattered inner core. What did it matter even if he was alive? He would never get the chance to take revenge for that massive feud. The old man lamented and sighed gently. Back then, that lad's fate was changed after much effort from an expert. Unfortunately, he still couldn't win against fate at the end of the day. A long time later, Su Zimo stirred awake. Gradually, his 5 senses started recovering. The first thing Su Zimo smelled was a faint scent of books and ink. It was old, emitted from ancient books that had been kept for a long time, but it smelled good. Thereafter, his vision gradually cleared up. His surroundings were dark and countless dust specks floated before him. Struggling to sit up, Su Zimo found that 2 wooden slabs were attached to his right wrist, stabilizing his wounds. His muscles were still sore and painful. Am I not dead? Su Zimo looked around. A series of wooden bookshelves stood all around and each of them were filled with many ancient books. Most of them were filled with dust and should not have been used for a long time. On the surface, this looked like an old study that was extremely spacious. There were at least a few thousand ancient books here. Su Zimo could only feel his head spinning and his consciousness was still fuzzy. He remembered leaping into the Dragon Burial Valley after being pursued by Dao Being Shenyu. However, he couldn't remember anything thereafter. Shaking his head, Su Zimo looked around and accidentally caught sight of a bronze square tripod at the side, gradually recalling some things. The moment he leaped into the Dragon Burial Valley, he initially thought that his death was certain. However, when he caught sight of the fainted little fox in his embrace, he felt his heart wrench. That little thing's fate had been way too tragic. She lost her mother when she was young and was imprisoned by the scarlet-armored gigantic crocodile for dozens of years. After finally gaining freedom to follow him into the outside world, she was met with such a cruel fate. Was the little fox going to die just like that without getting a chance to experience the beautiful world outside? Unable to bear the thought of that, Su Zimo opened his storage bag and withdrew the bronze square tripod with all his might, hiding inside it with the little fox. The Dragon Burial Valley was known as an unlucky place. Countless top experts and supreme powerful beings were buried there. Nobody knew of the dangers within it. The bronze square tripod might be their only shot at survival. Although he was inside the bronze square tripod, Su Zimo could still sense clearly that he was falling rapidly. The sound of winds wheezing filled his ears. An extremely terrifying aura surged outside the bronze square tripod. An endless amount of power collided against the walls of the tripod repeatedly. It intensified in a frightening manner. Bang! 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 With each collision, a deafening bang could be heard. The sound was so ferocious that it seemed like the bronze square tripod was about to break into shards. Su Zimo coiled his body and protected the little fox in his embrace as best as he could. However, against the tremendous impact, he slammed against the walls of the bronze square tripod left and right. His tendons and bones broke, and coupled with the injuries he had already sustained, it felt like his skeleton was about to fall apart. The terrifying bangs sounded like they could drown everything. Su Zimo merely felt his ears buzz and his orifices were oozing with blood. The external power from the Dragon Burial Valley was way too scary. If not for the protection of the bronze square tripod, Su Zimo and the little fox would have turned into dust instantly without any corpse remaining. A while later, they were met with an even fiercer impact. Slamming heavily against the walls of the tripod. Finally, Su Zimo could not hold on any longer and fainted entirely. When he woke up once again, he was already in this spacious study. Could there be someone still alive in the depths of this Dragon Burial Valley? Su Zimo thought to himself. Suddenly, he felt as though something was rubbing against his leg. Su Zimo looked over. A furry little thing looked at him with large, watery eyes that were equal parts filled with concern and joy. The little thing was filled fur that was scarlet like flames and seemed like a blanket. Its eyes were bright and shiny like black gemstones. It was the little fox who had fallen into the dragon burial valley with him. Previously, the little fox was injured by Dao being Xianyu, but now she looked like she had already recovered. Su Zimo felt slightly consoled. "I am fine." Su Zimo smiled when he sensed the worry coming from the little fox. "Although my injuries are more serious this time round, I'll be fine after recuperating for a while." As he said that, he tried to stand up. He grabbed the bronze square tripod with one hand, wanting to put it away in his storage bag. Su Zimo's expression changed slightly. The bronze square tripod did not budge at all. Although the bronze square tripod was extremely heavy, Su Zimo was able to lift it effortlessly prior to this. And yet, suddenly he realized something. His golden core was already destroyed, and his inner core was already shattered. His cores were directly broken by someone. Instinctively, Su Zimo tried circulating his inner core, and a sharp pain shot through his chest. "Ugh!" He grunted deeply, and his body wavered as a layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. His inner core was dark and dull, covered by a web of frightening tears. Su Zimo sensed everything carefully, and his expression turned even more terrible. There was already no way to salvage his inner core. The situation was even worse for his golden core. The dantian around his abdomen was empty, like a hollow black hole, without any trace of spirit energy. Su Zimo took a deep breath and slowly condensed the spirit qi in his surroundings. He could still sense the existence of spirit qi and was able to absorb it. However, after the spirit qi entered his dantian, it vanished and could not be retained inside. Right now, his dantian was like a leaky airbag. Although water could enter, it could not be retained. In other words, even if Su Zimo wanted to cultivate once more step by step from the qi condensation realm, it would be impossible. That was also the reason why the cruelest punishment for a cultivator was to cripple their golden core. That was because they wouldn't even get the chance to cultivate anew. Su Zimo clenched his teeth, and an unyielding look flashed through his eyes as he channeled his bloodline to move the bronze square tripod with all his might. At the same time, he absorbed spirit qi and made use of the brief moment when it circulated within his body to open his storage bag to put the bronze square tripod away. That was an extremely simple move. However, Su Zimo expended an immense amount of effort as he panted heavily, drenched in sweat with a pale expression. Su Zimo chuckled bitterly. Up till this point of his cultivation, he had overwhelmed all other cultivators of the same level in an indomitable manner and had even crossed major realms to kill his opponents. He was known as the #1 monster incarnate of history to the major factions. To think that he would end up in such a state one day. Although Su Zimo still possessed a tremendous power of bloodline, it was no longer possible if he wanted to fight against true paragons of the Golden Core realm. There wouldn't come the day when he would be able to take revenge on Dao Bing Xianyu. Is this going to be my fate? Su Zimo gripped his fists so fiercely that even his knuckles were turning white. I'm not willing to accept it. I refuse to accept it. I'm indignant. I'm going to fight against my fate even if it takes me everything I've got. Even when his sharp fingernails dug into his palm and blood oozed out, Su Zimo did not realize it. There was even a faint demonic blood glint shining from the depths of his eyes. The little fox squatted beside Su Zimo's legs and looked up at him worriedly. Although she could not speak, she could feel the pain and relentlessness in Su Zimo's heart at the moment. There was nothing more despairing than the loss of hope. Suddenly, a chant sounded from outside the door. Thus I have heard, to cultivate one's body with compassion and imbue kindness into Buddha's wisdom to gain enlightenment. Arriving here, known as the infinite immeasurable world, empowering billions of living beings. The voice was pure and flawless, reverberating endlessly and cleansing one's mind. Someone was chanting a sutra outside.